The gate went first, not opened, not unbarred. A fist came through 8 inches of black iron, and the whole thing folded inward like wet paper, and the crossbeam that had held it shut for 30 years turned into 6 pieces of firewood that went skidding across the courtyard past my feet. One of them hit the practice post and stuck there, quivering. I was standing on the training platform with sweat running down my back and a training sword in my hand that suddenly felt like a toothpick. Outside the wall, the whole street made the same noise at the same time. That noise, the one crowds make when they realize they're about to watch something. That's the second chief of Black Wind's stronghold. He came into Linan County in daylight. Does that man want to die? Apparently not. Apparently he wanted a snack. He stepped over the wreckage of my father's gate like it was a puddle. 8 feet of him, arms like somebody had bolted extra men onto a man, and a scar running 6 inches down his face that had healed into something with too many legs. He looked at the ruined iron and laughed the way you laugh at a joke you've told before. Fine iron, was it? Couldn't take one punch. Great. He's got material. Now, at that exact moment, something opened in front of my eyes that nobody else in the courtyard could see. A panel, clean lines, floating, absolutely no manners about when it shows up. Name, Second Chief of Black Wind Stronghold. Realm, body tempering, 7th layer. Innate luck, strength of an ox, white. And that told me 2 things. 1, this man could pull my arms off and go get lunch. 2, and this was the part that mattered, he had exactly 1 white entry on his whole sheet, which meant he was strong the way a landslide is strong. Big, dumb, and nothing behind it. Not that it helped, because I was sitting at body tempering 4, and he was at 7, and in this world, those 3 numbers are not 3 steps. They're a cliff, with a picnic table at the bottom, and down at the bottom of my own sheet, there's a line his doesn't have. Power of luck, 0. That's the other half of this thing, and it's the half that matters. Seeing what a man is worth is a party trick. The currency is the business. With enough power of luck, I can take one of my own entries and push it up a color, white to green to blue, and up from there, and I'd worked out in my first week that the stuff has to come off people because it certainly doesn't grow on trees. The problem was that I'd spent a month staring at strangers in the street like a lunatic, and every single one of them was blank. Not poor. Blank. A month, and I had not harvested 1 grain of it. So, nothing in the bank, 4 layers on the ladder, and a landslide standing in my courtyard. You'll want to know why I was standing there sweating instead of running. A month before this, I woke up in this body, same name as me, same face as me, different world, different sky, and a full set of memories that weren't mine sitting in my head like somebody else's furniture. The kid whose life I'd apparently inherited was Chen Hai, 16, only son of Chen Wenhua, the Wind Thunder Sword, body tempering 8th layer, the strongest man in the county and the owner of Wenhua Escort Agency, which was the largest business in 100 miles. Great inheritance, beautiful house, excellent food. The problem was that 4 days before that gate came off its hinges, a rumor had started crawling through the market that Chen Wenhua's escort run had gone wrong, that it had gone very wrong, that the goods were gone, and so were the men, and so, possibly, was he. And ever since that rumor started, there had been faces at our gate, every day, different faces, same eyes, not customers, not friends, the kind of men who stand outside a house counting the windows. I'd sent word out to find out if it was true. I was still waiting on the answer. The answer walked in and threw it at me. Because that's when the second chief raised his right arm, and I saw what was hanging from it. Elder Tang, Tang Guangfu, 60 years old, body tempering 6, been with my father since before I was a thought, and the only reason the escort agency still had a spine. He was hanging from that man's fist like a coat somebody was about to donate. Relax, the second chief said, and he actually grinned. He's not dead. My brother says you can only make money off people who are still breathing. Then he flicked his wrist. Now, a flick from a man at the 7th layer with divine strength is about 1,000 pounds of moving old man. I had maybe half a heartbeat, and everything in my body said the same word, which was no. My knees dropped, my back bowed like a drawn bow. The tendons in my arms came up so hard I felt them move under the skin, and I got both hands around Elder Tang's ribs and let the whole force of it spin me in a circle, all the way around, and set him down on the stone as gently as I could manage. Then I put 2 fingers on his throat and felt something knocking there, and I got to breathe again. Across the courtyard, the second chief's face did something interesting. Just for a moment, he stopped grinning, because his information said Chen Wenhua's son was at the 3rd layer, a soft rich kid who'd have taken that throw in the chest and folded. He put it away fast. He put his boot up on a rock, leaned an arm across his thigh, and got comfortable, because whatever I was still a duckweed floating on his pond. Not bad hands, he said. You'd be Chen Wenhua's boy. Chen Hai. I am. And what brings the second chief of Black Wind Stronghold to my door? I was already digging a pill out of my sleeve and getting it into Elder Tang's mouth while I said it, because if I was going to have a conversation with a landslide, I wanted my hands busy. Collections, he said cheerfully. Your father didn't pay tribute this year. With interest, that comes to 3,000 tiles of silver. And that's when Elder Tang woke up. He came up off the stone like something snapped in him. 60 years old, 2 broken ribs, and his eyes went red. You're lying through your teeth. At the start of this year, the master and I carried 100 taels to your chief in person. I put it in his hands. The second chief dug in his ear with one finger and inspected the results. 100 taels? Are you trying to buy me off with pocket change? 3,000. Today. Or the couple dozen people in this compound can spend next week collecting each other's bodies. Then he stamped his foot, just lightly, just to make a point, and the stone under it turned into gravel, and a wave of pressure came off him hard enough to move my hair. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. I put my hand on Elder Tang's shoulder because he was about to say something that would get him killed, and I said the only thing in the world that would make that man stop stamping. All right? He blinked. Fine, I said, but it'll take me a month to raise 3,000 taels. And I watched a very large man's brain reboot. See, he'd come in ready for a fight. He'd broken the gate for a fight. He had a whole speech. Everything the escort agency owned came to maybe 10,000 taels, and 3,000 of it in cash would gut us, and he'd been fully prepared to break a few people to hear the word yes. Instead, the boy said yes on the first ask. All that lovely killing pressure he'd been building just leaked out of him like air out of a bad wineskin. He shook his head and held up 3 fingers. 3 days. I'm giving you 3. You know this is 3,000 taels, I said. Not 300. Who in this county keeps 3,000 taels lying around in a box? 7 days. That's what it takes to raise it. 7 then. He showed me all his teeth. 7 days and I come for it myself, and I'd think very hard before you get clever. You know what happens if it isn't sitting there? Then he stamped again, because he really did love doing that, went straight up onto the wall in one hop, and was over the rooftops and out of the city in about 4 bounds. And here's the part I want you to notice, because it's the part that told me everything. The moment he was gone, all those quiet men outside our gate walked away, not in a hurry, just done. They'd come to see whether the rumor was true, and they'd watched a mountain bandit stroll into Linan County in broad daylight, kick in the door of the most feared house in the county, and walk out again with a bill in his pocket. They had their answer, and so did I. Elder Tang was propped against a stone pillar with his hand over his ribs and his face the color of old paper. Young master, 3,000 taels. How could you agree to that? However much the master spoils you, when he comes back he'll kill you. I let out a breath. Elder Tang, do you think my father's coming back? He looked at me. For 30 years, I said, this house has paid Blackwind Stronghold 100 taels every year. 30 years. Did they ever once complain? Did they ever once send a man to our gate? And today they walked in and asked for 3,000. I watched it land on him. It landed the way a beam lands. Everything went out of his eyes at once, and the old man just sagged there against the pillar, and I had to look at something else for a second, because here's what I'd been chewing on for 4 days, and it's not a heroic thought, so I'll just tell you. I had been afraid my father would come home. I'd been terrified of it. I had the kids' memories, all of them, every one. But memories aren't a walk, and they aren't a laugh, and they aren't the 800 small stupid things a man knows about his own son. Chen Wenhua had spent 30 years on the road reading people for a living. He'd have had one meal across a table from me and known that whatever was sitting in his son's chair, it wasn't his son. So for a month, I'd been quietly dreading the day the gate opened, and now the gate was in pieces on the ground and he was never walking through it, and I found out that I'd been dreading the wrong thing entirely, because a boy with a dead father and 10,000 taels in a county full of hungry men isn't a boy. He's a purse with legs. I was standing there doing that math when a voice came off the top of the wall. Young lord is right. Elder Tang spun so fast he nearly went down. I looked up. There was a man crouched on our wall, 20 years old maybe, coarse linen, and covered, in dried blood. So much of it that he looked less like a person who'd been in a fight and more like a person who had climbed out of one. But that wasn't what I was looking at, because around him, hanging in the air, drifting off his shoulders like steam off a horse in winter, there was gold. A soft golden haze thick as fog, and not one single person in that courtyard could see it but me. 13 strands of the power of luck detected. Absorb? 13. After a month of nothing, 13 strands coming off a stranger on my own wall. So that's where it lives. Not in places, not in things. In people, and not in ordinary people either, because I'd stared at half the county and they were all blank. In the kind who show up on your wall covered in another man's blood. I said yes in my head, and the gold came off him in threads and went into me, and it felt exactly like drinking something warm on a cold day. Then I opened his sheet. Name, Liang Feng. Realm, body tempering, 7th layer, the exchange. Innate luck, talent of the sword god, purple. Natural spirit, green. Basic skill in blade techniques, white. Purple. I had been in this world 31 days, and I had never seen purple. And this man was standing on my wall in rags. Liang Feng! Elder Tang was already stumbling toward him, and then he coughed so hard he had to grab the pillar again, and he still got the words out. The master! Where's the master? Liang Feng came off the wall with a horse-cutting saber in his hand. He landed, and his left leg went out from under him for half a step, and he caught himself, and the corner of his mouth pulled. Minor injury, he said. Then he looked at me and put his head down. Young lord, I failed. I'm sorry. And then, because Elder Tang was making a sound I don't want to describe, he said the rest of it flat and fast, the way you say a thing you've been carrying for 4 days. 20 miles out from Blackwind Mountain we were ambushed. The chief of Blackwind Stronghold, and with him a masked man at the 8th layer. The master fell there. 23 of us went out on that run. He stopped. I'm the one who came back. The chief of Blackwind Stronghold, and a stranger at the 8th layer. I'd been assuming bandits got lucky. Bandits do not get lucky against my father. My father was Wind Thunder Sword. 2 men at the top of the mortal ladder had planned that, together, for a cargo run, and I couldn't think of a single reason why. Liang Feng reached into his shirt and took out a brocade box the size of my palm. This is the real cargo. I think it's what they were after. He held it out with both hands. The master told me the agency can lose men. It can't lose goods. He said if it came to it, get this back to the young lord, and the young lord will see it delivered to its owner. I stood there and looked at a box that had cost 23 men their lives, held out by the one who'd carried it 80 miles with a hole in him. In my last life I'd read about people like this. I had genuinely believed they were a literary device. Behind me, Elder Tang hadn't said anything. He'd been at my father's side since he was a boy. He'd started as a stableman and finished as the man who counted the bodies. Whatever 30 years of that is worth, there isn't a word for it. And he stood there in the dark with his hand on a stone pillar and didn't make a sound. And that silence was the loudest thing in the courtyard. Elder Tang, Liang Feng, I said. Go rest, both of you. We'll talk tomorrow. They went, Liang Feng half carrying the old man. And then I was alone in a courtyard with a hole where the gate used to be. And I opened my panel. Name, Chen Hai. Realm. Body tempering, 4th layer, bone strengthening, innate luck, outstanding comprehension, green, strong and robust, white, upgradable, power of luck, 13 strands, upgradable. I'd been staring at that word for a month the way you stare at a locked door. 10 strands went in, strong and robust, white, has evolved to extraordinary physique, green, and then my body tried to take itself apart. Every muscle I owned came up at once, coiled, and the bones underneath them cracked in a long chain from my heels to my jaw. There was a sensation that started somewhere in the marrow and went outward, and it was not pain exactly, it was more like every part of me suddenly deciding it had been doing this wrong. Something I'd been grinding at for a month, the accumulation at the bone strengthening level, went over a line all at once. I didn't decide to make the noise. It came out of me on its own, and it wasn't a shout, it was lower than that. Then I hit the practice post. The sound went across the whole compound like weather. Out in the corridor, 2 people stopped walking. Tiger and Leopard Thunder, Elder Tang said. That came from the training yard. That's the young lord, Liang Feng said. That's not possible. Elder Tang's voice went up. Tiger and Leopard Thunder means he's crossed into the 5th layer, organ tempering. He was at the 3rd layer a month ago. Nobody does that. Nobody has ever done that. It's true whether it's possible or not, Liang Feng said. I think we've all underestimated the young lord's talent. And Elder Tang stood in a dark corridor with 2 broken ribs and remembered something my father used to say when he'd had a cup, laughing, the way men say things they don't mean. That boy of mine has the bones of an immortal. Meanwhile, I was in the courtyard pulling the family greatsword off the rack, 600 pounds of it, and starting through the wind and thunder sword technique. And on the 3rd form, wind came up off flat stone. No storm, no weather. The leaves in the yard picked themselves up off the ground and went spinning into the corner of the wall. There was a low rolling sound coming out of my own chest with every stroke. I stood there in the dark, swinging a sword that weighed more than a man, and thought, very clearly, 5 layers isn't enough, because I'd done the arithmetic while I was doing it. The entire fighting strength of Manhua escort agency was now 2 people. Elder Tang at 6 with cracked ribs, Liang Feng at 7 with a hole in him. That was enough to make people polite. It was not enough to make people afraid, and the second my father's death was confirmed out loud, polite was going to stop being on the menu. 7 days. I had 7 days, 1 wounded old man, 1 bleeding swordsman, and a panel that could see what nobody else could see. So I did what you do when you can't outfight the problem. I looked at what I had that nobody else had, and I found 2 things. The first was Liang Feng. Talent of the sword god. Purple. Rapid progress in any sword technique, a god among mortals. And that man had spent his entire life carrying a saber. He was famous for it. Swift Blade Liang Fong, one of the 3 best young fighters in the county, the horse cutter at his belt as good as a signature. He'd built everything he had on the wrong weapon for reasons that were completely sensible, and every single day of it he'd been walking away from the thing he was actually born for. That was worth more to me than 3,000 taels. That was worth more than the house. The second thing was the magistrate, Wang Lei. County Magistrate of Linan, 35, blue robes, famously and enthusiastically corrupt, and beloved by the common people anyway, because the county ran well and nobody starved, and I had seen him once from across the street and read his sheet, and the number on it did not belong on a county official. Body tempering, 9th layer, the absolute ceiling of the mortal world, mind and body in unity. Nobody in Linan County knew, not one person. All anyone knew was that the magistrate had a very quiet attendant who followed him everywhere. The strongest man in the county was sitting in the government office pretending to be a paper pusher with sticky fingers. I lay down that night and thought about the fact that I now had 13 days of memory in this body's own hand and a dead man's business, and 7 days on a clock. And the last thing that went through my head before I slept was not heroic either. It was, I need to buy him. Right. So, morning. I had 2 chests of silver sitting in the middle of the courtyard when Elder Tang came out, and he stopped like he'd walked into a wall. Young master, what is this? You're up. How are the ribs? Took the medicine. I'll be fine in 2 days. Thank you for asking, young master. What is the silver for? It's for the magistrate. He worked his mouth for a while. And that's when Liang Fong came out of the side building, and I nearly dropped my tea. Because the gold was back. Overnight. 13 strands yesterday, and here it was again, drifting off his shoulders in the morning light, a fresh wisp of it standing there in a courtyard where nobody could see it but me. It regrows. I want to be honest with you about my reaction to this, because it wasn't noble. My first thought, standing in a house 4 days from being torn apart by wolves, looking at the loyal man who had carried my father's last order 80 miles with a hole in his side, was, he's renewable. I took it. 4 strands. The worry I'd been carrying since I woke up in this world put its head down and went to sleep. Because it doesn't matter how slow a well fills. It matters that it fills. Elder Tang was still staring at the chests. Young master, it's a good plan. But does it have to be today? Does it have to be all of it? He was looking at 10,000 tales of my father's life sitting in 2 boxes in the dirt, and his face was doing something complicated. Time doesn't wait, I said. They're all watching us. Yesterday's news is halfway to the mountains by now. If we don't have the magistrate's protection before it lands, the tests start, and they won't stop. I looked at the 2 of them, one with cracked ribs, one who couldn't stand on his left leg without thinking about it. You're both hurt. By the time they work out the truth, it's too late to buy anything. A young guard jogged in. Young master, it's ready. Elder Tang, you and Liang Fong take the carts. Get both chests to the magistrate's residence and do it where people can see you. Elder Tang folded his hands. Then, one last time, because he couldn't help himself. Young master, what if he won't take it? Liang Fang answered before I could. Elder Tang, he said, perfectly deadpan. You're overthinking this. Nobody has ever handed that man money and had it come back. Which is how I learned that Liang Fang was funny. The gate came open with a boom, and the whole street stopped moving. Word had had a full day and night to ferment. The attics on both sides of the road were packed. Everybody in the county wanted to see whether Wind Thunder's sword was going to walk out of that house in the next 2 days. What walked out was me, with the old man on my left and the marked-up swordsman on my right, both of them looking absolutely fine. Because I'd made very sure they looked absolutely fine, somebody in the crowd got it immediately. That's Swiftblade Liang Fang. What's he doing here? Wasn't he out on the run with Chen Wenhua? And somebody next to him said, wait and see. If the master's all right, with the 8th layer and that sword technique, none of us can afford to touch him. Wait and see. Half of Linan County spent that morning saying wait and see, and the other half was already sharpening things. The magistrate's courtyard had little bridges over running water, and bamboo, and a pavilion with 2 men sitting in it. One was Wang Lei in his blue robes. The other was maybe 25, in purple, and the moment I stepped through the archway, I nearly stopped walking, because he was wrong. Not wrong. Different. He sat there, and the air around him leaned in. The grass around the pavilion was bent toward him. The branches were bent toward him. He was sitting in the middle of a vortex I couldn't see the edges of. Name, Tang Wei. Realm, Meridian Opening Realm, 1st layer. I had spent a month believing that the 9th layer of body tempering was the top of the world. There was a whole floor above it, and there was a man sitting on my magistrate's furniture, drinking his wine. He noticed me noticing and got interested because a boy who could feel the instability of a fresh breakthrough had decent senses. Wang Lei noticed something else. He'd seen me once, a month and a half back. Third layer, unremarkable, a rich kid. And here I was at 5 with organ tempering already underway, and I watched him do the sum, and I watched the sum bother him. Then he said out loud, to a room, in the tone of a man discussing crop yields, "Nephew Chen, 2,000 taels of silver at a first meeting. I assume you want something." He already knew. Of course he already knew. He'd said it to the man in purple before I even walked in, and I found out later exactly how it went. His family's worth over 10,000. His father died to the chief of Blackwind's stronghold. That man was expelled from the outer sect of Lanka Temple, and his cultivation was never any weaker than mine. Half the county is looking at that house right now. The only reason nobody's moved is that nobody's confirmed the father. 2,000 taels doesn't buy my protection, so I didn't offer him 2,000 taels. I walked up to the pavilion and pulled out every deed the Chen family owned. Houses, land, shops, everything except the ground the escort agency stood on. "That's all of it," I said, and put it on the table. "I have no request. I'm giving my family's property to the magistrate. I only hope the magistrate lets people know that he has it." The pavilion got very quiet. Wang Lei's eyes narrowed, and he looked at me for about 4 breaths, and I stood there and let him. Because that's the whole trick, and it isn't a clever trick, it's just an unpleasant one. 10,000 taels of silver had killed my father. 10,000 taels of silver was a knife pointed at everyone in my house. The fastest way to stop being a purse with legs is to stop being a purse. "What a spirit," he said at last. "To do that, at your age. I underestimated you." Then he breathed out, reached into his robe, and set a jade bottle on the table. "Since you're generous, I'll be generous. Viscera refining pill, top grade, enough to carry you through organ tempering in one go. Your family's property I'll take, all of it. And I want you to understand what he'd just done, because I nearly laughed in his face. That pill was worth more than 10,000 taels. He'd taken my entire family estate and handed back something worth more than the estate, in the most casual possible way, because to a man standing where he was standing, my whole family's life work was pocket change, and the pill was the interesting part. I took it and bowed and thought very clearly, I did not lose that trade. I have never won a trade harder in my life, and that was the exact moment the servant ran in. "My lord, Song Tian requests an audience." The man in purple slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Song Tian, the man I've been waiting for." Wang Lei lit up like a festival. "Quickly, bring him in." And both of them turned toward the archway and forgot I existed. I mean completely. I was standing 4 feet away holding their pill, and I had ceased, in every meaningful sense, to be in the room. Song Tian. I knew the name. Everybody knew the name. The prodigy out of Dashun Prefecture, 16 years old, who had started cultivating 2 months ago and was already at the top of the mortal ladder. 2 months. The whole 2 prefectures had been talking about nothing else. He came through the archway with a child's face and eyebrows full of somebody who had never once been told no. Name, Song Tian. Realm, body tempering. 9th layer. Innate luck. Born spiritual body, blue. Yi wood body, green. High energy, white. Martial family, white, blue. I stood there and felt something in my chest quietly deflate. I'd been hoping for purple. I'd been hoping the legend of Dashun Prefecture would come walking in trailing gold like Liang Fang did, and I could stand in the corner and quietly drink the man dry. Blue, not a wisp on him. Blue is extraordinary, and blue produces nothing. Meanwhile, the 2 most powerful men in the county were falling over themselves. "No need for that," the man in purple was saying, warm as bathwater. "Before long, we'll be calling each other senior and junior brother. Call me senior brother Tang. This is your senior brother Wang." A county magistrate at the 9th layer, who held the power of life and death over 400,000 people, was asking a 16-year-old to call him brother. Song Tian took it exactly the way you'd expect. He accepted it. You could watch him accept it. You could watch a boy learn, in real time, that this is simply what the world is like when you're him. Then he noticed me. "Who's this?" Wang Lei, smiling. "You don't know him. Chen Hai. Wind Thunder Sword's only son. Quite the young talent in Linen County. He may be your junior brother one day." Song Tian looked me over. Body tempering 5. Organ tempering. Same age as him. And he pursed his lips and turned away. And that was it. That was the entire interaction. And I want to be clear that I wasn't angry about it. I was taking notes. I put the pill in my shirt and made my excuses. "I've agreed to everything," Wang Lei said, already looking past me. "My people will be taking over the Manhua escort agency's holdings shortly. The various parties in this city will understand what that means." Good. That's what I paid for, and as I walked out, the 2 of them forgot me between one step and the next, and got right back to being enthusiastic at a boy with a blue entry, which was fine. Being forgotten by powerful people is a discount. Back home, Elder Tang didn't even let me finish a cup of tea. "Young master, what did he say?" He agreed. "Good, that's good." The old man let out about 4 days of held breath, and then his face crumpled anyway, because he was looking at an empty ledger. "It's just such a pity, everything the master built. 30 years, all of it, gone in a morning. Not gone, I said. Traded. He gave me a pill on the way out. What pill? Viscera refining. I put the jade bottle on the table, and both of them locked onto it like dogs on a bone. Viscera refining pill? The top grade one? Young master, take it. Take it now. Even with connections, one of those costs several thousand tiles. People go their whole lives without seeing one. In a minute, there's something more important. What could possibly… Liang Feng. I turned around. Come here. Yes, young lord. He came over. I reached down and pulled the horse-cutting saber straight off his belt, and both of them went completely blank. I held it up and flicked the blade with a fingernail. It rang. Beautiful, clean note, the sound of a very good weapon. It's a good saber, I said. It's just not yours. And I threw it. Hard. It went across the courtyard like a thunderbolt and buried itself in the weapon rack. Young lord, Liang Feng said carefully, what does that mean? Do you know what weapon you're actually built for? The saber. Instantly, no hesitation, and Elder Tang jumped in on his side. He's right. Liang Feng's blade is the fastest in the county. They call him Swift Blade. His talent with a saber is beyond ordinary men. How else would he have earned the name? Elder Tang isn't wrong, I said. Liang Feng has some talent with a saber. Then I looked at him. His real talent is the sword. His talent with a sword is a god's talent. A sword god walking around in a man. And Liang Feng went very still. I found out later what happened behind his eyes, and it's the sort of thing that makes me feel bad about how I'd been thinking about him that morning. When he was small, he'd loved wooden swords. Not liked. Loved. He'd had a long, thin branch he carried everywhere, and he used to run through the barley fields outside his village cutting the flowers as he went. 10 miles of yellow, and he told me later that those were the best days he ever had. Then his family was killed. All of them, in one night, in the snow, and he'd have died in that snow too if my father hadn't picked him up out of it. And after that, he needed to be strong immediately, and his family's body tempering method only worked with a blade. So he took up the saber because the saber was what would keep him alive, and he found he was good at it, and he got his revenge, and he never touched a sword again. 20 years old, 7th layer, famous, and every single day of it in the wrong hand. Sword, he said. I went to the rack and pulled down the training greatsword I used, 500-600 pounds of it, and said, catch, and threw it at his head. He didn't blink. He put out one hand and took it out of the air, and then he stood there holding it, and then he moved it. Twice. Just easy, casual, the way you shift your weight. And his face changed. He told me afterward that it wasn't like picking something up. It was like being handed back an arm. Young master, Elder Tang said, he has the sword, sure, but without the body tempering method behind it, what's the point? He can't just abandon the blade. He'll be using ours, I said. The wind and thunder sword technique. Elder Tang's eyes came out of his head. No, absolutely not. That's the family art. You can't hand the family art to an outsider. Why not? I said. I'm the last Chen alive. That makes me the head of the family, so it's mine to hand to whoever I like. And then, because the old man was still opening and closing his mouth. Besides, after what he's done for this house, calling Liang Feng an outsider is a strange way to talk. I took the manual out of my shirt. Yellowed thing, old as the agency. Sit down right here and read it. At your level, getting in should be easy. Liang Feng looked at me for a long, long moment. Then he took it in both hands, went straight down cross-legged in the middle of the yard, and was gone inside himself before he'd finished sitting. We left him there. Out in the corridor, Elder Tang was still muttering. Young master, is his talent with the sword really what you said? Higher, I said. Never lower. And I went to my room, and shut the door, and got the pill out. Pigeon egg-sized, deep red pattern running through it like a vein in marble, which is how you know a top-grade one from a nice-looking lie. I put it in my mouth, and it was like swallowing a small sun. The heat came down my throat and hit my stomach, and then split into about 1,000 rivers and went everywhere at once, out into every organ I had, and my entire body went red, actually red, glowing, the way iron looks 2 minutes before you can work it. I got my mind around it and started refining, and I felt my heartbeat get louder, then louder, like somebody was tuning a drum inside my ribs, and each strike was harder than the last, and blood was coming out of that drum and going everywhere, and everything it touched got stronger. Hours later, the color drained out of me, and I opened my eyes. Body tempering, 6th layer. 10,000 taels for that, I said out loud to an empty room. Best deal I ever made. Because money is a thing you have. Strength is a thing you are. Money had killed my father. If my father had been standing in that courtyard yesterday, nobody would have kicked in the gate, no matter how many tails were inside. 6th layer put me in the room at least. 7th layer is famous in Linan County. Liang Feng was 7th layer, and grown men crossed the street for him. 8th layer is 3 or 4 people in the whole county, and every one of them is a name. I was sitting there enjoying myself when the panel put something in front of my face that I was not remotely ready for. Because of your actions, Liang Feng has successfully unleashed his potential, drastically altering the course of his future. You have gained 163 strands of the power of luck and 1 low-grade seed of luck. I read it 4 times. 163. I had been collecting this stuff a wisp at a time, like a man catching rain in a cup, and the panel had just backed a cart up to my door because I'd told a swordsman to pick up a sword and a seed of luck. Water it with the power of luck and it blooms, and what it blooms into is a brand new innate luck entry that you were never born with. A low-grade seed tops out at purple, never born with. I sat in the dark and understood for the first time what I was actually holding. It wasn't a fortune teller, it was a set of tools for rebuilding a person from the inside. I spent 100 strands immediately. Extraordinary physique, green, has evolved to dragon tiger body, blue. And then my room tried to kill me. The power didn't come from anywhere. It just was, everywhere in me at once, and I could feel my own cells dividing and dying and dividing again, faster, and every single time around they came back stronger. Something came up out of my throat that was half a dragon and half a tiger, and entirely not a sound I can make on purpose. The tables went over, the chairs went into the wall, the lanterns swung like we were at sea. When it stopped, I was sitting in the wreckage of my own bedroom, clenching and unclenching my fist and grinning like an idiot. The realm number hadn't moved, everything else had. My blood was moving through me like a river that had been told about the sea. My fascia had turned into cable. And marrow refining, the stage after mine, the slowest stage in the entire ladder, the one people grind at for years, had started happening on its own, in the background, without my permission, just because my body was now too strong not to. This, I decided, is what blue does. I opened the panel one more time before I went out. Power of luck, 31 strands. Seed of luck, 1 low grade. I hope you come up purple, I told it. Then I pushed the door open and went out into a courtyard full of moonlight, and Elder Tang came at me like a man who'd been waiting to burst. Young master, you were right. You were completely right. His talent with the sword is exactly as monstrous as you said. How monstrous? A little while before you came out, Liang Feng finished the entire Wind and Thunder sword technique, all of it, in half a day, more than his old master learned in a lifetime. Young master, that isn't possible. I smiled at him and didn't say anything because I just spent an evening finding out what blue felt like from the inside, and blue is 1 rung below what Liang Feng was born with. Out in the dark, Liang Feng was still sitting with his eyes shut. And then, all at once, he changed. Not moved. Changed. He went from a man sitting on the ground to a drawn blade lying on the ground, and the difference was something you felt on your skin. Young master, what's he doing? I think he's touching sword intent. Elder Tang turned to me with his mouth open. Sword intent? No, that's immortals. That's not for us. Mortals don't touch sword intent. If a mortal could touch sword intent, he'd have already left the mortal world behind. He's at the 7th layer. I didn't argue with him because he was right about all of it and wrong about this specific man. Liang Feng didn't just have a god's talent for the sword. He also had natural spirit sitting on his sheet in green, a soul he was born with, senses past ordinary, mental strength most people never develop. Put those two together, and it isn't strange that he touched sword intent early. It'd be strange if he hadn't. He opened his eyes eventually, and when he did, there was a flash across them like light coming off a blade. Well, I said. And Liang Feng smiled, which, I want to note, was the first time I ever saw him do it. Very good, excellent. My thanks to the young lord for showing me who I am. Elder Tang leaned in with his whole face full of envy. Liang Feng, did you really get sword intent? Liang Feng nodded, then shook his head. A little short. Give me a few days to settle it and I'll forge my own sword aura. Elder Tang made a noise. Just as the young master said, he whispered, and then he turned and looked at me the way you look at a shrine. Young master, you're a divine being. Which, honestly, was going to become a problem. How's the exchange coming? I asked Liang Feng. Any faster? Not much, he said, surprised. A little. But my strength is much greater than before. He hefted the great sword. Young lord, the technique I'm reaching for doesn't want a heavy sword. It wants a light one. The wind and thunder holds 2 truths, wind and thunder, and my understanding runs toward the wind. I'll have a longsword forged tomorrow, and I filed the other thing away because it was interesting. His realm hadn't jumped. His talent was for the sword, not for tempering a body, and those are different roads. Every innate luck entry points somewhere specific. Get the wrong one for the fight you're in, and it doesn't matter how bright it is. How much stronger? I asked. Liang Feng thought about it honestly, which is one of the things I liked about him. Before, I'd have placed in the lower half of the 7th layer. Now I don't believe there's anyone at my level in this county who can take me, and I'm not afraid of the 8th. Beat. In a few more days, if the technique settles and the sword intent forms, I'll fight a 9th. Elder Tang made a sound like a kettle. Across a realm? At the 8th layer, a man has twice your power and 10,000 caddies in his arms, and his inner energy is several times yours. You'd fight that? I'm not afraid, Liang Fong said. Good, I said. Because tomorrow the two of us are leaving the city. We're going to where my father died, and we're bringing him home, and we're putting a stone up over him. Elder Tang nearly went over. Absolutely not, young master, no. Right now nobody knows. That's the only thing we have. As long as the news isn't confirmed, we get to breathe, and Liang Fang says he'll be stronger in a few days, and then we can hold this place. He was gathering steam. And the most important thing, you tricked the second chief of Black Wind Stronghold. When he hears it in the city, he's going to come back here in a rage, and one tiger can't fight a pack of wolves, not even Liang Fang. I'm his son, I said. You want me to leave his body out in the grass for the crows? He stopped. Besides, I said, who told you it was just Liang Fang? And I put my right hand on his shoulder and pressed, gently, about 30%. The flagstone under Elder Tang's feet went to pieces, and the ground sank an inch, and the old man went red and started to buckle at the knees, and I let go. How? He said. He wasn't even angry. He was just lost. How? Young master, when did... You're holding me down with one hand. I can't breathe. That's not a human thing. What level are you? 6th. Marrow refining. 6th. What do you make of it? He got his wind back and thought about it properly because he was a professional even when the world was upside down. Setting aside experience, he said slowly, what you just did is enough to stand at the top of your own realm. It's not weaker than a 7th layer. It might be stronger. I smiled and didn't confirm anything. 30%, I thought. One hand, 30% had put a 6th layer veteran on his knees. So, I said, Liang Fang and I are roughly an 8th and a 7th. What's the problem with leaving the city? Elder Tang opened his mouth, closed it. Then we'll follow the young master's arrangements. The young lord commands, Liang Fang said. Good. We go at first light. They left. I stayed out under the moon a while longer, thinking about a boy who'd had my name and my face and my father, and whose life I was now standing in. Same name, same face. In a world with a system that hands out fortune like it's a ledger, I didn't believe that was an accident. I still don't. Meanwhile, about 40 miles north, in a stronghold lit up like a festival, a bald man was raising a cup. Brother, congratulations on your full recovery. Back to the 9th layer. The bald man laughed and drank it. All thanks to Chen Wenhua. Without him, who knows how long those injuries would have taken. The second chief looked genuinely regretful. If I'd known you'd recover this fast, I'd have squeezed that boy for more. Could have fed the brothers properly. Money's an outside thing. The bald man waved it off, comfortable, generous, a man at the top of his mountain. Enough is enough, and don't go underestimating the heroes of this world, second brother. Even in a hole like Linan County, there might be someone stronger than me now. You're right, brother. Of course I'm right. He laughed. They drank. I'd have loved to have heard that at the time. I only got it much later, and it's still one of my favorite things anybody in this story ever said. Morning market, Linan County waking up, vegetable carts, butcher blocks, the usual noise. Our gate opened, and the noise stopped. Because what came out of Wenhua escort agency that morning was coffins. Cart after cart of them, stacked and roped and going nowhere good. How many is that? What are they doing with that many coffins? Elder Tang sat on the lead cart with his jaw set. Young master, isn't this a bit loud? Without a coffin, I said, how do I bring my father back? How do I bring back 23 men? I shut my eyes and leaned on the sword across my knees. Move out. And then we didn't move out, because at the city gate somebody stepped in front of the horses. Whoa, Elder Tang came up off the seat. President Du, what exactly do you think you're doing? I opened one eye. The man in front of the cart was short, round, and smiling. Not smirking, smiling, warmly, like your favorite uncle, and every single person in Linan County knew exactly what that smile was worth. President Du Wandao, owner of Wanmin Trading, clothing, food, housing, transport. If you bought it in this county, some of the money went to him. He'd come up from a farmer's son, which in this world means he'd walked over some people to get where he was, and the Jiang Hu had given him a name for it. They called him the Grinning Dragon. Most people gave him a wide berth. My father had not been most people. There were maybe 5 men in Linan County that Chen Wenhua took seriously, and Du Heng was not on that list because his own cultivation stopped at the 6th layer and everything above that he had to rent. Nephew, he said, warm as fresh bread. Why so cold? Everyone's saying Brother Wenhua has met with misfortune. I heard it and I couldn't believe it, and I was so grieved that I came down here myself to make sure nothing had happened to you. I've brought some capable men. They're yours. For your safety. Elder Tang went off like a firecracker. Rubbish. Where did you hear that? My master is a peerless expert. What could possibly happen to him? And what's all this? Du Heng said, looking at the coffins, and smiled a little wider. Nephew, could it be the rumors are true? Are these for Brother Wenhua? He leaned in, and I opened my eyes properly and looked at him. That's all. I didn't say anything. I didn't stand up. I just looked at a fat man across 10 feet of Morning Street, and I let him see what was behind it. Du Heng's smile stayed exactly where it was. Everything under it fell out. I watched sweat come out on his forehead in a line, and I watched him take one step back, and then another, and then he was in the crowd and gone, and for a man that shape he moved extremely well. Since my nephew has no need of me, floated back from somewhere in the throng, then forget it. His panel had told me why later. Danger warning. Green. Detects the arrival of danger in advance and senses the source of it. That entry had saved his life more times than he could count. It had built his whole empire, and it had just told him in the middle of a public street in front of 200 witnesses that if he stood there one heartbeat longer, he was going to die. Behind me, somebody was grinding their teeth. What is Du Heng doing? Backing off now? The estate's gone to the magistrate, fine, but the wind and thunder sword technique is still in that house. Up on the wall, a big man in brass-colored armor stroked his chin. Interesting. Chen Wenhua's boy just frightened the grinning dragon. General, you're saying Du Heng ran from a 16-year-old? I saw it clean. He was sweating. They say that man is born with a nose for danger. Whatever he just smelled, it was enormous. That's hard to believe. It is. The general shrugged. Don't let the fat fool you. He's one of the nastiest fighters in the 6th layer this county has. Down below, I shut my eyes again. Go. And we rolled out through the gate, 23 coffins deep in front of the entire city. Behind us, the general jumped down off the wall and put a hand up. Hold. Magistrate's orders. Nobody leaves this city for 2 days. On what grounds? The general showed a beautiful set of white teeth. On what grounds? On the grounds that if I catch anyone sneaking out of this city in the next 2 days, I'll come and take your stronghold apart personally. Nobody argued because the man on the wall was 8th layer, and there were maybe 3 people in the county who could talk back to that, which meant the county went and sat down, and it also meant that whoever did follow us was going to have to be either very quiet or very stupid, and that was useful information. A day later we came to Black Crow Ridge, and the light went out. That's not a figure of speech. You go in under those trees and the sun just stops applying. Black crows called somewhere overhead and kept calling, and there was a smell in the air like a coin in your mouth. An ill-omened place, Elder Tang muttered. Why would the master take this road? It's the only road, Liang Fang said. This is where they took us. The chief and the masked man came down off that slope. We went another 100 meters, and then Elder Tang stopped walking. Because there they were. In rows, ragged scattered rows, 4 days out in the open, and the crows circling over them had not come down. Not once. 4 days, and those birds were still doing careful passes over men who were too full of what they'd been to be dinner yet. One body in particular had not been touched at all. Elder Tang took a breath and put his head back and roared. That's the only word. It came up out of a 60-year-old man with 2 cracked ribs, and it went off that ridge like a clap of thunder in dry weather, and every crow in the sky left at once. Then he walked out among them, and he went from man to man, and he touched each of their faces, and his mouth moved. He wasn't praying. I watched him for a while before I understood. He was saying their names. I couldn't feel what he was feeling. I'm not going to pretend I could, but I understood it fine. Some of the young ones out there he'd watched grow up step by step. Some of them were brothers to him. 1 or 2 were closer to sons. He'd never married. He'd never had anything else. That mess on the ground was every relative that man had, and that was when I noticed the movement in the trees. Liang Fang, do it. Yes, young lord. There was no wind-up. Liang Fang went from standing next to me to being a shape moving through trees, and the man he was moving toward felt it too late and started to back off, and then decided to be brave and pulled an iron staff out of the black cloth on his back and came in. Somebody in the distance whispered, Shenwei staff work. He's from Shenwei Martial Hall. Which was immediately awkward, because another watcher had introduced himself to that first watcher a half-hour earlier as being from Shenwei Martial Hall, and now had to stand very still behind his own mask and hope nobody did arithmetic. Somebody else was frowning. Why isn't he running? Liang Fang's 7th layer, past the exchange. A 6th layer can't take that. Because at that speed, running just means dying tired. Then, hold on. Why is Swiftblade Liang Fang carrying a plain iron sword? Don't be an idiot. Liang Fang's saber is the best in the county. Why would a man like that put down the blade and pick up a sword? And then from up ahead came a scream, and it stopped in the middle. What happened? Did anybody see it? The man next to him swallowed. I saw a light, and then he was on the ground, and so was his staff, in 2 pieces, in the same cut. That's not possible. A 6th layer beheaded in 1 stroke, with the staff, and not even with his own weapon? With a plain iron sword? Against Shenwei staff work? Nobody had an answer for that. Liang Fang's voice came flat across the ridge. My young lord says, anyone who comes closer dies. Nobody came closer. Meanwhile, Elder Tang had gone down on his knees and started digging with his hands. I don't mean with a tool. With his hands. A 6th layer body tempering veteran can move a lot of dirt, and in about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had a pit 2 meters deep, and I stood there and watched a man dig a grave at a speed that felt obscene. Then he found a plank and a snapped piece of somebody's weapon, and he started carving. Tomb of my younger brother Tang Feng, raised by his elder brother Tang Guangfu, and while he cut the letters he talked to him. Tang Feng, you've got no father, no mother, no children. If I take you back, there'll be nobody to bury you, so I'm putting your stone up here. I hope you won't hold it against me. Liang Fang went over. Elder Tang, let me… No, the old man didn't look up. I want to do this myself. These are my old brothers. This is the last time I get to be with them. I left him to it and went to my father. 4 days, and his vital energy was still coming off him. His eyes were open and clear, and he did not look dead. He looked like a man about to say something impatient. His shirt was torn open across the chest, and there was a handprint burned into the skin there, deep scarlet, and I didn't need a physician to tell me what a palm strike like that had done to everything behind it. I knelt down and put my hand over his eyes and closed them. Rest, father. And they stayed closed. I picked him up and carried him to the cart, step by step, and put him into a coffin, and while I did it, I thought about the fact that I had never once met this man, and that I was going to spend the rest of a very long life carrying his fight anyway. A little way off, several people saw a boy carry a body to a coffin and turned and left. They couldn't see his face. They didn't need to. And then, with my foot barely off the cart, the panel put something in front of me that changed the shape of my entire life. An opportunity has been detected nearby. Consume 23 strands of the power of luck to obtain detailed information. I stood very still. Opportunity. You have to understand what that word does to somebody who's read the stories. Every legend in this world starts with that word. Every man who ever went from nothing to standing on a mountain went through a door with that word on it, and my panel had just told me it could smell them. Yes, 23 strands consumed. 5 miles north of here, there is a valley. Beside a pool in that valley grows a century-old spirit plant. It has just matured. A spirit plant. I stood in a killing field with my father in a box behind me and had to work quite hard to keep my face on, and then I glanced around and counted 2 or 3 shapes still hovering at the edge of the trees. Elder Tang. Come with me. Where? Don't ask. Yes. Young lord, Liang Fang said. What about me? You stay with the rest of our brothers. I let my eyes go across the tree line. I won't be comfortable if you're not here. Yes, young lord. Elder Tang, keep up. And I was gone. I want to note for the record that I did not know how fast I was until that moment. I went north through the trees and the world blurred, and about 4 seconds later I heard very far behind me a 60-year-old man yelling, "Young master, wait for me." Behind us, 2 men in black stood up on a branch. Should we look? Look, there's a reason they're behaving like that. They moved. And 2 pebbles came through the woods and hit the tree in front of them, and the trunk exploded. They went backward, hard, and when the debris cleared they found 2 stones buried 3 inches into the wood with a hole around each one the size of a rice bowl. Then Liang Fang's voice from very far away, not raised at all. Move again and I'll kill you both. They exchanged a look and went home. The valley was a slot in the earth full of mist with no visible bottom, and green vines as thick as my wrist going down over the lip and disappearing into cloud. Elder Tang arrived, wheezing, "Young master, you're not going down there. That's exactly what I'm doing. What I want is at the bottom." I got a vine in both hands and let go with my legs. 15 seconds of falling with my palms burning, and then wet stone and mist, and a black pool that had been sitting there since before anybody in this world could write. And beside it, 1 plant. Fire red. 7 petals, moving slightly in air that wasn't moving, and every so often a fleck of red light came loose from between the petals and went out before it hit the ground. Elder Tang made a noise behind me. "Is that, young master, is that a spirit medicine? A real one?" Yes. He'd never seen one. 60 years in the Jianghu, and the man had never once laid eyes on a living spirit medicine because they don't grow where people can reach them, and that's when something to my left said hello. The roar came off the rock face and went through my chest, and I turned around, and there was a brown bear standing on 2 legs, 10 feet of it, and it had recently had a very bad day. Claw marks all over it, not old ones. Fresh, deep, still open, and half the fur of one side of its face was simply gone, and what was under it was raw and wrong, and I made a point of not looking at it too long. Something had fought this animal recently, and this animal had won, and it had cost it. Young master, Elder Tang said very quietly, that is not a beast to play with. I'll hold it. You take the plant, and we go. No need, it's finished. I'll handle it. No. And the old man was already moving, and he got half a stride before something caught him. He turned around. I had one hand on his shoulder, and I was smiling at him. Elder Tang, trust me. Then I flicked my arm and threw him about 30 feet backward and used the push to go the other way. The bear saw me coming, and something cruel came into its eyes, and it went up on its back legs and raised one paw as high as it could reach, and at the top of it, the paw was the size of a prayer mat, and it covered half the sky. I did not dodge. Elder Tang has told this story at least 400 times since, and he always gets this part wrong, so let me tell you what actually happened. The paw came down, and I caught it, not blocked, caught. Both hands, palm up, the whole weight of a 10-foot animal stopping dead about a foot above my head, and the sound it made was not a crash, it was a thud, low and short and final. And then something happened that I still think about, which is that the bear's face changed. It looked confused, genuinely, humanly confused. This thing had just found out, in the last second of a very long life, that it had been wrong about what it was looking at. HRRK. I said, or something along those lines, and stamped my right foot, and the power came up out of the ground through my spine and into my arms, and the bear's back feet came off the earth. There was a moment there where a 10-foot brown bear was hanging in the air above a 16-year-old, and I watched terror arrive in its eyes, and then I brought both arms down in an arc and put it through the floor of the valley. Rocks came off the cliff. The ground jumped. Elder Tang said, "How is this possible?" to nobody in particular, and did not stop saying it for some time. The bear was on its side and not going to get up. I walked over and stood over it, and it looked at me, and there was something in the look. Elder Tang came up beside me. "Young master, shall I finish it?" "No." I lifted my leg and brought my knee down, and it was over between one breath and the next. "There's a first time for everything," I said, and went to the plant. "If I can't kill a bear, how am I supposed to grow?" Behind me, the old man said quietly, "The young master has grown up. The master can rest easy." I ate a leaf first, because I am not an idiot. And the moment I bit through it, something cold ran down the back of my tongue and out into me, and every cell I owned started cheering, which was when I realized I had a problem. Because that reaction wasn't the leaf being good. That reaction was a man who has been eating 1 meal a day, sitting down in front of a table. My body had been in deficit for days, and I hadn't noticed. Blue-grade dragon tiger body had rebuilt me from the ground up and then started running marrow refining in the background around the clock, and all of that costs something, and nothing in this world runs on nothing. I'd been burning my own foundation for 4 days and calling it progress. If I'd gone another few weeks like that, I'd have found out the hard way. I swallowed the leaf and it turned into pure energy in my stomach and vanished. A drop in a bucket. Worse than that, actually. It woke everything up. I could suddenly feel exactly how hungry I was, all at once, from the inside. "Well," Elder Tang said, "is it poison?" "It's not poison. It's real." "Then refine it. Refine it right now. A whole spirit plant, young master. That's a once in a life." I took a petal, and it went off in my mouth like a struck match. My face went red, and I sat straight down and got my blood moving and started pulling it apart. There's a thing people say about a desert getting rain. That's not what it was. A desert getting rain is a poem. This was a body finding out that food exists. By the 3rd petal, the deficit was gone. By the 4th, the medicine got into my marrow. And here's why that mattered, and I'll keep it short. Of the first 7 layers of body tempering, marrow refining is the slow one. It's the one where talent stops helping. It's stone against stone, and without a secret medicinal bath formula, it takes years, and even with one, it takes years, and it is the reason most men in this world stop where they stop. Liang Fang had gotten through it young because my father had paid for it. That's the whole reason Swiftblade Liang Fang existed at 20. Talent without resources becomes a story people tell about a man who used to be promising. I sat in a valley eating a 100-year-old plant 1 petal at a time and got through marrow refining in an afternoon. 7 petals, all of them. "Well," Elder Tang said. I breathed out. "Marrow refining, major achievement. Young master, 3 to 5 days to settle," I said. Then 7th layer, the exchange. And then I opened my panel and my good mood went off a cliff. Power of luck, 4 strands, 4. I'd spent 23 to find the plant and 100 to buy blue, and I was back to catching rain in a cup. And the arithmetic on that is brutal, so let me lay it out. Purple innate luck is what makes the power of luck, not blue, not green, purple. In the entire county of Linan, 400,000 people, there was exactly one man carrying purple, and he worked for me. Song Tian of Dashun Prefecture was famous in 2 prefectures, and Song Tian was blue. 1 in 10,000 doesn't begin to cover it. I had one well, and it filled at 1 wisp a day, and I needed hundreds. I sat there and gave myself a headache and then quit. Fine. Water the seed a little each day, and let it take as long as it takes. I just hope it doesn't bloom into something stupid. Elder Tang, let's go. Coming up was faster than going down. I put an arm through a vine and shot up the cliff face like something fired, and behind me Elder Tang yelled, so fast, and started climbing and immediately began falling further behind, which was convenient because there were 2 men waiting at the top. They'd tracked us. They were pleased with themselves about it. Tang Guangfu's right there with him. Do we go? Obviously. You and I are both 6th layer. He's 1/6 layer. If we take the boy, there's money in it, and the family sword technique is worth more than money. Then a figure came up over the lip of the cliff like an arrow and landed in front of them, and it wasn't Tang Guangfu, and one of them actually relaxed. Oh, it's him, the son. They'd been worried about the old man. The old man was a veteran, and veterans are annoying. A boy who hadn't come of age was a chore. Kid, one of them said, I don't like the way you're looking at me. I'm going to take my time with you later. Stop talking and do it, the other said, or this gets complicated. And he stamped and came in. I stood still, which he read as fear and which was actually me doing an experiment. He got close and I moved. I don't have a good description of the middle of it. There isn't one. My blood came up and I took 1 step and the ground I'd been standing on turned into a crater and then my fist was in his chest. I heard things break, all of them, in a row. He went backward like a wet coat off a line and the man behind him saw a fist print come out through the back of his shirt. That one turned around and ran, and I want to be fair to him. That was the smartest thing anybody did that day. I shook my head. If you were going to do that, why did you come? Then I hooked a pebble up with my toe and kicked it. You know the sound. He knew the sound too, because Liang Fong had put 2 of them into a tree next to his head an hour earlier. He didn't even turn his head. He just started to twist, and he was much too slow, and then he was looking down at a hole through his chest that hadn't been there. What kind of monster, he said, mildly, and fell over, and I stood in the trees with 2 dead men and waited to feel something. I'd been braced for it, shaking hands, cold sweat, the whole catalog. First time I ever killed anybody, in either life. Nothing came, no tension, no thrill either, which I was relieved about. Just a very ordinary quiet, like I'd finished moving furniture. I have thought about that a lot since. I don't have a clean answer for you. Elder Tang came over the edge about 15 breaths later, saw 2 bodies, and went completely blank. What happened? They came here to do something. So I killed them. He went and pulled the cloth off the first face, and his pupils shrank. It's him. Who? The head of the Azure Dragon branch of the Blackwater gang. Then he went to the second one, more slowly, and pulled that mask off too, and his shoulders came down. Marrow refining as well, a retainer of Wanmin Trading. So Du Heng sent them, I said. He really doesn't give up. That's normal. Elder Tang was still staring at the ground. One word from the magistrate doesn't frighten men like that. You gave the estate away, young master, but the wind and thunder sword technique is still in that house, and so is the medicinal bath formula. Then he groaned. If I'd known you'd get this strong in a few days, we should never have handed over. Don't, I said. Without that pill, I wouldn't be standing here. I looked at the 2 bodies, and noticed something. The strongest man they sent after us was a marrow refiner. Not one of them passed the exchange. Elder Tang thought about it. Then his face cleared. The magistrate. He's holding the 7th layers inside the city. 10,000 taels, and the man was already earning it. The ride home was where the legend of Elder Tang began. The young guards had heard the noise, seen the bodies come out of the trees on our carts, and done the obvious math, which was that the old veteran had killed 2 marrow refiners and come back without a scratch. Elder Tang's incredible. 2 at once. 2! That's what a real veteran looks like. 60 years old and not a mark on him. Elder Tang went the color of a lantern and opened his mouth to correct them. I got there first. Lucky Elder Tang was there, I said. I'd have been in serious trouble. He turned to me. Young mast, I smiled at him, and you could watch the old man's brain change gears. Well, Elder Tang said, adjusting his collar. Of course. Don't let the years fool you, boys. 2 chickens and a dog thought they could threaten me? And they cheered him, and he accepted it, and Liang Fang looked at the sky with the specific expression of a man not laughing. I want to flag that moment because it comes back. Linan City had emptied itself into the street by the time we came through the gate. Everyone at the agency was in white, every cart carried a coffin, and the attics on both sides of the road were packed shoulder to shoulder with people who had been arguing about this for 3 days. Every man in that house is in mourning white. Look at how many boxes. This isn't just Chen Wenhua, that's the whole company. The whole company. Wind Thunder Sword took the entire strength of his own agency out and none of them came back. And then an old man in the crowd sighed and pointed, and he wasn't pointing at us, he was pointing at the balconies. Because up there, leaning on the railings with drinks in their hands, were faces that never came out in public. Clan heads, bank presidents, hall masters, all of them at once, on the same morning. With Chen Wenhua gone, that agency is meat on a table, and everyone wants a slice. He's got a son though, they say the boy's a genius too. Ha, genius, even if he is one, who's going to give him the time to grow up? And the old man leaned back and said the thing that I have honestly kept in my pocket ever since. Watch. Before long you'll find Chen Hai face down in a street somewhere, or in the river, or out in the grass. Several people agreed with him. One of them added that it was a shame about the face. Up on his tower, the magistrate watched the carts come in with a wine cup in his hand. Fifth brother, where does that boy get the nerve to announce his father's death this loudly? The man in black beside him shook his head. I don't know. Could it be strength? Unlikely. Even with the viscera refining pill you gave him, he'd have just entered marrow refining. That's second rate in this county. That's true. Wang Lei turned to go downstairs. I'm too lazy to guess. We'll know in a few days. If he's this fond of making noise and he's relying entirely on my protection, then he deserves what he gets. At most, I'll avenge him afterward and collect the body so he can leave with some dignity. I love that man. I want to be clear about that. He was one of the most useful people in my life, and I never once mistook him for a friend. Home was worse than the street. Because inside the gate there were women and children standing in the courtyard with red eyes, and I got about 4 steps in before I had to stop and rub my forehead. 23 men. Every one of them had been somebody's whole income. Elder Tang, take care of the aftermath, empty the agency's cash and give it to them, all of it, for living expenses. I'll find a way to make more. Yes, young master. Then I turned to Liang Fang. Your dragon spring sword, the 1,000-fold forged one, we can't pay the balance so we can't collect it. It'll have to wait. It's fine. He put a hand on the plain iron sword at his hip. This one is fine. What's powerful is the person, not the weapon. Then, without any particular emphasis, I've heard the highest realm of the sword is to have no sword in hand and a sword in the heart. Beyond that, everything in heaven and earth is a sword. I can't reach that, but I can still cut a divine weapon in half with this piece of iron. I looked at him for a second. One more thing, I said. Take invitations to every power in this city. Every one. My father's memorial is in 3 days, and I want them all standing in my courtyard. Elder Tang came over so fast he nearly tripped. 3 days? The master's memorial in 3 days? 3 days. Good. And the old man's whole face came apart with it. Good. He goes out in glory. A man doesn't build all that and then go down to the Yellow Springs quietly. That was the plan. It was not, strictly speaking, a memorial. It was a cage with the door propped open, and I had just personally invited every wolf in Linan County to come stand inside it. Invitations went out that afternoon, and at Shenwei Martial Hall, a fat man who was not fat read his and got so loud they heard him in the street. He wants me to attend? Master, please don't get worked up. That arrogant child isn't worth your health. Yes, when Chen Wenhua was alive, he wouldn't have dared talk to you like that. This boy doesn't know his own size. 3 days from now, when nobody shows up, we'll see where he puts his face. Old man, said the hallmaster, in a very level voice. Am I old? Never old. Master is like the noon sun. Blazing. He stroked his chin. He wants me at the memorial. Fine, I'll give him face. I'll come to Wenhua Escort Agency. Beat. Not in 3 days. Tonight. I hope he doesn't regret it. Master, what are you? You've guessed. I want the wind and thunder sword technique. And then he told his 2 disciples something I would have paid actual money to hear at the time. Why do you think Chen Wenhua was so strong? He and I were both 8th layer. Master, you mean the sword technique? I mean the sword technique. That art is not from this world. Do you know where he got it? They didn't. A woman gave it to him, a celestial woman, an immortal, and in terms of profundity, it leaves my Shenwei staff work in a ditch. The 2 of them made noises. You don't understand, he said. When he was young, that man nearly became famous for his face alone. Every woman in Linan City was thinking about Chen Wenhua, and that celestial woman almost married him. So he was a kept man. He was a kept man with an immortal sword art, which is worse. Then he frowned. Speaking of which, have either of you seen your junior brother? Chen Hai's party came back fine. Where's my 3rd man? They hadn't. Strange. He waved it off. Never mind him. He's 6th layer, one step from the exchange. As long as he didn't go poking Liang Feng, what could kill him? I want that on a stone somewhere. Night fell. I was sitting cross-legged with my eyes shut, driving vitality, working the last of the medicine into my marrow, and honestly enjoying myself. That's a thing nobody tells you about this world. You can feel it. Minute by minute, you can feel yourself getting closer to the next door, which is why I was in a bad mood when somebody interrupted it. Since my physique had changed, my senses had gone somewhere ridiculous. I could hear the whole compound. I could hear a man breathing behind a rock garden across 2 courtyards. I opened my eyes. You want to die. I pushed the door open. Liang Feng was already in the yard with his sword. Young lord. I nodded at him and looked past him at the rockery. Come out. You're here already. Aren't you embarrassed hiding from a junior? A middle-aged man came out from behind the rocks with his hands behind his back, and his face was composed, which was the impressive part, because I could see him thinking. He'd only just come over the wall, and the boy had known. That, I could tell, was bothering him a great deal. He decided not to worry about it because once you've caught somebody, you can take your time asking. Name, Hall Chief of Shenwei. Realm, body tempering, 8th layer. Innate luck, skilled in staff, white. Touty's stomach, white. Strong bones, white. 3 whites. A man who had climbed to the 8th layer of the mortal ladder on absolutely nothing but decades of grinding and a rock-hard skull. In its way, that's more impressive than talent, and I mean that. Behind him, 2 disciples came out, both 7th layer, both unremarkable. Hall Chief of Shenwei, I said, have you come to pay respects to my father? One of the disciples actually laughed out loud. Chen Hai, should we call you stupid or naive? Both, said the other. Hand over the wind and thunder sword technique and you might suffer less. The sword technique. I shook my head. Don't be ridiculous. Then, Liang Feng. Yes, young lord. There was a sound like a bell. Ha, said the hallmaster. So you're counting on him. Swift blade Liang Feng, very impressive, but you've run into me, and I'm going to break that for you personally. Then, over his shoulder, Da Wu. Xiao Wu, both of you, together. Liang Feng's a stepping stone. Don't embarrass me. Yes, master. They went in together, and the hallmaster watched them go, and then his eyes narrowed because he'd felt something coming off Liang Feng that did not match the file. Wrong. Wrong. Both of you get out of there. 2 screams. The hallmaster's pupils blew open, and I want to note what he thought at that exact moment because I got it from him later, in pieces, while he was dying. No wonder the boy was arrogant. The terrifying thing about Swift Blade Liang Feng was never the blade, because at that moment Liang Feng's stance had changed, and the plain iron sword in his hand was putting out a cold light, and there were flecks of it hanging in the night air like frost. The sword light went for 2 throats. Move! The hallmaster roared, and threw his staff. That staff crossed the courtyard fast enough to break the air. Flowers came off the ground on both sides of its path. Petals went up. Sonic, I said out loud, and I want to be honest, I was impressed. That's the 8th layer? A mortal body making a sound barrier? I'd been quietly assuming that my physique put me in range of a veteran 8th. Watching that staff cross a courtyard corrected me by a fair margin. The bodies met. There was a long, ugly note, like a longsword crying, and the hallmaster caught his own staff out of the air and stood there with a very specific expression on his face. Because Liang Feng's sword hadn't broken. He knew exactly what that throw did. That throw had split mountains. That throw had killed more men than he could name. 100-fold forged divine weapon takes that and comes apart. A plain iron sword from a county armory had held. Every bit of contempt in that man went out of him at once, and I watched a professional decide, in real time, to take something seriously. Da Wu, Xiao Wu, take Chen Hai. I'll handle Liang Feng. Yes, master. And they came at me with lingering fear all over them, and I understood that too. They'd just been saved from a sword by half a heartbeat and needed somewhere to put the feeling. Liang Feng they couldn't touch, the boy they could bully. Out in the middle of the yard, the hallmaster was talking because he was old and he'd learned that when you're not sure, you talk. Liang Feng, you hid this well. Who'd have guessed Swiftblade Liang Feng was a born swordsman? Liang Feng said nothing. Genius, real genius. No wonder that boy's so bold with you standing behind him. A pause. Given time, Chen Wenhua wouldn't have been fit to hold your scabbard. Everything I have is my young lord's. He's a lucky man. What a pity. The hallmaster sighed theatrically, and his eyes did not move off Liang Feng by a hair. You've been past the exchange for a matter of months. How exactly are you going to save his life? You underestimate my young lord. Underestimate him? He laughed. 2 of my disciples are 7th layer. You don't think they can hold one boy? If I remember right, Chen Hai isn't even 18. He's 16. There we are, 16. So he isn't some unmatched prodigy who's been hiding it for a decade. He laughed at his own joke. And I want to point out that he did not take his eyes off Liang Fong for 1 second while he did it, because he was a veteran, and veterans don't get killed by the man they're looking at. Carelessness, he was thinking. Underestimating your opponent. That's the trick young men use to climb over old men and make their names. I am not going to be somebody's stepping stone. And that's when he heard, from the other side of the courtyard, "Master, help." He turned his head, and a sword sang. Liang Fang had been waiting for that. Everything he'd built for weeks went into it. Inside a 10-foot circle around him, the air itself turned into edges, and every flower and shrub in that circle turned to dust and blew sideways. The hallmaster felt something go down the back of his neck like ice water. "Sword intent," he screamed, and I have never heard a grown man's voice do that before or since. To his enormous credit, he did not die. He put his disciples out of his mind entirely. I watched him do it. I watched a man decide his students were already gone, grabbed his staff in both hands, and swelled. That's the only word. He got bigger. 3 feet taller in the space of a breath, and every dead leaf in the yard started rolling outward along the ground with no wind behind it. Clang, 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 clang. Sword energy came off Liang Fang in waves and hit him over and over, and he spun that staff into a wall of shadow, and water couldn't have gotten through it. Then Liang Fang touched the staff with the tip of his sword and used it to kick himself backward, and stood there breathing. The hallmaster's clothes were rags. He was covered in 100 small cuts. He wiped his mouth and grinned. "You're short, boy. How much fight have you got left in you?" Liang Fang didn't answer. "What a pity. If you'd really finished your sword intent, I might have died here tonight. Beat. But you're just a little short of perfect." "Old man," I said from behind him, "did you forget about me?" He turned around, and his pupils went to pinpricks. "That's impossible." I was walking toward him with one of his disciples in each hand. "Nothing's impossible," I said, and flicked my arms and put both of them down at his feet. He looked, and he found out. You killed them." "How dare you?" And then something came off that man that changed the temperature. I'd read about this. The 8th layer isn't just a bigger body, it's the layer where you start feeding the spirit. A veteran at the top of it can put out pressure that lands on your mind before anything lands on your body, and the air in my courtyard went solid, and the pressure filled the whole compound like water filling a jar. Liang Fang's grip tightened on his sword, and something came alive in his eyes, and 40 miles of Linan County felt it. Every man in that county who had ever reached the 8th layer stopped what he was doing at the same moment and turned and looked toward Manhua Escort Agency. In the government office, the magistrate was pouring wine for a clerk. He put the cup down, stood up, and stared at my rooftop across the city. He broke into Manhua Escort Agency at night to commit murder in my county. His eyes lit up. Clearly, I've been quiet too long, and people have forgotten how I work. 5th brother. Here. A man in black was standing in the room. He had not walked in. "Take men. Take the hallmaster's house apart. As for the reason, go find one in the archives." "Yes." The clerk cleared his throat. "My lord, what about Chenhai? Shall we send someone?" "No need." Wang Lei looked out the window. "As I said, he enjoys making noise. If he can't survive his own noise, that's answered the question, hasn't it? At most, I'll avenge him and collect the body." Then he added comfortably, "And if he does die to the hallmaster tonight, I'd say I've done more than enough by making sure a great many people die with him." Back in my courtyard, the hallmaster brought his staff up over his head, and a mountain appeared on it. Not literally. But your eyes said mountain, and your knees agreed with your eyes. I felt my own shoulders come up. I knew it was an image. I knew there was no mountain. My body did not care, and that's what the 8th layer really is. A man so concentrated that he can put a lie into your head hard enough that you fight 3 points worse before the first exchange. "Good timing," Liang Fang said, and went in anyway, and I have thought about that a lot since. They met, and there was a thunderclap in a clear night, and the hallmaster used the impact to get himself airborne and going backward. "Chen Hai, I'll remember this. I'll collect on it later." He'd had enough. He'd come to bully a boy and had found a swordsman he wasn't sure of, 2 dead students, and an unknown quantity in the yard, and he was old, and his condition wasn't what it used to be, and he'd already taken damage. Sensible. Genuinely the correct call. "Running?" I said, and Elder Tang came around the corner at a dead sprint and threw me the greatsword. "Young master, take the sword." I put my right hand out and caught 1,000 pounds of iron in the air one-handed, and I will not pretend that didn't feel good. "Hall Chief, you want to leave? Did you ask me?" Then I bent my legs and unloaded. The blue bricks under me stopped being bricks. I went across that courtyard like something out of a siege engine, got the sword up at the top of the arc, found the angle, and came down on him, and I saw him make his decision. He could have kept running. He knew he could have kept running. But he'd just watched a 16-year-old kill 2 exchange realm men in under a minute, and he needed to know what he was dealing with, and pride is a very expensive habit. He planted his feet, gripped that pitted old staff in both hands, and roared, "Chen Hai, if you want to die, I'll help." I refuse to believe he's reached the exchange. I want to see exactly what killed my disciples, both of us, at once. Boom. You could hear it for 10 miles. Half the city sat up in bed. On the far side of Linan, somebody said, "Is that a fight? Does Manhua escort agency have an 8th layer in there?" In my courtyard, a wind came up out of flat stone and went outward in a ring and took every flower and leaf with it. And the hall master coughed once and left the ground and did not stop leaving the ground until he hit a wall, and the ground he crossed on the way was not ground anymore. I lowered the sword. "Not bad," I said. "You're the first person I've ever gone all the way with." He got up. He was a professional. He got up. "That's not possible." He stood there swaying, looking at me like I was a weather event. "How can your strength be?" And then out loud to nobody, with real feeling, "I underestimated my opponent. I actually underestimated my opponent." Which, given the last 20 minutes of his life, was quite a sentence. He knew what he'd done wrong. He'd taken a falling blow head-on from a man with a heavy sword standing still. He could have moved. He'd chosen not to, because he'd wanted to measure me, and now everything behind his ribs was in the wrong shape. I walked toward him. "Hall Chief, any last words?" He laughed. Up at the sky. "I've been glorious my whole life. Even your father could only edge me out, and I go down like this, to you, tonight. How pathetic. How funny." Then more quietly, "I underestimated you. Everyone underestimated you. My disciples didn't die unjustly. Beat. But I did. If I'd known you had that, why would I have stood there and taken it? If I'd stepped aside, your strength is 7 or 8,000 caddies, that's all. How would you ever have beaten me?" He shook his head. "Enough. What's the point? I lost." He closed his eyes. "Do it." And he stood there and let me come, perfectly still, perfectly calm, 10 feet away. I did not slow down. His eyes snapped open. "Die." And every vein in both arms came up at once as he threw the staff at my face. I'd been waiting for it. Of course I'd been waiting for it. A man doesn't climb from nothing to the 8th layer on 3 white entries and then lie down. Talent. He had none. Will. He had a mountain of, and that's the only reason he ever got where he got. I brought the greatsword around and cut the throw out of the air, and his staff went 40 meters and buried itself. "I knew that wouldn't kill you," he said. "I knew it too," I said. "Men like you don't hand themselves over. No grievance." He was going now. "No grievance at all. When a man meets a prodigy like you, losing isn't unjust." He laughed at himself softly, and then he was gone. Elder Tang came over and stood next to me for a while. "I never thought I'd see it," he said. "The owner of Shenwei Martial Hall, a power in this county for decades, buried here. Then, he was the master's fiercest rival, you know, 30 years, and in all that time the master only ever managed to have the edge on him, never more than that. He made the veteran's mistake," I said, "carelessness. He knew I put several times my strength into that blow, and he stood there and took it on purpose." I looked at the wreck of my own courtyard. The 8th layer, it's not that special. The old man laughed at me, which he'd earned. "It's not that he was careless, young master. It's that nobody alive could have guessed you'd have that. I saw it with my own eyes, and I still don't believe it." I smiled and let him have it, and I did not tell him the actual number. In the middle of that exchange, I'd finished digesting the last of the spirit plant. My marrow refining had gone to perfection. I could break into the 7th layer any time I wanted to lie down for an hour. "Elder Tang, once you've cleaned up here, I think I can go through." His whole face lit. Go now. Leave this to me. Nothing will happen, not with Liang Fong standing here." "Go through in peace, young lord," Liang Fong said. "Nobody disturbs you tonight." Across the city, a very different night was happening. Soldiers had the hallmaster's residence surrounded, and the noise coming out of it was not the noise of a raid, it was the other kind. On a distant balcony, 2 men watched it. Confiscation and extermination. The whole clan. Wang Lei is ruthless. Isn't he afraid the hallmaster comes back for him? "Sir, do we still proceed as planned?" "No, we do not. Look at that. The magistrate is genuinely angry this time." And then, from inside the burning compound, a man's voice went up like a hunting horn. "Magistrate Li Hong, won't you leave us a road out?" "Wang Jun," said an armored general bored. "The Lord isn't here. Shout all night. Nobody's coming. Surrender and keep your life. Resist and take what's coming." "Surrender? And you'll give me a road out, will you?" Then roaring, "If there's no road out, then we fight to the death." And his vital energy came up, and he came straight through the encirclement at the officer in front. "Lord Wu, do you need help?" The man in black shook his head. He took a bow off his back and drew it. "To the death," he said conversationally. "Do you think you're qualified to say that?" The bow creaked, and something locked onto Wang Jun in midair, and Wang Jun's face changed because being aimed at by that man was its own complete experience. The arrow went. You could hear it across a district, and where Wang Jun had been there was nothing to bury. Fools rush to die, the man in black said, and put the bow away. Up on the balcony, the old man watching had gone gray. Ninth layer, he whispered. Mind and body in unity. The magistrate has that standing next to him. Sir, the plan is off, effective immediately. Wang Lei is not to be touched. That night, nobody in Linan County slept. First, the hallmaster had walked into Manhua escort agency, and every 8th layer in the county had felt him unload a fighting spirit that meant he was in real trouble. Then the magistrate had put an army around the Wang residence, and that arrow had told everyone the rest. 2 facts landed on Linan County in one night. Wang Lei was a god, and anybody who forgot it was asking. By morning, the Wang mansion was rubble, Shenwei Martial Hall was a story people told, and every faction in the county had quietly revised its plans. And I want you to notice what nobody was thinking about by dawn. Wenhua escort agency, us, completely forgotten. A 9th layer archer had rewritten the whole county's attention in one shot, and the boy in the wrecked courtyard had become a footnote to somebody else's night. Which was the most useful thing that could possibly have happened. I came out at sunrise and stretched at the sky and felt fantastic. Name, Chen Hai. Realm, body tempering, 7th layer. Power of luck, 0 strands. Seed of luck, 1 low grade, 7th layer. In Linan City, 7th layer is a name. People remember your face. Young lord, did you break through? Liang Fang was standing in the yard, where he had apparently been standing all night. Have you been out here the whole time? He nodded. You were going through. Somebody has to guard you, and I don't trust Elder Tang to do it. He's old and his skills aren't what they were. I burst out laughing. If Elder Tang heard you say that he'd never forgive you, Liang Fang pressed his lips together, and then, slowly, smiled. Let me see that sword. He handed it over. It took a full exchange with the hallmaster's staff. It's mostly finished, still usable. I drew it, looked down the edge, and put it back. I'm collecting your dragon spring today. Put this one away and stop swinging it. Yes, young lord. And while we were walking, I reached out and took the day's wisp off him, and then, on a whim, fed it straight into the seed. The seed of luck has been fed to maturity. Activate? I stopped walking. Young lord, what is it? Nothing. Yes. Activating low-grade seed of luck. You have obtained a new innate luck, boundless longevity, purple. Boundless longevity. May you live a long and healthy life and remain forever young. I stood in the middle of my own courtyard and did not move for a while. Purple. On the first seed. Low-grade seed, absolute ceiling purple, and it came up purple on the first pull. Coincidence or not, I thought, and then made myself stop, because that was not a question I could answer that morning, and it was going to be waiting for me for a long time. 10,000 years. I don't think I processed it properly at first. Nobody could. Try it. Try actually holding the number. Recorded history where I came from is 5,000 years, and that's the entire miracle, top to bottom, every empire and every book. Go back 10,000 and nobody even knows what's true anymore. I had just been handed twice the length of everything anyone has ever written down. Sit still for 10,000 years, and you watch dynasties come up and fall over. You watch races die. You watch entire civilizations get up, do their thing, and go quiet, and you're still there, and you're not even old. And in every story in this world, in every folktale, in every drunk's legend, nobody is immortal. Not one record. No matter how beautiful, no matter how brilliant, everyone becomes a pile of bones on schedule. Born with 10,000 years, even a pig gets called an immortal. And then the second thought hit me, and this one was the real one. I own the panel. Even if I collect 1 wisp a day. 1. For 10,000 years. That is more than enough to take every entry on my sheet to the top of the ladder. All of them. And if boundless longevity itself can be upgraded, then it stops being a long life and starts being a road pointing straight at the thing every emperor in my old world burned their treasury chasing. Immortality is the greatest asset for invincibility. Everything else is a footnote to having more turns than everyone else. I opened the panel again, just to look at it. Name. Chen Hai. Realm. Body tempering, 7th layer. Innate luck, boundless longevity, purple, dragon tiger body, blue, outstanding comprehension, green, power of luck, 1 strand. 1 strand. Wait. Liang Fang's day wisp had gone into the seed. I'd watched it go. So where? Oh, purple makes it. I have purple now. I stood there and did the arithmetic and started grinning like an absolute fool because my income had just doubled. From 1 a day to 2, 50 days to a green upgrade instead of 100. Blue in under 2 months instead of 4. That's the whole thing. That's the entire secret of my life, if you want it. Everything I ever did after that morning was just compounding. Meanwhile, in the government office, the magistrate was having a confusing day. My lord, the Hallmaster's clan and the Shenwei disciples are all processed, arrested, or otherwise. And the reaction? Excellent behavior all around. The Blackwater territory in particular is being unusually polite. Good. They know where they live. He sipped his tea. I'm leaving this post to return to my sect soon. If they weren't behaving, I'd have to deal with them, and none of these people are kind. Then, any trace of the Hallmaster? None, my lord. Not since that night. None. Our people went to Manhua escort agency this morning to look. Everything is normal. Everyone is safe and well. No outsiders. The magistrate set his cup down. That's strange. That's genuinely strange. Manhua escort agency has one fighter worth the name, Liang Feng, who's barely into the 7th layer. He cannot possibly have forced the Hallmaster to that state. Without outside help, how did that happen? He sat there and turned it over and could not make it fit. My lord, the rumor going around is that you sent men to protect the agency. There's a second rumor as well, that Chen Wenhua faked his death. He laughed. They do love guessing. Me, protecting Chen Hai? I don't have that kind of kindness or that kind of free time, but the fight is a genuine puzzle and I can't crack it. Then, waving a hand, enough. The memorial is in 2 days. I'll go and see for myself. Also, put the word out. Whoever brings me the Hallmaster, alive or dead, gets an 8th rank post and 1,000 taels. The man in black hesitated. My lord, nobody has seen him since that night. Is it not possible he died at Manhua escort agency? The magistrate gave him a look of such pure exhaustion that I would have paid to see it. Old Wu, do you think that's possible? Even Chen Wenhua alive couldn't have been beaten by Manhua escort agency, and he got up and walked out. The man in black stood there with his mouth half open because he had a secret report in his sleeve and a theory in his head. Then he thought about it for a while, and he thought about how many 8th layers there were in this county and how many of them were in that house, and he decided that the odds were extremely small and that the Hallmaster had obviously fled the province. He was, after all, a 9th layer archer. He was not in the habit of being wrong. Then, the same morning, I went to see about money. Elder Tang, does the agency have any spare cash? None. He didn't even hesitate. Young master, we're 1 bad week from eating the furniture. Young master? I looked north. Du Heng. I hope you're going to be sensible about this. Liang Feng, Elder Tang, with me. Where are we going? Wanmin Trading. Wanmin Trading Firm is the biggest merchant house in Linan County. Grain, cloth, salt, escort contracts, and a courtyard with a lacquered gate and 2 very large men standing in front of it. The head of it is a man called Du Heng, and everybody in the county calls him the Grinning Dragon, which tells you most of what you need to know. He is also the man who was standing at the city gate the day I brought my father home, with his hand on his saber, deciding whether that was the day. He'd decided no, that decision was about to cost him. Halt. This is Wanmin Trading. Who? Elder Tang went past me. I want to be precise here, because I love this memory. The old man did not draw anything. He did not raise his voice. He walked between them, and there was a sound like 2 sacks of grain being dropped off a cart, and then there was nobody standing in front of the gate anymore. He turned around and dusted his palms. Young master. Thank you, Elder Tang. We went in and sat down in the main hall, and I made myself comfortable in the host chair, which I want to point out is a specific insult in this world, and I chose it on purpose. Go and tell your master, I said to the nearest servant, that Chen Hai of Wenhua Escort Agency is here for an explanation. He has half an hour. If he isn't in this room by then, that's his choice, and I'll respect it. A girl came with the tea. Her hands were shaking so badly the cup rang against the saucer the whole way across the room. Am I frightening? I asked her. No, she said instantly, like she'd been waiting for permission. The young lord is very handsome and not frightening at all. Have some tea, Elder Tang. We didn't get half an hour. We got about 6 minutes and a bearded man in expensive silk who came in already talking. Elder son, a retainer, 6th layer, going on 7th, and one of those men whose whole personality is the family he works for. Who let you sit there? Do you know whose chair that is? Some hedge school thug walks into Wanmin Trading and I picked up my cup. Liang Feng did not draw. That's the part I want to stress. He crossed the room with the sword still in its scabbard and put the end of the scabbard into the center of Elder Son's chest, and Elder Son left the hall without using the door and took a section of window frame with him. Speak to my young lord like that again, Liang Feng said to the whole, and I'll kill you. He came back and stood behind my chair. Sorry, young lord. He was noisy. He was. And that's when Du Heng came through the inner door, and I watched a very interesting thing happen to a man's face. He came in ready, big, calm, the smile already on. hands loose. And then he got about 4 steps into his own hall, and every single thing in his body started screaming at him to turn around and run, and I could see it. I could see him fighting it, and I could see him lose the argument and keep walking anyway because he had no choice. Name, Du Heng, realm, body tempering, 6th layer, innate luck, danger warning, green, extraordinary senses, white, hardworking, white, danger warning, green. Well, that answered a question I'd been carrying for a week. That's why he'd taken his hand off his saber at the city gate. He hadn't been polite, and he hadn't been merciful, and he hadn't been reading the political situation. Something in the back of his skull had said no, and he'd learned a long time ago to listen to it. And it was saying no now, at a volume he had never heard in his life, and he had to walk toward it anyway. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Young Lord Chen. The smile held. Credit where it's due, the smile held. To what do I owe? You know what you owe. The day I brought my father back, you were standing at the gate with your hand on your saber, and a dozen other men were watching you to see what you'd do, and you were deciding whether Manhua escort agency was already dead. I set the cup down. I'm not angry that you thought about it. Everyone thought about it. I'm here because you were the one who thought about it where I could see. His forehead had gone damp. A misunderstanding. Then apologize. I apologize, sincerely, and to show my sincerity, 1,000 taels of silver as a gift toward the master's funeral rites. Not enough. The smile flickered. 2,000. Not enough. And the man closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, the smile was gone, and what was underneath it was a merchant doing arithmetic at speed. 3,000 taels, he said. 3,000, young Lord Chen, and this matter is finished forever, and Wanmin Trading has never had a grievance with Wenhua Escort Agency in its life. Now that's sincerity. And that is exactly when his son opened his mouth. He was about 20. He had the clothes. He'd come in from the side hall, and he'd been standing there watching his father sweat, and something in him could not take it. Father, what are you afraid of? He said. He's one boy. I already sent for the great guardian. He'll be here any moment. Du Heng turned around and hit his own son in the face hard enough to lift him off the floor. The boy went into a table. There was a lot of noise, and then a lot of silence. I revised my estimate of Du Heng upward on the spot. That was not temper. That was a man trying to buy his child's life with one slap and hoping the price was still open. Unfortunately for everyone, it wasn't, because a shadow came off the roof beam. Who dares bully the Jia family in the Jia family's own hall? Body tempering, 8th layer. Eagle Claw, worked to the bone for 40 years. Real reputation in this county, and he came down the length of that hall at me with his hand shaped like a hook and enough force behind it to open a stone lion. I kept drinking my tea. I want to be honest about why. It wasn't courage, and it wasn't a performance for the room. It was that I had already looked at Liang Fong, and Liang Fong had already moved, and once Liang Fong moves, the matter is closed, and I'd have looked ridiculous jumping. There was a flash of cold light. Young friend, wait. That's as far as he got. Liang Fang put the sword back in the scabbard and returned to his position behind my chair, and the great guardian of Wanmin Trading finished falling down. The hall did not make a sound. 20 people, and not one of them so much as breathed wrong. 3,000 tiles, I said. Is there a problem? No problem. Du Heng's voice had gone somewhere thin. I'll fetch the notes personally. Ah, but of course, I said. Capital's all tied up in stock this season, perhaps in installments, perhaps in the autumn. He froze, because those were his words. That was the exact speech Wanmin Trading had given my father's agency in that room 4 months earlier, when we came to collect on a contract they owed us and needed the money to pay the men who died carrying it. Before midnight, he said. Before midnight, we left. Behind us, I'm told, he pulled his son up off the floor by the collar and asked him one question. Now, do you understand why I stopped you? Father, but the great guardian. The great guardian is on the floor. You are not. Do you know why? He let go. The tongue sinks the ship, boy. Sell the grain shops, all of them, tonight. Sell, father. That's half our all. Money is an outside thing, said the grinning dragon of Linen County. Living is not. 3,000 tiles in hand, we went shopping. Fang's armory has been on the same street for 300 years, and it's the only place in the county that can forge anything worth the name. The head of it is a man called Luo Shan, 7th layer, and his panel is the reason I'd wanted to come in person. Name: Luo Shan. Innate luck. Hammering great master. Green. Forging genius. Green. 2 greens. In a county where a green entry gets you a land holding and a title, this man had 2, and he was using them to make saber blanks for caravan guards because nobody had ever told him what he was. That's this world in one sentence, by the way. There is talent lying around everywhere, on the ground, in shops, in the mud, and nobody can see it. I could. That was the entire advantage. Not strength. Sight. Young Lord Chen. He was uncomfortable, and it wasn't about me. About the dragon spring sword your father commissioned. It's finished? It's sold. Not by me, he said quickly. By my nephew. He didn't know whose it was. A buyer came through with a lot of money, and the agency's situation was, well, everyone assumed. I've beaten him for it. I'll compensate you in full and beyond, whatever you name. Whatever I name. The armory keeps a private storehouse, he said. Old pieces, family pieces. Choose from there. I won't argue about it. The storehouse was a cellar under the forge, and it was full of the kind of weapons that get made when a craftsman has a good year and nobody to sell to. Beautiful, expensive, all of it worth more than the agency. And in the far corner, in a slab of black rock, there was a sword, dark blue, plain, buried to the hilt in the stone at an angle, like somebody had driven it in a hurry and then died before they could come back for it. Dust on the guard an inch thick, and a fog of gold around it, thick as smoke, and no one else in that room could see a single strand of it. 38 strands, sitting on an object. I had a lot of thoughts very fast. The first was that power of luck could accumulate on a thing which nothing had ever suggested to me before. The second was that 38 strands was 19 days of my entire income standing in a basement gathering dust. The third one was the one that mattered, and it took me a few seconds to get to it. An object doesn't generate. A person makes one wisp a day forever. A sword makes nothing. Whatever is on that blade got put there once, by somebody, a very long time ago, and when I take it, there will never be any more. Which meant it was the first non-renewable thing I had ever seen, and I was standing in front of it in a cellar in a county town because a nephew sold my father's sword to the wrong customer. What's that one? Luo Shan's face changed. That is Gan Chen, he said. Forged by my ancestor. It has been in that rock for as long as my family has had records, and there is a rule about it. Go on. Whoever draws it, owns it. He said it the way people say things they have said 1,000 times without ever once expecting them to matter. Our ancestors said it. It is not negotiable, and it has never been done. My grandfather tried. My father tried. I have tried every year since I was 19. I walked over to it and put my hand on the grip. The gold came off it like water going down a drain, 38 strands, straight into me, and my power of luck went from a handful to a small fortune between one breath and the next. Then I set my feet and pulled. The rock groaned. The floor of the cellar moved. Dust came down off the beams and sheets, and a crack opened across the slab from the hilt outward, and Luo Shan grabbed the doorframe. The sword did not move a hair. I let go, and stood there, and thought several unkind words. 7th layer, dragon tiger body, 10,000 caddies of force in a straight pull, and a piece of old iron in a rock had told me, politely, no. Liang Fang. Young lord? You try. He looked at me. Then he stepped up, took the grip in one hand, and pulled it out of the stone the way you'd pull a chopstick out of a bowl of rice. There was a long silence in that cellar. That's impossible, said Luo Shan. Liang Fang was holding it out at arm's length with an expression of quiet horror, like a man who'd been handed somebody else's baby. Young lord, I'll put it back. You can't put it back. Rule's a rule. I looked at Luo Shan. Isn't it? And here is why I'll always have time for that man. His face went through about 9 things, and every one of them hurt, and then he bowed. The ancestors said it, he said. It's his. He went and got a scabbard for it too. Black, ugly, heavy, obviously worth more than the rest of the room combined. This will hide its aura. Wear it, and it's an iron sword. He held Liang Fang's eyes. Do not draw that blade to show off, young man. That sword's origin is far too loud, and there are people in this world who will come a very long way to ask you where you got it. We were 3 streets away before Liang Fang spoke. Young lord, this should be yours. It refused me. Then I'll hold it for you until, Liang Fang. I stopped walking. I told you a month ago your talent is the sword. I wasn't being poetic. A rock that has said no to that family for 300 years took one look at you and let go. Carry the thing. He was quiet for a while. Yes, young lord. That evening he went out to the back field with his old iron sword, the plain county armory blade that had eaten a 1,000-pound staff throw and lived, and he dug a hole with his hands and buried it and stood there for a bit and came back in for dinner and didn't mention it. I did not make a joke. There are 3 or 4 moments in this whole story where I knew better, and that was one. Meanwhile, 40 miles north, 2 men were arguing about a trip. I'll ride out and meet you halfway, said the bald one. I don't feel easy about this. Big brother, what could possibly happen? The second chief was in a wonderful mood. It went perfectly last time. We knock, they cry, they pay. The boy's 16. His father's the one who could fight, and I killed him myself. Even so. Fine, fine, come and meet me if it makes you feel better. 3,000 tiles of Manhua silver, and we'll drink it in a week. He rode out that afternoon with 8 men and every intention of being back for dinner. and 2 things about that conversation nobody in my house knew yet. The first was that Linan County sits inside the territory of the Sunset Sect, and Magistrate Wang Lei was not a magistrate, he was Sunset Sect wearing an official's hat. The second was that the bald one, the first chief of Black Wind Stronghold, was a man named Zhang Hao, and he was an expelled disciple of Lanka Temple, which is a monastery with a very long memory and a very short list of people it forgives. My father's memorial was 3 days later, and everyone came, every clan head in Linan County, every trading house, every martial hall that still had a hall. They came with white flowers and correct faces, and the reason they came was not respect, and I knew it, and they knew I knew it. They came because of 11 days. A bankrupt escort agency with 1 fighter had killed a bandits' advance party, taken 3,000 taels out of the Grinning Dragon's own hall, dropped the great guardian of Wanmin trading with a single stroke, and, this was the part they whispered, the hall chief of Shenwei had walked in here at night and had not walked out. Nobody could find him. Nobody could make that arithmetic work. They came to look at me. So I let them look. And then Magistrate Wang Lei arrived, with a quiet man in black walking 2 steps behind him, and the courtyard went so silent you could hear the incense burning. He came straight down the middle, he looked at me, and his eyes narrowed because he had a very good eye and he had just found the answer to a question he'd been chewing on for 4 days. 7th layer, he said. You were 5th on the day you sat in my study. I've had a busy month. You've had 11 days. He shook his head slowly. Chen Hai, you surprise me. I don't say that often. Ask anyone. Then he did something I have never seen anyone else do, before or since, and it was the single most unsettling minute of my life to that point. He kept talking. His lips moved, and I heard every word, clear as a bell, right against my ear. Nobody else heard anything. 200 people in that courtyard, watching the magistrate of Linan County stand nose to nose with a 16-year-old and mouth silently at him like a fish, and every one of them going cold because they had just learned something about the man who ran their lives. Come to Sunset Sect, he said. I'll write to my seniors. With that physique and that speed, they'll take you as an inner disciple and I'll have credit for finding you. Say yes and your family's troubles end today. I want to, I said, and I meant it. I have things to finish first. Things. He almost smiled. You are 16. They're my things. He looked at me for a while. Fair enough. Then he walked to my father's coffin and stood there, and his eyes stopped moving. There was a print on the wood, just under the shoulder. Faint. Red. The shape of a palm, the kind of mark that soaks into a plank from the inside and can't be scrubbed out. Opening the steely palm, he said quietly. So the rumor was true. That's the first chief of Black Wind Stronghold's art. He straightened up and bowed to the coffin, an actual bow, from the waist, in front of the entire county. Brother Manhua, rest easy, you raised a good son. I have never been able to decide whether I like that man, but I have never forgotten that he bowed, and that is exactly when somebody outside my gate started shouting, Jiang Yuan, come out here, your Grandpa Lei has arrived. Where are my 3,000 taels? Magistrate Wang Lei turned his head toward the gate, and for the first time all day he looked genuinely delighted. Interesting, he said. This is extremely interesting. And he walked out into the front courtyard to watch the show. The second chief of Black Wind Stronghold stood in the street outside my gate with 8 men behind him and 200 of the county's finest suddenly finding excuses to be near a window. He was enjoying himself enormously. You could see it. He had an audience. Look at all these people. Come to mourn, have you? He spread his arms at the crowd. Then mourn properly. This agency owes Black Wind Stronghold 3,000 taels of silver and the 7 days are up. Somebody in the crowd said something to somebody else, and he heard it and he rounded on them. What's that? Someone's worried for me? He laughed. My big brother came back from Lanka Temple at the 9th layer. 9th. What in this county should I be afraid of? The magistrate. He's welcome to try me. Behind him, in my gateway, Magistrate Wang Lei tilted his head with the expression of a man at the theater who has just realized the play is going to be better than the reviews. I came out. Where's my silver boy? In the courtyard, I said. It's heavy. Come in and take it. He blinked. I stepped aside and gestured, politely, the way you'd show a guest to a seat, and every clan head in Linan County went very quiet, because they had all been alive longer than me, and they could all feel it, and not one of them said a word, because not one of them liked him. He came in. I want to describe the next 3 seconds properly. He walked past me into my courtyard, already grinning, already turning to say something clever to the crowd behind him. His 8 men started to follow, and I put my hand on the gate. Those gates are solid black iron, and they weigh 1,000 pounds together, and it takes 4 men on each leaf to move them. I closed them with one arm. The sound went across the whole district. The bar dropped. His 8 men hit the outside of it half a second too late, and the crowd, 200 of the most dignified people in Linen County, clan heads, matriarchs, merchants in ceremonial silk, climbed the walls, actually climbed them, in funeral clothes. Every wall around my compound sprouted heads. "You tricked me," said the second chief. "Yes," I said. "I tricked you. You little." He came at me with his right hand hooked into a tiger's claw, and there was a phantom over his shoulder when he did it, a great dark bull, head down, and the whole yard shook with it. Wild bull fist at major achievement. A real art, honestly earned, the thing he'd built his whole life on. I caught his hand out of the air, bare, one palm, and held it. I watched it arrive in his eyes. There's a specific expression a man makes when the story he has been telling himself about the world stops working, and I saw it that day for the first time, and I have made a small hobby of collecting it ever since. That's not, I hit him. Fist to fist, because he'd already thrown his, and I wanted him to feel the exchange, and the exchange went like this. His left arm came apart from the wrist to the shoulder, and he left the ground, and he went about 30 feet backward and hit my wall. "Brother!" he screamed. "Big brother, help!" They heard that scream for miles. 6 miles out, on the north road, a bald man on a horse went still. "Nobody touches my brother," said Zhang Hao. There was a garrison patrol on that road, 40 men and a general with a silver spear, and the general made the mistake of putting his hand up. Zhang Hao swept his arm once. The general and the spear went into a ditch together and stayed there. And then the bald man went straight up, 100 meters, and hung in the air over the north road, and behind him, rising with him, taller than the trees, was a golden Buddha with its eyes closed and its hands folded. He came over my city like a throned star. 200 people were sitting on my walls when that Buddha came over the rooftops, and 200 people fell off them. Not from fear exactly, from weight. A martial intent that developed belongs to a man who has spent decades making one idea true, and when it arrives it lands on your spirit before it lands on your body. Grown men who ran clans went down on their knees in my street and could not explain afterward why their legs had done that. Then a voice came across the whole city, perfectly calm, at conversational volume. "Don't panic, it's an illusion. It cannot touch you." And the weight came off like a blanket being lifted. Everyone got up, everyone brushed themselves down, and everyone, all at once, looked at the gate of Manhua escort agency, where the magistrate of Linen County was standing with his hands behind his back, watching the sky. And the entire county learned in that one moment what it had been living under for 11 years. Peak of the mortal realm, 9th layer, the same shelf as the man in the sky, and he'd been signing tax records with it. The quiet man in black came off my roof without a sound and had the bow already drawn. "Lord, go ahead." The arrow crossed the city. The Buddha in the sky brought one enormous golden palm around and caught it, and the sound was like a temple bell being hit with a hammer. Something came apart up there, and a moment later it started raining in a thin patch over one street in a way that was not water. Zhang Hao's voice came down, and it had changed. "Sunset Sect, so the rumors were true. This county is my sect's territory," Wang Lei said, without raising his voice at all. "And you are an expelled disciple of Lanky Temple, hiding in a bandit fort under a false name, eating off my roads. Beat. Do you even know how the word death is written? And the greatest terror in my county, the man who had killed my father, turned in the air and ran, and the man in black put arrows after him until he was a dot. Down in my courtyard, I had a man on his knees in front of me who had not been paying attention to any of it because he had other problems. 'Mercy,' he said. 'Mercy, young lord, I'll pay. I'll give the fort. I'll—' 'Who gave mercy?' I said, 'to the men who died in this agency.' He didn't have an answer. I hadn't expected one. I'd asked for me. Because I'd been standing at that gate 11 days earlier when the carts came back, and I'd watched the widows come, and I want to tell you what that actually looks like, since nobody ever puts it in the stories. They don't scream. Most of them don't scream. They walk up to the cart and they look, and then they stand very still and go through the man's clothes for the little things, the belt tag, the copper coins, the carved thing he was making for a child, and they take those and they hold them and they walk home. 23 times. In one afternoon, I put my palm on his forehead. The lights went out of him. Far away, over the north road, a voice came back one last time, ragged and going, 'Second brother, go in peace.' Then, louder, 'Manhua escort agency, every soul in it. One day, I will make you pay.' I lifted the body up and carried it into the hall and set it down on its knees in front of my father's coffin and arranged it so it stayed there. 'I inherited this agency's debts,' I said. 'Consider this the interest.' Elder Tang came over. He was 70 years old. He got down on the floor and pressed his forehead to it 3 times, hard enough that I heard it. 'Master,' he said to the coffin, 'rest. The young lord has grown.' And that was the day Linen County stopped talking about the Chen family in the past tense. For the next half month, I sat in a barrel. That's not a joke. That's an accurate summary. 3,000 taels from Wanmin, plus what the fort had been carrying, went almost entirely into a herbalist's back room, and the herbalist retired. The rest went into water hot enough to strip paint and a recipe I'd had Elder Tang dig out of my father's papers. The exchange to the 8th layer is the wall where most men in this world stop forever. The 7th layer refines what you have. The 8th layer is where the body stops being a body and starts feeding something else, and the only two ways through are 40 years or a fortune. I had a fortune and no patience, so I came out of that barrel at the end of it and looked down. The water had gone from clear to dark red. Over 1,000 taels of spirit herbs, extracted, absorbed, and what was left in the barrel was the part my body had thrown away, which is a humbling thing to look at when you remember what it cost per ounce. I flexed my hand and a drop came off a knuckle onto the flagstones. It didn't splash. It hit and rolled like a bead of mercury and bounced once and sat there on the stone in a perfect sphere, and I crouched down and poked it, and it rolled away from my finger. I looked at it for quite a long time. Huh, I said, that's new. Name, Chen Hai. Realm, body tempering, 7th layer, at the peak. Power of luck, 74 strands, 74, 2 a day, plus what I'd taken off Gan Chen, and it had piled up while I sat in hot water doing nothing whatsoever. Which, if you want the whole philosophy of my life in one line, is this. The best possible business is one that pays you while you are asleep in a barrel. Then Elder Tang came in without knocking, which he never did. Young master, the magistrate's man is at the gate. He says now. Now? Now. He says people have come from the sect. The people from the sect turned out to be one woman, and she had not come for me. She was standing in the middle of the magistrate's front hall with her hands folded, reading a report, and she did not look up when I came in. Name, Song Mei. Realm, Divine Bridge, 3rd stage. Innate luck, outstanding talent, blue, water spirit body, blue, divine bridge, 2 realms above the ceiling of every fighter I had ever met, including the man who killed my father, head of the punishment hall of Sunset Sect, 2 blue entries, and a face like a bank ledger. Elder, said Wang Lei, and he was being careful, which was itself news. This is the boy, Chen Hai, body tempering 7th layer at 16, self-taught from a bankrupt escort agency. I can read. She turned a page. He frequented a music house on Wutong Street, repeatedly. He is recorded as having wasted the greater part of his adolescence and the whole of his father's savings. She looked up at last, and her eyes went over me the way you'd check the date on a fish. And you are telling me this is an outstanding talent. Elder, in 11 days She glanced at him, that's all. She glanced at him, and Magistrate Wang Lei, 9th layer, peak of the mortal realm, the man whose name had made a golden Buddha turn around and run, went across his own hall and into the floor, and left 2 furrows in the flagstones with his heels, and got up wiping his mouth. Once is permissible, she said mildly. Twice is not. Yes, Elder. She came over and took hold of my forearm, and her fingers went along the bone in 3 places, and I want to point out that she did this without asking, the way you'd pick up a chicken. The body is good, she said. The body is genuinely good. Whatever he's been doing, the frame is worth something. Then her hand touched my forehead. The spirit is ordinary. Completely ordinary. As ordinary as any farmer's son in this county. She let go and stepped back. Talent is not muscle, boy. Talent is what your spirit can hold, and yours can hold what everyone else's holds. My personal disciple, Song Tian, entered the sect 2 months ago at the 6th layer. He is at the 9th now, and he will open his meridians before the winter. That is what an outstanding talent looks like. You are not eligible for the inner sect. Wang Lei opened his mouth, then shut it. He'd learned. If you wish, she said, on her way to the door, come to Sunset Sect as an ordinary disciple. Break through to meridian opening on your own, and the inner sect will take you automatically. Nobody will stop you. And she walked out into the courtyard and went straight up and turned into a line of light going north and was gone before the servants had finished bowing. Wang Lei looked at me with something close to pity. Chen Hai, don't take it hard. Elder Song is… But I was still watching the sky. How long, I said, before I can do that? He blinked, because here's the thing that man had wrong about me, and everyone had wrong about me, from the elder with her ledger down to the servants. I hadn't heard a rejection, I'd heard a demonstration. I had just watched a person leave a room by going through the ceiling of the world, and my only reaction, my honest and entire reaction, was I want that. She'd measured my spirit and told me it was ordinary, and she was completely correct. What she could not measure, because nobody in this world had ever needed a unit for it, was that I had 10,000 years to fix it. Give a genius 50 years and he becomes an elder. Give an ordinary man 10,000 and every genius who ever lived is a footnote in something he read once. She was talking about talent. I was buying time. Different trade entirely. Elder Tang took it much harder than I did. Their loss, he said ferociously, all the way home. Their absolute loss. Sunset Sect isn't the only sect in the world. There's Falling Moon Sect. There's Young Master. There are dozens. Elder Tang. And that's Song Tian. 2 months. Anyone can go fast when they're being spoon-fed. Elder Tang. I'm fine. Liang Fang, walking on my other side, said, You underestimate the young lord, in exactly the tone he used for weather reports, and I heard the old man mutter something and give up. I found out later Liang Fang had his reasons. He'd been sparring with me for weeks by then and had mentioned it to nobody. Every time the great sword came down and he caught it on the flat of his blade, something in his chest lit up and boiled. He had to stand there afterward and breathe like a man who'd run up a mountain, and he was a swordsman 1 step from the 8th layer. He'd worked out what I was sometime before I had. 2 days later, I broke into the 8th layer. The spirit-nourishing realm it's called, and the name is the whole lesson. 7 layers of building the vessel, and then at the 8th you find out what the vessel was for. It happened in the middle of the night. Something in my chest opened, and a thing I'd never felt before started running along the inside of my bones like warm water under ice, and I lay there on the floor of my room grinning at the ceiling like an idiot. And I understood, in about a minute, exactly where Sunset Sect had gone wrong. They test the spirit. Only the spirit. They put a hand on a boy's forehead, and if the spirit is ordinary, they hand him a broom, because in their experience, the body is a bag you carry the spirit around in. But the spirit grows in the body. That's what the 8th layer is. A stronger frame doesn't just hit harder, it feeds better, and a genius spirit in a cheap body is a candle in a paper lantern. They had it exactly backward and had been running a sect on it for 800 years. I did not point this out to Elder Song. You have to save something for later. Name, Chen Hai. Realm, body tempering, 8th layer. Power of luck, 82 strands. I came out into the courtyard at dawn feeling better than I'd felt since the day the gate came in. Elder Tang, Liang Fang, get dressed. We're going out. Out where, young master? Yunyan Pavilion. There was a pause. The music house? The music house. Young master. Excellent, said Liang Fang. I have read about music houses. I have always wanted to see what one actually looks like. Elder Tang turned on him with the expression of a man betrayed by his last ally. You're not helping. I'm not trying to. Yunyan Pavilion is 4 floors of red lacquer on Wutong Street, and it is the only building in Linan County where the county's money goes to be bored at expensively. Here's how it works, and it's worth understanding because it explains most of what happens next. Families in bad years sell their daughter's service to houses like that. The house pays the debt, the house owns the indenture papers, and the girl works it off playing music and pouring wine for 30 years at a rate the house calculates. In practice, nobody ever finishes paying. That's not a flaw in the system. That's the system. I'd come for 2 reasons. One was that I'd been told my spirit was ordinary, and I had a theory about how to fix that. The other was that Yunyan Pavilion is where every merchant, official, and clan head in the county goes to talk, and the girls carrying the wine hear all of it. Also, I had 82 strands of power of luck and a growing suspicion. Stop spending it on myself. Start looking at other people's panels. We came in through the front doors, and the madam took one look at the great sword on my back and produced a smile you could have sold by weight. And a girl came out of the side corridor with a tray, saw the sword, and dropped it. Every cup on it, straight down. She went to her knees to gather the pieces so fast it was like watching something fold, already talking, already apologizing, hands moving in the broken porcelain. And I stopped dead in the middle of the room, because over her head was the most expensive thing I had ever seen in my life. Name, Yu Qing. Age, 18. Realm, mortal. Innate. Luck, in gestation. Above purple. Deep blessings, blue. Innocent heart, blue. Outstanding talent, blue. Outstanding comprehension, green. Yi wood body, green. I stood there in a music house on Wudong Street with a tray of broken cups at my feet and read that panel 3 times. 3 blues. 2 greens. And at the top of the sheet, where my own line said boundless longevity in purple, hers said in gestation, and the color the panel gave it was not purple, and I had never seen that color before. Gods, I thought. Her panel is nicer than mine. Mine had taken 11 days, 3 fights, a bear, 2 chests of silver, and a dead hall master to build. She'd been born with it, and she was on her knees in front of me picking up cups because she'd been sold for 10 taels of silver. Get up, I said. She got up so fast she nearly went over. Master, forgive me. I'll pay for them. Please don't tell the madam. What's your name? Yu Qing. Who sold you? The talking stopped. She stood there holding 2 halves of a teacup and did not answer for a while. My parents, she said. My brother was sick. The medicine was 10 taels. Do you hate them? She thought about it. That's what got me, actually. She thought about it properly, for a real second, like it was a fair question that deserved an answer instead of a wound to flinch from. A little, she said. but I understand. There was a bruise on her arm above the elbow in the shape of fingers. And that? She pulled her sleeve down over it. I tried to leave, she said. Once. I looked at her for a moment. 18 years old, 10 talls, a bruise she was embarrassed about, and a sheet of talent above her head that half the elders of Sunset Sect would have committed murder for, and none of them could see. Do you want to learn? I said. Learn? To fight, like me, so that when the next person puts a hand on your arm, it's their problem. She looked at me like I'd started speaking a foreign language. I can't do that. Master, I'm nobody. My family are farmers. People like me don't. That's not what I asked. Silence. Then, very quietly, and she was shaking when she said it. Yes. Behind me, I heard Elder Tang make a sound. I turned around. The old man had his hands over his heart and his eyes were shining, and he grabbed Liang Feng by the sleeve and whispered loudly at the volume old men think is a whisper. Look at him. Look, he's finally started acting like a rich boy of his age. He's come to a music house and picked out He is recruiting staff, said Liang Feng. What? He is recruiting. That is his hiring face. I have seen it twice. Elder Tang's whole body sagged. That's worse, he said. Somehow that's worse. The madam had been doing arithmetic in the corner the whole time, and now she came gliding over with the papers already in her hand because she'd realized who I was around the time the cups hit the floor. Right behind her came the manager, a man called Wu Feng, at speed, already shouting about broken porcelain and worthless girls, and then he got a good look at me and stopped, and I watched him work out whose funeral had been in the papers. He slapped himself, both cheeks, hard, 4 times, in front of the entire room, while apologizing at a volume that brought people out of the upstairs rooms to look. Papers, I said to the madam. She handed them over so fast the ink was still bending. I held them out to Yu Qing. These are yours. 10 taels was the debt. The debt's paid, and this is the only piece of paper in this building that says anyone owns you. Take it and burn it, or don't burn it. I don't care. Go home if you want to, or come with me and learn. She looked at the paper, and she put her hands behind her back. I won't take it. The whole hall went quiet. Say that again? If I take it, she said, then it's mine. And then I'm free. And free means Master can send me away any day he likes, because I'd just be a person he met once. Her chin was up. Her hands were still behind her back, and they were shaking, and her chin was up. If you hold it, you have to keep me. I stood there in a music house holding a bill of indenture that a girl had just refused on the grounds that being owned by me was more secure than being free of me, which is the single most efficient argument anyone has ever won against me, and I have thought about it for a very long time since. Fine, I said, and put it in my sleeve. Then I'm keeping it, and you should know what you've just agreed to, because I'm not a kind man, and I don't intend to become one. Yes, master. Get your things. She turned around and ran up the stairs, and about 4 steps up she made a noise I'd not heard out of her yet, which was a laugh. No notification came from the panel. Nothing about strands. Nothing about harvest. Whatever was gestating over that girl's head wasn't finished, and until it was, there was nothing there for me to take. Which was fine. I hadn't come for that. 2 days later, a report reached the magistrate's desk. My lord, Chen Hai has been at Union Pavilion on Wutong Street daily since the elder's visit. He has purchased a girl's indenture. He has not trained once. Wang Lei put his forehead in his hand. Hopeless, he said. The elder was right. Waste of a good body. He was wrong, but I want to be fair to him. I had in fact not trained once. I'd been doing something better. On the 4th morning, my count came up to 100 strands, and I opened the panel and spent the lot. Upgrade available. Outstanding comprehension. Green. Upgrade to innate wisdom root. Blue. Yes. Innate wisdom root. The mind occasionally enters a state of epiphany. Occasionally. That's the whole description. I read it twice, decided it was the vaguest thing the panel had ever handed me, and got up to make tea. I did not get to the tea. There was a book in my father's study I hadn't been able to make any use of. The Wind and Thunder sword technique, the real one, the original, not the copied manual the agency trained from, but the thing itself, characters in gold on a material nobody could name. My father had kept it in a plain box on a plain shelf, which is exactly where you keep a thing like that. I tested it once out of curiosity. It doesn't burn, it doesn't cut, and if you throw it at a wall, the wall loses. I'd read it 4 times and understood 1 line in 10. I opened it that morning to have something to look at while the water boiled, and the 5th character on the first page moved, and then I was somewhere else. I want to describe it properly, and I'm going to fail, and I've made peace with that. There was a plain, no sky. Or rather, the sky was entirely made of lightning, layer on layer of it, going back and back with no ceiling, so that the whole world was lit white and then dark and then white. And the lightning was not falling in bolts. It was moving in shapes, long shapes coiling silver with heads, dragons, hundreds of them made of it, swimming through the storm and going where the storm went. And under it, a wind was crossing that plane with nothing to slow it down, and it had been crossing it, I understood, for longer than the world I came from had people in it. I stood in that place for what felt like about 4 days. Nobody taught me anything. There was nothing there to teach me. There was a plane and lightning that had shapes and a wind, and eventually I stopped trying to memorize any of it and just stood and let it happen to me, and somewhere in there, the difference between the wind and the sword stopped being obvious. Outside, in the real world, my courtyard was having a bad afternoon. The sky over my compound, only over my compound, mind you, the neighbors reported clear weather 2 streets away, went the color of an old bruise. Wind came up out of nothing and stripped every tile off the east wall. Thunder started rolling around inside the walls without ever getting out of them, and Elder Tang came running with a lantern and got about 6 steps in before Liang Fang caught him by the collar and hauled him bodily backward across the yard. The young master's in there. Don't. But, Elder Tang, look at the tiles. The tiles were going past them sideways. They stood behind the wall for 4 hours while my house tried to become weather, and then it stopped, all at once, and the sun came out, and it was a perfectly nice evening. He's finished, said Liang Fang, and let go of the old man's collar. I came out and stretched, and I want to record my exact state at that moment because it is the single largest thing that ever happened to me in one day, including the day I woke up in this world. Wind and thunder sword technique, martial intent, perfection. From nothing, not from beginner to small achievement, from nothing to the top, in an afternoon, in a genre where men spend 40 years reaching for the first rung of that ladder and die 3/4 of the way up. The hall master had built his martial intent over 30 years, and mine was better than his by the time the tea went cold, and on top of it, my spirit-nourishing progress had jumped what should have been 3 or 4 months. Elder Tang came around the corner staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Young master, what? The sky was. How? And I looked at that old man who had dug 23 graves with his hands, and I heard myself say, I just got lucky today. He nodded. He actually nodded. He was halfway through nodding when it caught up with him. Epiphany, he said. Epiphany depends on luck? It seems to. That's not a thing. That's not, young master. Men go into seclusion for decades. Then they should try being luckier. He walked away making noises. I wanted on the record that he came back 20 minutes later to ask a follow-up question, and I gave him the same answer. The next morning I tested it on Liang Fang, who had been sharpening Ganchen since dawn and was, I think, quietly looking forward to it. He came in with sword aura up, real aura, visible, the kind that shaves the grass on the way past. 2 months ago, that would have been a problem for anyone in this county. I brought the greatsword around once. Ganchen left his hands and went end over end across the courtyard and stuck in the wall. He stood there flexing his fingers. Again. He got it out of the wall. He came in from the other side, faster, with more of it. Same result. Same wall. Slightly higher. Young lord, what was that? That's the true meaning of thunder, I said. The strength of thunder. The speed of wind. It's not a technique. It's an opinion about the world that I now hold very strongly. Then, because Elder Tang was standing there with his mouth open, I unfolded it over the courtyard, just a little. Just the edge of it. The old man's world turned into that plane, lightning with shapes in it, a wind with 1,000 years of run-up, and a very small human being standing in the middle of it holding a lantern. He knew it was an illusion. He told me so afterward, repeatedly, with great dignity. He also did not move a single muscle for the entire 10 seconds. I let it go. Young master, he said when he had his voice back. In there, if the lightning had struck me, would I have actually died? Possibly. Depends on your will. Depends on my will. A strong will takes the pressure and stands there. An ordinary one doesn't, and the mind tells the body it's over, and the body agrees. I shrugged. Spirit's real, it's just not the only real thing, which is what Sunset Sect keeps getting wrong. Elder Tang was quiet for a bit. So an ordinary man, he said. A man in the street, with no cultivation. If you did that to him in earnest, he'd die. Young master, said Elder Tang in a very small voice, you could empty a city. I did not answer that one, because the honest answer was yes, and because I'd already worked out that afternoon that the thing I could do to a city was less interesting than the thing I could do to myself. Here's what I mean. That plane is mine now. I can go there whenever I want. It's inside my own spirit, which means everything in it is also inside my own spirit, which means the lightning is inside my own spirit. So on the second night, I stood on that plane and looked up at a storm made of silver dragons, and I reached up and I called one down onto my own head. It came down as thick as a bucket. Ow. There is no dignified way to say it. It hurt in a place I did not have nerves for. It hurt the part of me that has opinions. And when it stopped, my spirit was cleaner. Measurably. Noticeably. like something had been scoured off it that I hadn't known was there. And Elder Song's hand on my forehead came back to me, and her ordinary, and I stood on that plane grinning with my teeth clenched and did it again and again. That's the part nobody warns you about, by the way, and it's the closest thing I have to a confession. The rush of watching yourself get better is not survivable in moderation. There is no dose of it that satisfies. I'd found a way to hurt myself into being more than I was, and I lay on the floor of my own room for 2 nights straight, calling lightning onto my own head and enjoying it. Naturally, I overdid it. I woke on the 3rd morning face down on the floorboards with a head that felt 3 sizes too small and eyes that refused to agree on where anything was. Ah, I said to the floor. Overcooked. And then someone breathed near my ear, and I turned my head. Yu-Ching was asleep sitting up against the doorframe with her cheek propped on one hand, and there was a blanket over my shoulders that had not been there when I went down. She woke when I moved and nearly fell over. "Master, you're awake! I found you on the floor last night, and I tried to move you to the bed." She stopped, went pink. "I couldn't lift you, not even a little. I pulled for a very long time." "Am I useless?" "Ching," I said. "I weigh about as much as a millstone these days. If you had lifted me, I would have had questions." She thought about that. Then she brightened up so hard it was like a lamp going on. "So it's your fault." "That is not what I'll get breakfast," she said, and left, entirely satisfied. I sat on my floor with my head splitting and reflected that 11 days ago, I had been an orphan with a mortgage, and this was, on balance, an improvement. Which brings me to the actual reason I kept going back to Wutong Street, and to the one person in that building I have never made a joke about. There was a woman on the 2nd floor of Union Pavilion who wore white. Not fashionable white, mourning white, and the wrong kind. 3 years of it, the full term, which is what you wear for a parent, and which nobody in a music house wears, because a house like that sells cheerfulness, and mourning is bad for the room. Name, Meilon, also called Meilon. Age, 19. Innate luck, heavenly voice, white. Master of music, white. Scholarly family, white. 3 whites. Nothing there worth taking, and I want to be clear about that, because it changes what the next part means. She played for me because the madam told her to. I sat in a corner of the 2nd floor with my head still ringing from the lightning I'd been putting through it, and she took the zither out of its case and started, and 30 seconds in the pain between my eyebrows went out like a candle. I actually sat up. There is no cultivation in that woman. There is no spiritual power in that room. What there is a 19-year-old who has practiced one thing for 15 years with nothing else to hold on to, and when she plays, the part of a person that gets tired stops being tired. Heavenly voice, said her panel. Master of music. And the sect elders would have walked past her without slowing down, because white is nothing, because white is what farmers have. She played all day. I want to be honest about how that happened, because it isn't flattering. I didn't ask her to play all day. I asked her to keep going once, in the morning, and then I closed my eyes and went into my own head and started working, and every hour or so I'd surface, and the music would still be there, and I'd think good, and go back down. She kept going because a young man with a sword and a reputation had said keep going, and nobody in that building had ever come back to tell her she could stop. When I finally opened my eyes it was dark, and there were marks on the strings, and her fingertips had split. She was still playing. Her eyes were shining wet, and her hands were doing the work, and her face was completely composed. Stop. She stopped, and folded her hands over the marks so I wouldn't see them. Does Master have another request? Do you hate me? The pause was about a heartbeat too long. I would not dare hate you, she said. And I do not. That's an honest answer, I said. Both halves of it. I asked her about the white after that, and she told me, flatly, the way you tell something you have told yourself so many times it has stopped having edges. Her father had been the governor of Qinghai County. He had been executed 4 years ago. The clan had gone with him, some to the block, the rest north to the border, and the daughters were sold, and she'd come here at 15 and had been counting down a 30-year debt ever since at an interest rate the house set annually. You played well, I said, and you helped me more than you know. So I'll grant you a wish. 1. She looked up, and I want to record what she asked for, because I have met kings since who asked for less interesting things. She didn't ask for the debt. She didn't ask for money or safety or to go north and find whoever was left. Then I ask that no one buys me, she said. There was a red cord hanging over the doorway of that room. Every room on the 2nd floor had one. It's the house's own signal, and everyone in Linan County knows it. A red cord over the door means the woman inside is on the list, and her indenture can be bought outright by anyone with enough silver, and after that she goes wherever the paper goes. I got up and pulled it down. Then I went and found the madam, and I did not raise my voice, and I let just the edge of that plane into the room while I spoke. Meilon is under my protection. Nobody in this building buys her. Nobody sells her. Nobody puts a hand on her. If somebody objects, they can come and explain it to me. The madam's legs stopped working and she sat down on the stairs. Understood, young lord. Understood. Absolutely understood. 4 floors up, in a private room on the 3rd, a young man in very good silk was holding a cup of wine, and his hand shook and the wine went across the table. Young master? That pressure. He set the cup down carefully. Bao Gong. What was that? The man he'd spoken to was covered in old scars from the jaw down and had the flat, patient look of somebody who has been a bodyguard since he was 14. Body forging 9th layer. A serious man. Martial intent, said Bao Gang. Developed martial intent. From the boy downstairs, the one from the escort agency. Yes. He's 16. Yes. The young man sat back. Yunyan Pavilion does not belong to the madam. It belongs to the Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce, and the Four Seasons Chamber belongs to the Wang family of Beiyuan Prefecture, and the Wang family is not a clan you find in a county gazetteer. And their 5th young master, Zhang Ye, 17 or so, and in Linan on business he was already bored of, had just watched a local boy frighten his own staff through a floor. Give him face, he said. It's one woman. She isn't worth making an enemy of a talent like that. On the way out, I stopped in the street and looked up at the 3rd floor window. Yu Qing, walking half a step behind me with the exact posture of a person who has decided to take her new job extremely seriously, looked up too. What is master looking at? A master. Her eyes went round. Is he tall? Slightly shorter than me, I'd say. She nodded slowly, with the deep respect of somebody filing away an important fact. Wow, she said. Tall. Behind us, a scarred man came down the steps of Union Pavilion, walking fast, and put a hand on my shoulder to stop me. Young Lord Chen. A moment. I turned around and Bao Gang threw a palm into my chest, which I want to be clear was not an attack. It's a thing serious fighters do to each other in this world, a question asked with the hand, and I have never in my life minded being asked a question. I answered it. He went backward down the street, kept his feet, and stood there with his face going through several colors. We underestimated you, he said. Everyone does, I said. It's my favorite thing about this county. Zhang Ye came to see me the next day, not a summons. Not a servant with a card. He came himself to my compound and bowed in my ruined courtyard among the tiles that were still lying where the storm had left them. Young Lord Chen, yesterday I was hasty, I apologize. He was 17 or 18, and he had the manners of somebody who has been taught them by people who were paid a great deal to teach them. You didn't do anything. I permitted it, which is the same thing in my family. He straightened. May I ask, the 8th layer or the 9th? 8th. I watched him do the arithmetic and fail to make it balance. 8th. Is that a problem? No, he said. No, it is not a problem. It is simply that the pressure I felt through a floor yesterday was not an 8th layers, and I have been raised around a great many people, and I do not enjoy being wrong twice in 2 days. Then he took a folded paper out of his sleeve and held it out with both hands. Meilan. Indenture. 30 years, of which 4 served. Her fate is in your hands, he said. The Four Seasons Chamber makes a gift of it. I took it and turned it over once and ran my palm down the face of it. It came apart, not torn. I didn't tear it. The paper went out of it, and what was left drifted off my hand in white flakes and went over the wall on the wind, and there was nothing in my fingers at all. Zhang Ye watched that happen and did not say anything for a moment. Outside my gate, walking back to his carriage, he said quietly to the scarred man beside him, Bao Gong, good thing we're friends and not enemies. Yes, young master. If a man like that ever becomes an immortal, said Zhang Ye, then what we did today will pay back 1,000 times over. Remember that I said it. At Blackwind's stronghold, on the same afternoon, a different conversation was happening in an empty hall. The fort was abandoned by then, the men were scattered in the hills, and a figure in a deep hood stood in the middle of that empty hall and delivered a message. My young master says the token is a fake. Zhang Hao did not move. Fake. Analyzed and confirmed. The token taken from the Manhua convoy is a counterfeit. A pause. Which means the genuine one never left the agency. Which means it is with Chen Hai. Then I'll go and take it. You will wait. The hood turned. The magistrate leaves the county within the month. He has business at the Sect. When he is gone, you will take the boy alive, and you will not be creative about it. I want you to hold on to 2 facts from that room. The first is that they knew about the box, which meant the convoy that killed my father had never been about a payroll. The second is that they thought the way to get to me was to wait for the magistrate to leave. Both of those were going to matter within the fortnight, and only one of them was correct. Mei Lan got moved to the upper chambers within 3 days. The house gave her 2 personal maids, which I mentioned because the woman who had been the pavilion's first beauty for 6 years had one, and the entire building understood that arithmetic immediately. A son of the Bai clan tried it about a week later, came in drunk with friends, demanded she come down and play, put a hand on her wrist when she said no. I heard about it afterward. I want to be clear that I did nothing at all. By the time the news reached my gate, the boy had been beaten badly enough to need a physician and confined to his family compound for a month, and the head of the Bai clan had come to my house in person to apologize. To me, not to her. Which tells you everything about how this world works, and is exactly why I'd hung my name over her in the first place. He'd done all that before I even knew, because Zhang Ye's people had made a phone call, so to speak, and the Four Seasons Chamber's displeasure travels faster than any sword. I went to see her one more time before we left. I don't think I'll be coming back, I said. There's a convoy. After that, I'm leaving the county. She was in white, at the window, with her hands in her sleeves. Then I'll wait. Don't wait. Lan, I mean it. You're free. The paper's gone. There's money with the madam in your name, and it isn't a loan. Go north. Find whoever's left of your family. Buy a house. Teach. Anything. Yes. Don't wait. She bowed, and as I went down the stairs I heard her say it, so quietly it was almost only breath, and she wasn't saying it to me. I must wait. 2 mornings later I called the agency into the front hall. There weren't many of us left. 11 guards, most of them young, most of them men whose fathers or brothers were in the ground at Black Crow Ridge. Elder Tang. Liang Fong, who had broken into the 8th layer sometime in the previous week and had mentioned it to nobody, because of course he had. My father took a contract, I said. He didn't finish it. We're finishing it. I put the brocade box on the table. 1 item, sealed, to be delivered to Luo Shui Prefecture. Recipient, the Su family. Named individual, Mei Wang. It's 800 miles. It's the last contract in this agency's book. Elder Tang nodded slowly. Quietly, young master? Or openly? Openly. Banner up, full escort formation, drums at the gate. Young master. He put both hands flat on the table. Openly means every eye between here and Luo Shui. It means the Black Wind survivors know the day, the hour, and the road. That is exactly how the master died. Yes, I said. I want them to come. There was a silence in that hall. And then one of the young guards, a boy about my age whose brother was in the 5th grave from the left, said, I'm going. You're not. This is bait. And you're... My brother went out with the master's banner over him, he said. I'm going out under it too. And the rest of them said the same thing. All of them, one after another, standing in a room where every man present knew that the enemy had a 9th layer, and they did not. I have been offered a great many things since by a great many powerful people. Nothing has ever landed on me as hard as 11 underpaid caravan guards volunteering to be bait. Fine, I said. Formation at dawn. The gates of Manhua Escort Agency opened at first light for the first time in a month, and the city came out to watch. Black iron doors. A red banner with the character Chen on it, going up the pole for the first time since the day the coffins came home. Horses stamping. Carts in the old formation, the way my father ran it. The exact spacing, the exact order, because Elder Tang had set it out at 4 in the morning by memory and had not needed to look anything up. People lined the street. Some of them threw wine. Somebody at the back started clapping and it went down the whole road. Elder Tang stood up on the lead cart and bowed to them and could not get any words out for a moment, and then managed, "Thank you. Thank you, neighbors." In the government office, Magistrate Wang Lei read the report twice. Openly. He's going openly. He put it down. Has the boy grown tired of living? Zhang Hao is a 9th layer with a developed martial intent, and Chen Hai is, what did the last report say, 8th? 8th, my lord. Then he is walking out of my county with a banner up and a 9th layer waiting on the road, and he knows it. Wang Lei sat back, and his eyes narrowed, and he was smiling in a way I would come to recognize later. 5th brother. Follow at a distance. Do not interfere. My lord? I'm curious, said the magistrate. I am genuinely curious what he thinks he has. 60 miles out, in a canyon on the Luo Shui Road, Zhang Hao assembled every man he had left. 400 of them pulled out of the hills, standing on the slopes. Chen Hai, he said, and his voice went off the canyon walls. 16 years old. He put my 2nd brother on his knees in front of a coffin. He put my name in the mouth of the Sunset Sect. He let that sit. I don't want him dead, he said. I want him to regret being born. I want him unable to live and unable to die. 400 men made a noise you could hear a mile off, which was unfortunate for the merchant caravan that had stopped in the shade at the mouth of that canyon because its owner recognized one of the voices. Du Heng went absolutely still with a cup halfway to his mouth. That's Black Wind, he whispered. That's the first chief. Master, we should run. Run where? They're on the road above us. He set the cup down very carefully. Get me up that tree. And that is how the head of Wanmin Trading Firm, the grinning dragon of Linen County, a man of substantial dignity and substantial size, came to be 40 feet up a pine tree with a retainer pushing his backside, watching the whole thing through the branches. Our carts came into the canyon an hour later. Zhang Hao came down the slope and landed in the road, and 400 men came down behind him, and my guards closed up around the carts the way they'd been taught, and I got down off the lead cart and walked out in front on my own. Name, Zhang Hao. Realm, body tempering, 9th layer. Innate luck, master of fist, white, copper skin, white, Buddhist heart, white, 3 whites. I read it, and my entire assessment of the situation resolved into one word, and I want to be honest that it was a slightly disappointing word: safe. 30 years of Lanki Temple training, a golden Buddha over his shoulder, the terror of 4 counties, the man who put a palm print into my father's coffin lid, and the panel said the same thing it said about a competent blacksmith. Boy, he said, you have a lot of courage. I have a lot of something. I'm going to make you regret. I let the plane out. Not the edge of it. About 1/10 of it. The sky over that canyon went black in the middle of the morning. Trees on both slopes came out of the ground, not fell, came out, and went sideways and upward and away. 400 men lost the road, lost the sky, lost each other, and started running in circles inside a storm that was not there, howling, some of them running straight off the edge. It's an illusion, Zhang Hao roared. Stand still. It cannot touch you. And then the lightning came down, and it was not an illusion. I want to explain that, because it's the whole trick and I'm proud of it. Martial intent is a lie told hard enough that the mind believes it. But a mind that believes it is a mind that has opened the door, and once the door is open you can put something real through it, and the something real does not care that it started as a lie. Where it landed, men did not get up. That's not illusion, somebody screamed from the slope. That's heaven's punishment. Zhang Hao threw both hands up, and the golden Buddha rose out of his back, 40 feet of it, palms out, and it caught the storm and held it. Your martial intent is nothing, he shouted. Do you hear me, boy? Nothing. I said. 1/10 was probably too much. Let's try 30. The sky pressed down. The Buddha's arms bent. Still not enough? 50 then. There is a sound a thing makes just before it stops being one thing. The Buddha made it. A crack went up the golden chest and split at the shoulder, and Zhang Hao's feet went into the road up to the ankle. What are you? He screamed, and I gave him the rest. The canyon went dark. Not shadowed. Dark. Absolutely. At 10 in the morning. And inside that dark, there was lightning without any gaps in it, and a wind that had been crossing a plain since before this world had a name. The golden Buddha came apart like a dropped window. Zhang Hao went down on one knee in the road with his mouth open and nothing coming out of it, and then he got up and turned and ran, genuinely ran, the terror of 4 counties going up a slope on all 4s. Liang Fang took one step after him and I put a hand out. Let him. Young lord, he killed the master. I know exactly what he did, I said, and I want to record that my voice was perfectly level because I'd been practicing. And if he dies here, this ends here. Somebody sent him. Somebody told him about the box. He's the only string I've got that leads anywhere, and a running man goes home. Liang Fang lowered the sword. I turned around and looked at 400 men on 2 slopes. They had been the thing this county was afraid of for 6 years. They had come down off those slopes 12 days ago and killed 23 men who were carrying somebody else's cargo for a fee. I put the lightning into their minds and did not hurry. 40 feet up a pine tree, Du Heng watched the canyon empty out and clutched a branch and said to nobody at all, those 3,000 taels were the finest purchase of my entire life. Behind him, his retainer was praying. And half a mile back down the road, a quiet man in black lowered a spyglass with hands that were not entirely steady, and thought a sentence that he later repeated to the magistrate word for word, because he wanted the record to be accurate. If I had gone in close with that, I would have died. Liang Fang stood in the middle of the road afterward and did not move for a long time. Then he drew Gan Chen and made one cut at nothing, and the air about 8 feet in front of him came apart with a noise like a sail tearing. He looked at his own hand. Young lord, I saw. Major achievement, he said. In one morning. I've been at small achievement for a month and a half, and I couldn't find the door. You found it. No. He sheathed the sword. I watched the man who wrote it stand in front of me and do it. That isn't finding the door, that's somebody opening it. Which was generous, and also wrong, and I let him have it. Because I did not write the wind and thunder sword technique. My father didn't either, and that was the piece I was still missing, and I found out that week from Elder Tang, over wine, after I asked the right question for once. A woman gave it to him. 20 years ago, my father took an escort contract through the northern passes and pulled a young woman out of a situation that should have killed her. and she stayed at Manhua escort agency for 2 months while she recovered, and by the end of it, half the county had opinions about the wedding. She was a disciple of the Taishuan sect, not a county sect, not a prefecture sect. Taishuan, which sits above the whole region the way a mountain sits above a village, and which nobody in Linan County has ever seen with their own eyes. She left. She left him the original of an immortal sword art and a promise that she'd come back, and she did not come back, and my father married an ordinary woman from 2 streets over who died giving birth to me. He never spoke of it, said Elder Tang, not once in 20 years. But he kept that book on a plain shelf where anyone could have taken it, young master, and I always thought that was strange, and now that I'm old, I think I understand it. Why? Because a thing you're waiting on, he said, you don't lock away. Blackwater Marsh is 3 days east on the Luo Shui Road, and I would have gone around it except the panel spoke to me for the second time in my life. Opportunity detected. Expend 81 strands of power of luck? Yes. 20 miles to the southeast, beneath the giant tree, soul-gathering dew. There was no tree 20 miles to the southeast. I stood on a ridge with a clear view over 40 miles of flat marsh and swore at the horizon for a good minute. Then I walked to the coordinates anyway because 81 strands is 40 days of income, and I was not going to let it go. And about 100 yards past the point where there was definitely nothing, the world folded over. An illusion array. An old one, made by somebody who knew what they were doing, and the only way through it was to walk into a place you could see was empty and keep walking. Inside it there was a tree. I've seen mountains that were shorter. The trunk went up out of the marsh and kept going until the top of it was a smudge, and the canopy over my head was its own weather system, and around the base of it, in a ring, 20 feet deep in places, were bones. Animal, all of them. Big ones. Whatever that tree was, it had been eating for a very long time, and the marsh had been feeding it, and I stood in a boneyard the size of a village and had a serious conversation with myself about turning around. Then I went and got the dew. 5 drops, hanging on the underside of 5 leaves, each one about the size of a pigeon's egg and heavy as a stone. A 6th one was still forming. I drank all 5, and my soul, I don't have a better word, I've tried, got heavier, denser, like something that had been mist all my life had been pressed into water. The 8th layer's ceiling came up to meet me and went past, and my spirit filled to the absolute brim and kept going. And then the panel did something it had never done. Due to absorbing a heaven and earth treasure, the foundation of your soul has been altered. The alteration is heaven-defying. New innate luck obtained, outstanding soul, white. I sat down in a field of bones under a tree the size of a mountain and stared at that line for a long time. New, not upgraded, not enhanced, new. An entry that had not existed on my sheet, that I had not been born with, that no one had been born with, and it had appeared because I put something into my body that changed what my body was. Every single thing I had done up to that point had been arithmetic on a fixed list. Take a wisp, feed a line, watch white become green. The list was the list. That was the game. And it turned out the list could grow. 10,000 years of life, I thought, and a way to make new entries. I laughed out loud in that boneyard, alone, for about 30 seconds, which is a thing I am not proud of and would do again. I broke into the 9th layer on the way back to the carts. Body tempering. 9th, the peak of the mortal road, the layer Zhang Hao had spent 30 years reaching, and a point of light woke up between my eyebrows and sat there, and that is the divine soul, and having one is the difference between a strong man and a man who has started becoming something else. Elder Tang was waiting at the tree line. He saw my face and got as far as opening his mouth, and then Liang Fang, standing 8 feet away, broke through as well. The pressure came off him in a ring and flattened the reeds. Elder Tang looked at me, looked at Liang Fang, looked back at me. You're both in the same... He stopped. Liang Fang, are you making fun of me? No, Elder Tang. Body tempering 9th, within a few breaths of each other, in a swamp. It seems so. The old man walked away toward the carts, and he was laughing, and about halfway there the laugh went out of him and he walked the rest of the way in silence with his hands behind his back. I found out later what he was thinking, because he told me, much later, when there was no longer any point pretending. The gap is widening, he thought. 2 months ago, they were mine to look after. Now they break through the peak of the mortal realm standing in a bog, and neither of them thinks it is worth mentioning at dinner. Wenhua escort agency has become a weight they are carrying. Zhang Hao did exactly what a running man does. He went home. Blackwind's stronghold was empty by then. No gate guards, no cooking fires, 400 fewer men than it had had at breakfast, and he sat in his own hall with his hands on his knees waiting for the hooded figure to come back, and when it came, it brought company, a young man in a white mask. Report, said the mask. I lost. Zhang Hao did not dress it up, which is the only thing I ever respected about him. He unfolded a martial intent I could not hold with the golden Buddha at full manifestation. He is stronger than me, not by much, but by enough. How much is enough? Get me 4 men of my own level, said Zhang Hao. 4. With 4, I'm confident. No, said the mask. You are describing an arithmetic problem, the mask said. He is not an arithmetic problem. Men like that turn the impossible into the possible. That is the entire definition of the type, and if you hand him a situation he cannot survive, he survives it, and you learned something new about him that you would rather not have learned. He turned to the hood. Send to Mong Mountain. I want the 13. The hood hesitated for the first time. Young master. The 13 bandits of Mang Mountain do not take contracts at that. Then pay it. 13 men, every one of them at the top of the 9th layer. A crew that had been robbing the prefecture roads for 2 decades and had never once been assembled in full, because there had never been anything in the region worth assembling them for. Where do they meet? Jade Moon Pavilion, said the mask. By Yanbo Lake. He has to cross it to reach Luo Shui. Then he sent everyone out and stood alone in a dead bandits' hall and said something to himself that I would not understand for another month. The only person I have wronged in all of this is my sister. I stole her opportunity. He looked at his own hands. Once I am an immortal, I will collect every debt owed to my mother. Everyone. Yanbo Lake is 800 miles from home, and it takes 3 days to cross. I spent the first of them upgrading, because 160 strands had come in, and there is nothing to do on a boat. Outstanding soul, white. Upgrade to innate divine soul, green? Yes. And the world turned inside out. I want to try to explain divine sense, and I'm going to reach for the wrong words, but here goes. I closed my eyes and I could still see, not vision, I could see the shape of things in every direction at once, through the hull, through the fog, out to about 100 yards, the fish under the boat, the reeds on the bank, Elder Tang up front arguing with the boatman about the fare, Liang Fang at the stern with his eyes shut, and Yu Qing at the table across from me, nodding off over a book on foundation practice she'd been failing to understand for 2 days, chin sliding out of her hand. She hit the table. Ow! Are you all right? I'm awake, she announced to the room, with a red mark on her forehead and her eyes not fully pointing the same way. I'm completely awake, and I understand the chapter. What's the chapter about? Breathing. It's about tendons. It's about breathing through the tendons, she said, with immense confidence, and went back to it. That afternoon the fog came off the lake, and the old boatman we'd hired went the color of the fog. 3 big ships were coming up the channel in line, black-hulled, and the lead one had a banner with a single character on it. Wind. Gale Stronghold, the old man whispered. Young master, we have to go into the reeds. Now, please. Are they bad? Other pirates take your money, he said. These take your money, and then they take the people. Behind them, up the channel, came a merchant ship, a real one, a proper deep-hulled trader with 2 decks and a house crest on the sail, moving fast, and it had clearly been running for a while. The Sioux family crest. I recognized it because I was carrying a box addressed to them. And a young woman in blue came out onto the bow of it and pointed at the little fishing boats scattering in front of the pirates and said, in a voice that carried right across the water, Elder Fu, those poor people, do something. There was an old man beside her who did not answer because he had gone completely rigid. He was body forging 9th layer, senior guard captain of the Sioux family's river fleet, and he had just felt something come up the channel behind them. 14 presences, every one of them at the peak, 13 in a loose group and 1 alone behind them. Elder Fu stood on that deck and did the only arithmetic available to him. His ship carried the young mistress of the Sioux family and 40 crew. 14 peak realm fighters could take it apart in the time it takes to boil water. He did not say anything. He put a hand on the rail and prepared to die badly, and the 14 went straight past. They came up alongside, close enough to spit, and not one head turned, and they kept going up the channel toward the little cluster of fishing boats in the fog. Elder Fu went from hell to somewhere else entirely in the space of 1 breath, and had to sit down. Elder Fu, said the girl in blue. Are you unwell? I am very well, said Elder Fu. Young mistress, I would like to go home. The pirate flagship came out of the fog, and I stepped off my boat onto it. Not because of the pirates, because our hired fishing boat was made of about 4 planks and a prayer, and I had learned in the canyon that when I stop being careful, the terrain does not survive it. Sorry, I said to the pirate captain, landing on his deck. Borrowing this. He swung a saber at my head. I flicked it with a finger. The blade came apart at the middle, and the top half kept going and went into the mast behind him about 4 inches deep, and the deck stopped moving entirely. Behave, I said. Then I turned around because the other 14 had arrived, and they'd come across the water on reeds and driftwood, and one of them on a floating door, and 13 of them fanned out along the rail, and the 14th landed in the middle of my borrowed deck. Zhang Hao. You came back, I said. I'm genuinely pleased. Boy, he didn't finish. He'd learned that much. He came in with the palm, the same palm, the one that put a print into my father's coffin lid, opening the stele at full development, the technique that had made his name in 4 counties. I met it with my fist. His arm did not survive the exchange. He went back 3 steps holding what was left of it, and his face had gone somewhere far away, and I want you to understand that this was still the polite part. That was for the coffin lid, I said. Then I put my palm on the top of his head. Zhang Hao was 10 inches shorter afterward, and he did not get up, and the man who had killed my father and 23 men on Black Crow Ridge had lasted 2 movements. There was a certain quality of silence on that deck. Together, the leader of the 13 shouted. Nobody splits off, all at once, I stamped. The ship moved, sideways, about 2 inches, all at once, 40 tons of it, and the keel broke lengthwise with a noise like a tree coming down, and 13 of the finest fighters in the prefecture lost their footing at the same moment. I hit the nearest one once, open palm, in the chest, and his back changed shape and he went over the rail. The leader of the 13 bandits of Mang Mountain, a man with 20 years of legend behind him, took one look and said the only intelligent thing available, run. They ran, across the water, in every direction, in a spread, which was tactically correct and completely useless, and I started counting. 3. I want to be honest about the counting. It was not a performance for them. Nobody out there could hear me over the water. I counted because there were 23 graves at Black Crow Ridge that I had watched an old man dig with his hands, and I had spent 11 days being told by everyone I met that the matter was closed, and I found that I wanted to hear the number out loud. 4, 5, 6. The lake was very quiet in between. 9. Number 10 got about 200 yards and then turned around in mid-stride and threw a knife at me, which took real nerve, and I tilted my head about an inch and it went past and cut a line in the hem of my robe. 10, I said, and finished him, and I meant it as a compliment. The last 4 had a good head start by then. I let them get out to about 400 yards. Then I turned around to the pirate crew still standing frozen on their own broken deck. Bow! Somebody handed me a bow so fast it was practically thrown. I drew it, felt the resistance, and made a face. This bow is rubbish. Ye young lord? 30,000 caddies of draw weight, at most. A 9th layer could pull this to 70% without blinking. I said it and pulled it back until the wood started making noises it was not designed to make. How does anyone hit anything with this? 4 shots. There were 4 small clouds out over the water, and then there was nothing out over the water. The bow came apart in my hands on the last one. Broken, I said. What a shame. Half a mile back, on the deck of a Sioux family merchantman, Elder Fu had been watching the entire thing through the fog with a spyglass he had forgotten he was holding. Elder Fu, said the young mistress. What's happening out there? Young mistress, said Elder Fu in a voice like a man reading his own diagnosis, the difference between one person and another can be greater than the difference between a man and a dog. There was a watcher on the south shore. I felt him about a second after the 4th arrow landed, a mind out there, sitting still, and the moment my attention touched it, it flinched. He was over a mile away across open water. I looked at him across the whole lake, and he looked back, and I saw him decide to leave. So I stepped off the rail and walked after him. On the water. Which I want to note was a new skill acquired 40 minutes earlier out of a stolen manual, and which I had not tested, and which worked, and which is a very good example of how most of my life has gone. I caught him in the tree line on the south shore. There was a bodyguard. There is always a bodyguard. He lasted about as long as you'd expect, and I want to move on. Found you, I said. The white mask came off the young man's face when he went down, and underneath it was somebody about 20, well-fed, well-dressed, with the face of a person who has never once been told no by anyone below a certain income. Don't kill me. Don't. I'm the legitimate son of the Sioux family. I put my foot on his chest. Which Sioux family? Of Luoshui Prefecture, 2nd young master. The Sioux family will hunt you to the end of the... Interesting, I said. I'm delivering a package to them on Thursday. He stopped talking. And then, because he was that sort of person, he told me everything at speed and without being asked twice, and here is what was in the box my father died carrying. A token, white jade, Taishuan Sect, not a payroll, not a jewel, a key, the only kind of key there is, because Taishuan sits somewhere in 800 miles of mountains behind arrays that have been there for 1,000 years, and you can walk that range for the rest of your life and die of old age within a mile of the gate and never see it. The Sioux family had won a slot, an opportunity. The chance to send one child to be tested by a great sect, and it had gone to the daughter, Mei Wang, because she was the one with the talent, and the token was being escorted home to her, and her half-brother had hired Black Wind Stronghold to take it off the road before it got there. You had my father killed, I said, and 23 men with him to steal your own sister's entrance ticket. You don't understand, she's the legitimate line, my mother was. I have thought about that conversation many times since, and the part that stays with me is not the confession. It's that he genuinely believed he was the wronged party right up to the last second, and that if I'd let him keep talking, he'd have got round to explaining that it was really quite unfair. The Su family, he said. They'll destroy you. They're a great clan of Luoshui Prefecture. They have body-forging 9th layers. They have… The Su family, I said, are an ordinary rich household. And I put my foot down. I sat on the shore afterward for a while and thought about the number 10,000. Because it had been sitting in my chest since the morning I turned that seed, and I'd been treating it as a lifespan, and standing on that shore, I finally understood I'd been reading it wrong. 10,000 years isn't 8 characters on a panel. A body that can hold 10,000 years is not the same object as a body that holds 60. The vitality that has to be in a thing for it to last that long is bottomless. It's not a longer candle, it's a different fire. Forever young means the vital force never withers, which means every wound closes, which means every year of practice compounds instead of decaying, which means I hadn't been given a long life. I'd been given a foundation nobody else in this world was standing on, and I'd spent a month using it to punch bandits. I got up and went back to the boat. There was one more piece of housekeeping. I came over the rail with a white mask in my hand and dropped it on the deck at the old boatman's feet. Recognize this? No, young lord. Never seen it. Divine sense is a wonderful thing. I could see his pulse. You agreed to rent us this boat about 4 seconds after you heard the words, Manhua Escort Agency, I said. Before you asked where we were going, before you asked what we'd pay, you were put on that dock to watch for us, and you've been signaling up the channel for 2 days. He didn't say anything. Over the side, all 3 of you. If you can swim to shore, you live. Elder Tang watched them go into the water. Young master, was there really something wrong with him? There was something wrong with his enthusiasm. Liang Feng spent the rest of the afternoon on the Gale Stronghold ships because there is no sense in leaving a job half done, and the water fortress that had been eating the traffic on Yambo Lake for 2 decades stopped existing between one cup of tea and the next. About 100 of them went over the side and tried to swim for it, and I put the plane out over the water, and the lake was quiet after that. Their fortress was on an island, and their treasury was behind a door made of ironwood, which is a material more expensive than refined steel and about as hard. 2 of the surviving pirates were sent to open it and spent 10 minutes hacking at it with their own weapons, striking sparks, achieving nothing. I put my palm flat on it. The door became splinters, and the wall on either side of it bowed outward. Inside, chests, gold, silver, and enough loose valuables that the honest total came to somewhere around 70 or 80,000 taels. Also, a 50-year-old crimson ginseng in a jade case, which is the sort of thing that gets fought over at prefecture auctions, and a light body manual, Crossing the River, on a reed, which I read once with my eyes closed and never opened again. Elder Tang made a strangled noise behind me when I handed it back. Once. It's a short book. There were prisoners on that island, people taken off the boats over the last year and kept for ransom that never came. Liang Feng let them out. Several of them asked to be taken home to their villages. I had our men give them weapons instead and pointed at the boats and explained that the lake was empty now and the boats were theirs and nobody was coming to help them ever, which is not kindness, but is the most useful thing anyone had said to them in a year. The 2 guides who'd led us onto the island had a deal with me, their lives for the way in. They came and stood in front of me at the end and did not ask for anything. Cut their tendons, I said, then let them go. It was done there on the sand. Neither of them made a sound. They got up afterward and bowed badly and went off down the beach. Real men, said Elder Tang, watching them go. Smart men, I said. They knew the price of the deal when they made it, and they knew that complaining would change the price. I gave the ginseng to Yu Qing that night. She looked at the jade case and then at me and then went a color I'd not seen on her before. Master, no, it's medicine. It's 50 years old, I heard the men talking, that's thousands of taels, she was actually backing away from it. My parents sold me for 10 tiles. This is worth 100 times what I am. You can't just, Qing, I'll keep it safe for you. You cannot stay near me without strength. That stopped her. I'm not being kind, I said. I want to be very clear about this, because you're going to be around a long time and you should understand how I work. Where I'm going, the people are worse than the ones on that lake. If you stand next to me with nothing, then one day somebody takes hold of you to get at me, and I will do something enormous and stupid about it, and that will cost me more than a ginseng. I put the case in her hands. Eat the medicine. It's cheaper. She held it for a long moment. Master is a terrible liar, she said. Eat the medicine. Luoshui Prefecture Port. 4 days later, and a customs officer stopped our carts at the pier and explained that inspection required a fee, and that the fee had gone up, and that it was per cart. I was still deciding how bored I was when a very large man from the Su family shipping office came down the pier to see what the holdup was, took one look at my face, and turned around and slapped his own captain hard enough to spin him. "Do you have any idea," he said, "who you almost touched?" "Sir, that's the man from Yanbo." The fee was waived. The inspection was waived. 2 of them carried our luggage. We sold the cargo we'd been carrying alongside the box. Proper cargo, my father's last commercial contract, the thing the agency was actually being paid for, and it came to 63,400 taels. Elder Tang looked at the note for a long time and then had to go and stand by himself at the end of the pier for a while. Manhua escort agency had been 11 days from selling the furniture. That evening, we ate at a place called Yingxianju, and the storyteller downstairs announced that tonight's tale was the true account of the young prodigy Chen Hai and his battle against the 13 bandits of Mang Mountain. I put my chopsticks down. "Ching, throw him some silver." She leaned over the balcony and dropped an ingot into his bowl, and the storyteller bowed so hard he nearly went over and then got into it. I was, according to him, 8 feet tall and 8 feet wide. "That's a square," said somebody in the crowd. "Sir, that's a square man." "It is a hyperbole," the storyteller said with great dignity, and carried on. And by the end of the second act, I had 3 heads and 6 arms. Yu Qing was crying with laughter into a napkin. At the back, a red-faced man got to his feet. "Lies!" he bellowed. "Complete lies. My nephew is Song Tian, the finest talent in Dashun Prefecture, personal disciple of an elder of Sunset Sect, and even he could not do what you're describing. 14 peak realm fighters, alone. Do you think we're children?" The room agreed with him, loudly, and I sat upstairs eating fish and did not say one word, and it was, I think, the single most enjoyable meal of my life to that point. Half an hour later, the captain of the Su family guard came up the stairs, crossed the room to my table, and bowed to me in front of everybody. "Young Lord Chen." The room went quiet. "Below the immortal realms," said the captain to my table, at conversational volume in a silent restaurant, "he has no equal. I watched it from 400 yards. I want to note that the red-faced man left without finishing his wine. The Su family compound took the box and opened it in front of me, and the white jade token came out and went into the hands of a girl of about 17. Name, Mei Wang. Realm, body tempering, 6th layer. Innate luck, accumulating strength, blue. She held that token like it was warm. "Thank you," she said. "My father commissioned that escort a year ago. We were told it was lost. It was, and that is when a red-bearded man came through the doors of the hall at speed. You killed our second young master, and you have the nerve to walk in here." Liang Fang did not draw Gan Chen. He put his hand on the hilt, and every blade in that hall, the guards' sabers, the ceremonial swords on the walls, the knives on the sideboard, started ringing in their scabbards all at once, like a room full of struck glasses. "Everyone stop!" Elder Fu shouted, coming in behind him. "Stop! Hands where they are." "I killed your second young master," I said into the quiet. "He earned it. Would you like to know how?" And I told them, in front of the whole hall, with the daughter standing there holding the token in both hands, that he had hired Black Wind Stronghold to take the token off the road, that my father and 23 men had died on Black Crow Ridge for it, that he had done it to steal an opportunity from his own sister, and that his last words on the subject had been about which of them was the legitimate line. The hall did not make a sound. Elder Fu turned around, and there were 4 men standing behind him who had been the second young master's people, and he killed all 4 of them where they stood, in his own family's hall, without a word. Then he did something I was not prepared for. He set his own right arm and struck once, and took it off at the shoulder. "Ours is the fault," he said, standing there. We raised him. "Young Lord Chen, the Su family offers no excuse and asks for no mercy. I have seen a great many apologies since. That one is still the loudest. They paid, as well, 300 taels of gold and 3 crimson ginsengs, which came to about 60,000 taels all told, and they paid it in front of witnesses so that everyone would know it had been paid. On the way out, I stopped in front of Mei Wang, who had not moved from where she was standing. "Advice," I said. "Free. Take it or don't." She nodded. "Don't chase breakthroughs. Everyone your age is racing, and every one of them is building on sand. Spend 3 years on foundation you think you don't need." I paused. "And whatever they offer you at that sect, never take an earth attribute technique, water only, not because earth is weak, because of what you are." She looked at me like I'd read her diary. "Because of you, the fate of Mei Wang has been altered. 103 strands of power of luck obtained." I got 2 streets from the compound before I stopped walking. 103 strands, for a sentence, for 50 seconds of advice given to a stranger on my way out of a room. I had been getting 2 a day and thinking I was rich. "Young master," said Elder Tang, "why have we stopped?" I stood in the middle of a street in Luoshui Prefecture and rearranged my entire understanding of my own life. Fate can be altered, and when you alter one, it pays. Which meant that all this time I had been mining people for a wisp a day like a man scraping frost off a window, and the actual seam, the one nobody had shown me, because nobody in this world can see the panel, was that if I changed where a person's life went, the world paid me for it. Elder Tang, I said, I've just realized something important about myself. Young master? I need to become the kind of man, I said, who really loves giving people advice. I gave Elder Tang all 3 ginsengs the night before we left. He handed them straight back. Young master, no, I'm 68. Feeding this to me is like pouring wine into the sea. Give them to Liang Fang. Give them to the girl. Liang Fang has his own. Qing's already eating. Then sell them. That's 60,000. Elder Tang, I put them down on the table between us. I want you to live longer. He stopped. That's the whole reason, I said. There isn't a clever one. I'm going somewhere I might not come back from for years, and when I come back I want you here to be annoyed at me. Eat them, and who knows, maybe you'll become an immortal too. The old man looked at the table for a while, and his eyes had gone red at the rims, and he did not look up. Nonsense, he said. Ridiculous. He ate them. I took Liang Fang. I left the agency to Elder Tang. That was the arrangement, and he took it standing up and put on a great performance about it on the dock. Go, don't dawdle on my account. After Yanbo? Young master, they'll be carrying me around that county on their shoulders. Free wine for a year. I won't have a minute to miss anybody. One of the young guards, meaning well, shouted, Safe departure, young master. May you never return, and got the back of Elder Tang's hand across the top of his head so fast the boy's hat came off, and the whole dock fell over laughing. I stood on the boat and watched the pier get smaller. Wait for me, I thought. That's all. I'm coming back. Back in Linen County, a report reached the magistrate's desk with the seal of the Luo Shui garrison on it, and Magistrate Wang Lei read the first 3 lines and dropped his tea. Read that to me again. 14 Peak Realm fighters, my lord, including Zhang Hao and the full 13 of Mong Mountain, alone, the last 4 at 400 yards with a bow, in 4 shots. Wang Lei sat very still. Then he called for paper and wrote a letter and sent it north by falcon, and in it he used the phrase once in 1,000 years, which he had never used in his life about anybody. At sunset Sect, Elder Songjai read that letter standing up, then she burned it in the lamp. Absurd, she said. 1 against 14 at the peak of the mortal realm. Only an ignorant county official would believe a story like that. And she went back to supervising the training of her personal disciple, Song Tian, who was doing very well. It took us 2 months on foot to reach the mountains, and the last 3 weeks of that were inside an old-growth forest where the trees were wide enough to build a house in, and the sunlight arrived pre-chewed. Then, on a morning in early autumn, 2 eagles came down out of the sky, 7 or 8 zhang across the wings, big enough that the wind of them flattened a clearing, and there were people sitting on them. State your business, called the woman on the lead bird. This range is Taishuan territory, and it is not open. I held up the token. The change in the air was immediate and total. Senior Sister Xuan's token, said the woman, and came down off the eagle so fast she practically fell. Forgive me, I am Bai Xia. This is my cousin. Bai Yan, said the young man behind her, hopping down and grinning. And don't call me senior brother, I'm about 7 years older than you. It makes me feel like a fossil. Just brother Bai is fine. Meridian opening, 4th stage. Meridian opening, 3rd, and a blue entry on the younger one, bloodthirsty body, which is a very impressive thing to find on a friendly man with an easy grin. We went up on the eagles, and that is when I saw it. The forest ended at a cliff, and the cliff went down into a rift so wide that the far wall was a suggestion, and out of that rift rose 7 peaks. Not hills, not mountains as I had understood the word. 7 columns of rock going up until the tops of them were above the cloud layer, and you simply lost them, and every one of them terraced and built on and lit, and waterfalls coming off them that turned to fog a third of the way down, and never reached anything. 800 miles of range, arrays 1,000 years old, and a man could have walked that forest until he died of old age and never once seen this. First time? Said Bai Yan, watching my face. First time. You've got a good foundation, by the way, he said conversationally. I noticed on the ground, full forehead, clear eyes, the spirit's solid too. You'll do all right here. I liked him immediately, which in retrospect I should have been more careful about because the next person I met was also very likable. His name was Yang Jun. He was standing on the receiving terrace when the eagles came down, a young man about my age in an outer disciple's robe, and he came over to help with our luggage before anyone asked him to. Name, Yang Jun. Age, 17. Innate luck, time watcher, purple. Longevity seed, blue. Vigorous chi, green. 18 strands on him, which I took, and the panel told me nothing else, and I stood on that terrace and had a very cold few seconds. Time Watcher. One occasionally glimpses a bend in the river of time ahead. Purple. I had exactly one purple entry in the world, and it had cost me a low-grade seed and a great deal of luck. This boy had one, and it looked at the future. You must be Chen Hai, he said warmly. From Dashun Prefecture. Word came up ahead of you, the Yanbo business. Everyone's been talking about it. Word came up ahead of me. 2 days ago. He smiled. It's a small mountain. We walked together to the outer sect quarters, and he was pleasant the entire way. He asked about Elder Tang by name, about Linan County, and once, just once, his eyes went past me to Yu Qing walking behind us with the luggage, and stayed there half a second too long, and came back. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed and did the arithmetic. He knows a great deal about me. I know nothing about him. Everything he said was friendly, and everything he said was a question. And on the day I arrive at a sect 800 miles from anywhere, the first person to greet me is carrying a purple entry that reads, "The Future." That's not a friend. That's a man who has already read the last page. I did not know then that he had lived this before. He died the first time, badly, and had come back to the day he turned 12 with everything he knew intact, and in the version he remembered, Chen Hai of Linan County did not arrive at Taishuan Sect that autumn. He arrived 2 years later, an unremarkable outer disciple, mediocre, forgettable. What he remembered clearly was the woman, Yu Qing, not as a girl carrying luggage, as the sword immortal, the peerless one, the exiled immortal who took the Saint Dao fruit and stood at the top of the world, and who in all that time and all that distance stayed loyal to exactly one person, the man who had pulled her out of a music house on Wutong Street for 10 taels of silver, and through her, in the life Yang Jun remembered, a mediocrity from a bankrupt escort agency had been dragged all the way up to a 1,000-year lifespan. He had come back with 2 goals, and he had them both by the time we finished the walk to the dormitories. Remove Chen Hai, make her love him instead. The immortal of Taishuan received me the next morning, and I want to describe her carefully, because I only ever saw her surprised once, and it was in the first 4 seconds. Name, Xuan Yi. Realm, Spirit Sea, 2nd stage. Innate luck, Martial Dharma. Spirit Child, blue. Frost Moon Body, blue. Spirit Sea, 2 realms past Divine Bridge. She looked 25 and had probably looked 25 for a while. She glanced up when I came in, and something moved across her face like wind on water, and for 1 second she was not looking at me. She was looking at a man 20 years older with my jaw, standing in a courtyard in Linan County with a plain sword. Then it was gone, and her face was a closed door. You are Chen Wenhua's son. I am. He is dead. He is. She turned a page of something on her desk. That episode, she said to the desk, was a stain on my record, girlish agitation at an age when I did not know better. My master corrected me for it, and she was right to. But I made a promise on that token, and Taishuan Sect honors its tokens. She set the page down. You are enrolled, outer sect disciple, effective today. Your retainer, a glance at Liang Fang, is not covered. He may sit the general examination in 3 years like everyone else. Understood. Elder Gao will assess you. Elder Gao was about 90 and took my wrist in both hands and went very quiet, and then squeezed harder, and then let go and looked at me with something I could not immediately name. The vitality in this body is roaring, he said. I have measured disciples for 60 years, and I have never felt a mortal frame like it. Not close, not in the same discussion. He stepped back. What a pity, he said. And that word, pity, is the single most useful thing anyone said to me in my first year at that sect, because it told me exactly what was wrong with the whole institution. They test the divine soul. The soul is the fuel. The soul is the talent. The soul is what the elders fight over at recruitment. The body is a bag you carry it in, and an exceptional bag is a curiosity, and a curiosity gets a pat on the arm and the word pity. They had 800 years of tradition telling them the vessel doesn't matter. I had a panel telling me it does. Nobody at Taishuan Sect ever quite forgave me for that. The trouble started 9 days later, and it started with a man named Chen Ling. Same surname as mine, no relation, intersect family, one of about 40 young men on that mountain whose entire personality was the peak their uncle ran. He collected servants the way other people collect swords, not because he needed them, because a full retinue looks correct walking down a terrace. He came for Yu Qing in the middle of the outer sect square with about 30 people watching. You, the girl, you're wasted carrying boxes for an outer disciple. He looked her over the way you'd look over a horse. Come to my residence. You'll be a personal attendant. Better food, better quarters, and you'll be under the protection of a real family. I'm employed, said Yu Qing. You're a servant. Servants get transferred. He turned to me and produced something and tossed it at my feet in the dirt. There, I'm buying her. It was a low-grade spirit stone. I want to explain the exchange rate because I'd learned it 3 days earlier and it had genuinely annoyed me. One low-grade spirit stone is worth about 1,000 taels of silver on the mountain. 1,000. The entire wealth of Manhua escort agency, at its healthiest, the whole fortune my father spent his life building, would have bought a small bag of pebbles up here. He'd thrown 1,000 taels in the dirt to buy a person, in public, as a gesture. I put my foot on it. The stone did not survive. It went to powder under my boot with a small sharp crack, and about a dozen people in that square grabbed at their own chests. Did he just... That was a spirit stone. That was a whole... You, said Chen-Ling, have no idea what you just did. And that is the exact moment Yang Jun arrived, at a run, out of breath, positioning himself very slightly between us. Brother Chen, please, this is a misunderstanding. Chen-Ling, be reasonable. He's new. He doesn't know the customs. Beautiful work, honestly. I did not appreciate it at the time. He was the one who'd told Chen-Ling about her in the first place. He'd spent the previous evening being helpful in the inner sect, mentioning in passing that the newcomer had a maid worth having, knowing exactly what Chen-Ling was like, and now he was here to be the protector in front of witnesses. Two birds, a rival humiliated, and a woman who watches a man step in front of trouble on her behalf. He'd have been fine, I think, if he hadn't been dealing with somebody who could see everyone's sheet but his. Get out of the way, Yang Jun, said Chen-Ling, and came at me. I slapped him. Open hand. He left the ground on a flat trajectory and cleared about 20 feet of square before he landed. He got up. To be fair to him, he got up. I slapped him again on the way past, and a tooth went out of him and skittered across the flagstones, and somebody in the crowd made a noise like a kettle. I want to be honest about my reasoning here. I could have put him down for 2 months with one strike, and I chose not to. And it was not mercy. 2 months in bed is a story about an injury. A tooth on the flagstones in front of 30 people is a story about him, and it will follow him along every terrace on that mountain for years. Cruel? Yes. Effective? Also yes. The sky went dark about 4 seconds later, and a man came down into the square hard enough to crack the stone. Intersect. Chen-Ling's cousin, Chen Long, and a serious cultivator, surging wave palm, and enough presence that the crowd went backward as one animal. And Bai Yan, who had known me for 9 days, stepped in front of me. I want that recorded. 9 days. He put himself between an inner sect cultivator and an outer disciple he'd met on an eagle. Brother Chen Yu, the outer sect has rules and the rules were followed. Take it to the law enforcement hall if you want it settled. Chen Long looked at him for a long moment. Bai Yan, you'll regret this inside a few months. He picked up his cousin and left. And Bai Yan stood there with his hands behind his back, and I heard him breathe out, and I know exactly what he was thinking because he told me later over wine. Was that right? I've just made an enemy of an inner sect family for a boy I met on Tuesday. Then characteristically, well, too late now. That evening I spent 20,000 taels on 2 servant tokens so that Liang Fang and Yu Qing could stay on the mountain legally, which the registrar accepted with the face of a man being handed a farm animal at a bank, and then I took her to the medicine hall and put the second ginseng in the cauldron. Master, I've had one already. That one built the road, this one's the cart. I sealed the chamber. Sit down, palms on the stone. It's going to hurt, and it will keep hurting, and if you get up in the middle, we waste it. She sat down. Here's what I did, and it was not in any manual. Crimson ginseng at 50 years is a mortal medicine, and a mortal body absorbs maybe 1/5 of it. The rest goes out in sweat and gets thrown away, which is what my own barrel of dark water in Linen had been. But I had a divine soul, and a divine soul can go somewhere a body can't. So I put mine into the decoction and started refining it directly, driving it in past the point where her body would have stopped taking it. It hurt her. I could feel exactly how much it hurt her. That's the problem with divine sense. It does not let you be vague about what you're doing to somebody. She did not make one sound. Her jaw locked. Her hands went white on the stone. She sat there 4 hours and did not make one sound. And afterward I found out why. Because she told me quite matter-of-factly, as though it were an obvious operational consideration, if I don't try hard enough, I'll become a burden, and then Master will put me down somewhere and leave. I have never in my life wanted to argue with somebody more and had less to say. At the 4th hour, the panel spoke. Because of your actions, the fate of Yu Qing has been altered on a colossal scale. 483 strands of power of luck obtained, a supreme seed of luck obtained, 483. I had gone from 2 a day to 103 for a sentence, and now to nearly 500 and a seed of a grade the panel had never even mentioned existed, all for 4 hours of work in a medicine hall on a girl nobody else on that mountain would have looked at twice. And then her panel changed, and I stopped thinking about the strands entirely. Name, Yu Qing. Reincarnated sword immortal, gold. Peerless immortal beauty, gold. Turning misfortune into auspiciousness, purple. Deep blessings, blue. Innocent heart, blue. Outstanding talent, blue. Yi wood body, green, 2 gold. I had never seen gold. I had assumed purple was the ceiling because purple was my ceiling and everybody arranges the universe around themselves like that. And there were 2 of them, sitting on top of a sheet that also had a purple and 3 blues, on a woman who had been sold for 10 taels of silver to pay for medicine for her brother. Reincarnated sword immortal. So they exist, I thought, standing in that chamber. Immortals exist. Or they existed once, and one of them came apart somewhere, and a piece of her went into a farmer's daughter in a county nobody has heard of, and her parents sold her for 10 taels because a boy needed medicine, and she has been carrying trays and being pushed around by house managers for 3 years. That is what this world does with the things it can't see. Yuqing opened her eyes, and for about 2 seconds, before the ordinary brown came back over them, there was a whole sky in there, stars, going back and back, with no floor. Master, she said, I feel strange. You look strange. Is that bad? No, I said. That's the best news I've had since I got here. Trouble number 2 came from a direction I hadn't watched, which is how it usually works. There was a woman called Qin Yumei, senior maidservant to Xuan Yi, 40 years on the mountain, the kind of person who runs a household so completely that she starts to believe she is the household. Nobody ordered her to do anything. That is the part I want to stress. She did it on her own initiative because she had watched the immortal of Taishuan's face when a boy from Dashun Prefecture walked into the hall, and she had decided that the mountain would be tidier without him. She hired 2 brothers, Wu Jian, body tempering 9th layer, Wu Chen, meridian opening 1st stage, which is to say, over the line. An immortal cultivator, by the standards of everyone below him. The plan was elegant, and I'd have admired it if it had been aimed at somebody else. The younger brother challenges the newcomer to a formal duel, legal, witnessed, sanctioned. The younger brother sustains grievous injuries. The elder brother, in a completely understandable rage, cripples the newcomer on the spot in front of everyone. Nobody breaks a single rule. Everybody sympathizes with the grieving family. Xuan Yi knew about it. I found that out much later, and it stayed with me. Her exact position, as reported to me by somebody who was in the room. If it works, that resolves an inconvenience. If it fails, the maid is the one holding the knife, which is the most sect elder sentence I have ever heard in my life. I took the duel because the stake was 10 spirit stones. 10. That is precisely, to the unit, what I was short of for a breakthrough, and I had spent 3 weeks calculating how to get them honestly, and had not enjoyed a single hour of it. Wu Jian came up on the platform grinning with a bear's outline standing up behind him. 10 stones from me, he said, and from you, he pointed, straight-armed, into the crowd, at Yuqing. Her. The platform went very quiet. Say that again, I said. You heard me. She's a servant, she's property, she's a legitimate stake. Or is the great Chen Hai of Yanbo Lake afraid of a wager? I put the plane out, just at him, just at one man, focused down to a needle, the way you'd hold a burning glass. Wu Jin's knees hit the platform. He was a 9th layer with a bear bloodline and his own martial art, and he knelt in front of about 200 people because a sky he could not see had landed on him. For the record, I said, walking over, she is not a stake, and you will not say her name again. Then I kicked him off the platform. He went up and out in a long arc toward the edge, and his brother came off the stands to catch him, and I watched it with divine sense, which is why I am the only living person who saw what actually happened next. Wu Chen caught him, and in the catch, in one movement, so smooth that from any angle in that crowd it looked like a rescue, he drove his brother's ribs into his own heart. Wu Jian died looking up into his brother's face, and the last thing on him was not pain, it was disbelief. I'm sorry, Wu Chen said very quietly, with his back to 200 people. Senior Sister Mei increased the payment. Then he raised his head and screamed, Brother, brother, wake up! Wake up! And he wept over the body with such absolute conviction that the entire outer sect went cold with rage, and I stood on that platform and watched 200 people become his witnesses in about 11 seconds. Somewhere above the terraces, an old man on a cloud watched the same performance and said to nobody, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would have believed him. What an actor. Zhang Yuan, Wu Chen said, standing up. You killed my brother. I invoke the right of blood feud. Here, now. Fine, I said. And then, in front of 200 people, I sat down cross-legged on the dueling platform and started my breakthrough. I want you to understand how insane that is by the standards of that mountain. Opening the meridians is the crossing from mortal to cultivator. It takes days in a sealed chamber with guards outside, and if it goes wrong, you die. And if you are interrupted, you die. And nobody has ever done it in public with an enemy standing 8 feet away waiting to kill them. I did it because Boundless Longevity had spent 3 weeks quietly rebuilding my meridian walls faster than any medicine on that mountain, and because I had 10 stones in my hand that I'd won 30 seconds earlier, and because the alternative was to fight a meridian opening cultivator as a mortal and win ugly. Spiritual energy came into my body like several thousand needles arriving at once. I have been struck by lightning that I called down on my own head, repeatedly, for fun. This was worse. My white outer disciple robe came out in small red flowers, all across the shoulders and back, like plum blossom on snow. The crowd lost its mind. He's breaking through. He's breaking through now. Before a duel? Nobody does that. I've never even heard a rumor of... Wu Chen made his decision about 4 seconds too late, which is the story of that entire family. He hesitated because 200 people were watching and because attacking a man mid-breakthrough would undo his beautiful legal position. I opened my eyes. Meridian opening realm. First stage, and a voice came down from somewhere above the peaks, unhurried, pitched for exactly one person. Don't hold back. Kill him. I'm here. So I did. The first palm broke his defensive art, embracing the mountain seal, a genuinely respectable technique, and it came apart like a dropped plate. The second one landed on his head, and there was no third. The law enforcement hall came for me that afternoon, which was correct procedure, and I did not resist. Feng Tao ran it. Spirit C, 8th stage. Sword Dao leader, blue. He had the coldest face I have ever seen on a man under 40, and he sat and listened to 11 witnesses in a row explain that Chen Hai of the Outer Sect had killed a man in a duel and then killed his grieving brother, and every word of it was true. An enforcement officer named Ren Lei laid out the case beautifully. Feng Tao listened to all of it. Then he said, "I don't believe it." The hall stopped. "Hall chief, 11 witnesses agree on the sequence and not one of them saw the catch." He stood up. "Bring me the mirror." They brought out a disc of dark metal on a stand, and it was old. Not old the way sects mean old. It was from a period that has been scraped out of the histories, and there are perhaps 4 things like it left, and Taishuan Sect keeps its one in a vault. Feng Tao bit his own tongue and gave the mirror a drop of his life essence. The surface went silver, and then it ran backward, and the entire hall watched Wu Chen catch his brother out of the air and put his ribs through his own heart from 4 angles, in silence. Nobody said anything for a while. "Ren Lei," said Feng Tao, "Hall chief. You took payment from Qin Yumei to shape this case, 30 years in the ice cave, in solitary confinement, effective immediately." He turned to the room. "The law enforcement hall is the sword of this sect, and it is used to sweep out refuse. It is not a sword to be pointed at our own." Then he looked at me, and for one moment the cold face did something else. "You're good," he said. "I look forward to the day we cross swords." Outside, Bai Yan grabbed my arm. "Do you understand what he just did?" He cleared me. He spent a drop of essence. Bai Yan was genuinely rattled. "For you, an outer disciple he's never met, that cost him a month of cultivation and several hundred spirit stones to replace, and there is no mechanism in this sect that will reimburse him." I thought about that for a long time afterward. That's the thing about big organizations. There is always somebody inside them who is straight, and they are always paying for it out of their own pocket. Peak Master Fang Shu sent for me 2 days later, and I nearly did not go, because his name came up in conversations the way weather comes up in conversations on a mountain. Name, Fang Shu. Realm, Divine Bridge, 9th stage. Innate luck. Late bloomer, purple. Late bloomer. The older one grows, the higher one's talent and comprehension rise. The strongest man in Taishuan Sect. 53 strands sitting on him, which taught me something on the spot. The higher a person climbs, the deeper the reservoir, and I had been harvesting farmers and shopkeepers like a man fishing in a puddle. He was sitting on a rock in a plain gray robe, and he looked about 80, and he offered me tea, and then, 4 minutes into the conversation, offered to take me as his personal disciple. I said no. I want to explain that properly, because Bai Yan nearly had a seizure when he heard, in this world, a master is not a teacher. A master is a parent. A teacher for a day is a father for life, that's the phrase, and it is not a figure of speech, it is a binding of fate. The peak master's personal disciple inherits his legacy, his enemies, his obligations, and his peak, and he does not leave. And I was going to leave. I knew it that first month. Taishuan Sect was a rung, and a good one, and I was not going to be standing on it in 5 years. Better to refuse a gift than to take it and steal it. "No offense given, none taken," said Fang Shu comfortably, and gave me a second-rank vitality pill anyway. "You'll want that. Meridian opening tears you up worse than anybody warns you." Then, tapping the rock, "The general examination is in 2 months. First place gets 1,000 spirit stones, a bottle of chi gathering pills, and access to the 2nd floor of the technique hall. Go and win it." "What's on the 2nd floor?" "Choice," he said. "The 1st floor is what the sect wants you to have. The 2nd floor is what you want. That night, in a hall I was not in, Xuan Yi knelt before her own master and the sect leader and reported that her senior maidservant Qin Yumei had hired assassins against an outer disciple without authorization. Qin Yumei's cultivation was stripped that evening, and she was carried down to the mortal world, and the immortal of Taishuan walked back to her residence and thought, with genuine satisfaction, how fortunate that I had already decided to be rid of her. I want to be fair to my own memory here. That woman never once did a thing that could be called a crime. She simply arranged over and over for the useful outcome to arrive by somebody else's hand. My meridians healed in 3 days. That's the part nobody could make sense of. The standard recovery from a forced meridian opening is a month in bed with pills, and I was out on the terrace on the 4th morning throwing palms. Boundless longevity. Nobody could see it, and nobody ever would, and every physician who examined me for the next decade wrote down abnormal recovery and went home unsettled. I took surging wave palm off the 1st floor of the technique hall as a rubbing. Not a transmission. A transmission is a master pressing a technique into your spirit directly. A rubbing is a copy of a carving. The shapes, none of the meaning, and the old man who ran the hall, Gao Ling, tried to talk me out of it twice. Young man, nobody learns from rubbings. Understanding the first form off a rubbing takes most disciples a year, and most of them never get there at all. I'll try it anyway. That's what they all... 3 days later, I put a handprint 7 centimeters deep into the practice stone, and old Gao Ling came out to look at it and stood there for a while without saying anything. Then a man named Ding Wei came to challenge me because he had mountain-crushing fist at minor achievement and had decided I was a reputation worth having. I hit him once. He woke up some hours later in the infirmary and reportedly sat straight up in bed and said, to the ceiling, 9 times. That palm was 9 times my strength. If he hadn't held back, I'd be dead. He was right about the arithmetic and wrong about the conclusion. I hadn't held back for his sake. I'd held back because a corpse creates paperwork, and Feng Tao had already spent a drop of essence on me that month. I took surging wave palm past perfection on the bank of the Kang River, and that is where Yang Jun made his move. Past perfection is not a rank the sect recognizes. There is no entry above perfection in any manual on that mountain. What happened was that I stood in the shallows for 9 days watching a river do the only thing a river does, and on the 10th morning I threw a palm, and the palm was not a palm. It was the river. All of it, the width and the weight and the patience arriving in one place. Yang Jun came out of the tree line behind me while my hands were still down. He'd waited 9 days for it. He'd chosen the moment with real care, no witnesses, an outer disciple alone off the mountain, and the future he remembered told him exactly how much Chen Hai of Linen County was worth in a fight. I turned around and met him with the river. He hit the far bank about 80 feet away and did not get up, and I walked over and stood on his wrist. You saw a bend in the river of time, I said. You didn't see this one, did you? And Yang Jun broke. Not physically. He'd broken physically already. He broke the way people do when the last thing they had is the story in their head and the story stops matching what's in front of them. And he told me all of it, at speed, lying in the gravel with a broken wrist. Because the only card he had left was information. He'd lived this before. Died, badly, at 22 for insulting somebody important. Woke up as a 12-year-old with everything intact. And in the life he remembered, Chen Hai arrived at Taishuan's sect 2 years later than this, and was nothing. A mediocrity, an outer disciple who never got anywhere on his own, and whose whole ascent, the sect standing, the 1,000-year lifespan, all of it, came from being the one man Yu Qing never abandoned after she became what she became. I only came for her, he said. I only ever came for her. You were supposed to be nobody. And then, he stopped. You've got one thing left to sell, I said. Sell it properly. And he sold it. In 3 years, he said, the royal house of the Qianyuan kingdom will move against the sects. Not raid, not tax, erase. Level the mountains, pull down the halls, scatter the disciples, and every sect in this region will be gone inside a season, and the disciples who survive it will be stray dogs on the roads for the rest of their lives. You want proof? He said. Wait 2 months. At the general examination, a prince of Qianyuan will come to this mountain and beat every young cultivator Taishuan has in front of the elders, and the elders will smile and let him. Watch their faces when he does it, then tell me I'm lying. I took his storage ring off his hand. 9 cubic meters of space. Inside it, 3 medium-grade spirit stones, 561 low-grade, a jar of mystical moon earth milk, and a bow and a sword, each carrying a triple restriction, the kind of gear an outer disciple does not have and cannot explain. Spare me, Yang Jun said. I've told you everything. You said, I said I keep my word to the living. Think it through, I said. How is a dead man going to stand up and announce that I broke a promise? You have interrupted one who was intercepting the opportunities of others. 238 strands of power of luck obtained. A low-grade seed of luck obtained. We camped that night, and Liang Fang roasted most of a tiger over a fire, and I sat with my back against a rock and had a very quiet realization. Yu Qing was at the 9th layer. 2 months. 2 months from a music house on Wutong Street to the peak of the mortal realm, and she was sitting on the other side of that fire with her eyes closed, and there was sword energy coming out of the air around her and going in on its own without being asked. Nobody had taught her that. There is no manual for that. I was being overtaken, and I had personally paid for the vehicle. Master, she said without opening her eyes. You're staring. I'm assessing an investment. How is it doing? Better than the manager. She laughed at that and then went quiet for a bit. I don't think about them anymore, she said. My parents. I did at first, all the time. Now I've got master, so there's nothing left to think about. I turned a piece of tiger over. I still think about mine, I said. I didn't explain. I never have to anyone, and I'm not going to start here, but I'll say this much, because it belongs in an honest account. There was a mother and a father and a younger brother somewhere very far away who got a phone call one afternoon about a road, and I have never once been able to do anything about it, and there is no realm in this world that comes with a door back. 10,000 years, and there is no door back. That's the joke at the bottom of everything I've built. Master, eat your tiger. Then I opened the Supreme Seed of Luck because I'd been saving it and I could not wait any longer. Activating Supreme Seed of Luck. You have obtained a new innate luck. Ancient heavy pupils. Gold. Ancient heavy pupils. Innate double pupils. The phenomenon of the human emperors of antiquity. Gold. On my own sheet. And then the change started, and it went into my eyes, and my vision doubled and split, and something began circulating in me that had a color. Actual gold particles, moving in my veins, and I could see them, which is not a thing eyes are meant to be able to do, and then I looked up. The night sky was still there. It was just not the only thing there anymore. I saw stars that were dead. Not distant, dead, burnt out, hanging in place. I saw sandstorms crossing worlds that had no one left to notice them. On 2 of the larger bodies, I saw shapes that had unmistakably once been people, at a size that did not make any sense, lying where they had fallen a very long time ago. And past all of it, in the direction the eye wants to keep going, there was dark. Not empty dark. Dark with nothing burning in it at all, in any direction, for as far as a golden pupil can reach. I sat by a campfire on a mountain in a cultivation world and understood, with total certainty, that I was underneath the same sky I had grown up under. The same one, not a similar one. That sky. What is this place, I thought? What actually happened here? I have never answered that question. I want to be honest with you. I am telling you all of this from a long way further down the road, and I still have not answered it. I sealed the pupils that same night and did not show them to a living soul for years. The mark of the human emperors of antiquity on an outer sect disciple in a region a kingdom is planning to level in 3 years. That isn't a gift. That's a target painted on a mountain. Mine and everyone standing near me. Some things you sit on. Inner sect recruiters started coming down to the outer courtyards after that because word of the river palm had traveled. The third one they sent was Ren Lei, a different Ren Lei, an inner disciple, no relation to the one in the ice cave, and a man with a real gift for opening a negotiation. He looked around my courtyard, sniffed, and pointed at Yu Qing. Before we discuss terms, how much for the maid? I hit him with surging wave palm, and then, because the palm had put him on the ground near the gate and there was a good long stretch of courtyard available, I took him by the ankle and dragged him face down the entire length of it and out through the arch. The recruiter he'd come with stood absolutely still through all of this. Come back whenever you like, I told him, dusting my hands. Don't bring that idiot again. Then I hung a wooden sign on my gate. In seclusion. Do not disturb. It stayed there for 6 weeks, which was, according to Bai Yan, the single most talked about piece of wood on the mountain that season. I went to see Fang Ju once more before the examination, and I brought him a jug of the cheapest wine in the outer sect market, because I'd spent everything I had on spirit stones, and I was not going to arrive empty-handed. He drank a cup of it and made a face like a man chewing a wasp. If it were anyone else, he said, I would not put this in my mouth. Then he produced his own jug from behind the rock, which had clearly been there the entire time. I asked him what Divine Bridge 9th stage actually meant, because everyone said strongest in the sect and nobody said anything useful. He looked up at the sky, which was heavy and gray and had been raining on and off for 2 days. He closed his fist. The cloud cover over the entire peak turned to rain in one motion. All of it, at once, the whole sky wringing itself out like a cloth. And 30 seconds later there was not a cloud in any direction, and the blue overhead was so clean it looked freshly made. That's what it means, he said, and drank. Then, comfortably. The sect leader used to get his backside smacked by me when he was small. He still calls me uncle when nobody's listening. He asked me to be his disciple again. I refused again. So I showed him the river palm instead, the version past perfection, and I watched the strongest man in Taishuan Sect put his cup down very slowly and stare at a piece of ground. Where did you learn to do that? A river. He caught up with me on the path down, which for a man of his rank is an undignified thing to do, and pressed something into my hand. A jade pendant, plain, warm. There's a strike sealed in that, he said. Mine, Divine Bridge, 9th. It will trigger once, on its own, and there is nothing below Divine Bridge 5th stage in this world that will still be standing afterward. Peak Master. Take it and go away, he said, and went back up the path. I found out what that pendant cost him about a year later, and not from him. 10 drops of essence. Not 1, 10. Which is a decade of a Divine Bridge cultivator's foundation. And it had not been made for me. He'd made it 30 years earlier, and put it away, and it had been sitting in a box since then, because the personal disciple he made it for was killed before he could give it to him. Bayan found me the week before the examination with the look of a man carrying contraband. There's a book running. A what? A betting book. Half the mountain's in on it. The elders pretend not to know. It happens every 3 years. He lowered his voice. You're at 8-1. And the favorite? Su Luo of the first courtyard. Meridian opening 4th stage. Phoenix bloodline. A fire divine ability she's had for a year. 1.5-1. And honestly, that's generous to you. I looked at him. How much can one person put on? Bayan's face changed slowly. Brother Chen. How much? I put 625 low-grade spirit stones on myself. Everything I had, including Yang Jun's, and I did not do it personally because an outer disciple wagering his entire net worth on his own head at 8-1 is information, and information moves odds. I sent Yu Qing. The bookmaker was a fat, cheerful, deeply corrupt man called Huang, and he took the stones and counted them, and then he looked up at the person who had handed them over, and Huang had been running books for 11 years and did not need a second look. He knew whose servant that was. He took her money. Then he went into the back and put every stone he personally owned on the same name and came out and adjusted the board. Chen Hai down from 8-1 to 2-1, Su Luo out from 1.5 to 1.2. The mountain saw the odds move and drew the obvious conclusion, which was that the smart money had gone to the favorite and rushed to get on before it closed. I have rarely enjoyed anything as much as watching that happen from a tea house balcony. The general examination of Taishuan Sect runs 3 days on a stone platform the size of a village square with the 7 peaks going up all around it. Su Luo heard about me before she saw me. Somebody carried her the line I'd said in the courtyard. She isn't a rival, across 200 yards of crowd, the way somebody always does. She came over. She was tall and calm, and there was heat coming off her in a way that had nothing to do with temper. So, she said, I'm not a rival. You're not. Good, she said. Then I'll be waiting for the part where you beat me, and walked off, and I revised her upward considerably. The first man to challenge me was called Wu Yong from the second courtyard, and he had been waiting 3 years for the day he got to fight on that platform. He came in with Whirlwind Slash, which is a genuinely good technique, and about 4 seconds in, I found the seam in it. Every technique has one, a place where the energy has to turn a corner and slows down to do it, and put the point of my sword into that exact spot. His blade left his hands, and then I hit him across the face with the flat of mine, which was unnecessary, and which I did anyway, because a man who has waited 3 years to be somebody deserves to remember the day. I was still on the platform when the light changed. Something enormous came over the peaks, and the shadow of it crossed the whole square, and 10,000 people looked up at once. A golden ship, flying. 200 feet of it, gold from stem to stern, with a character on the sail I did not recognize, and half the elders on the dais did. Zhou. The royal house of the Chenyuan kingdom. I stood on that stone platform with my sword still out and thought, 2 months. He said 2 months and a prince, and here is a prince, on the day. Which meant the other half of what he told me was also true, and in 3 years, there would be no Taishuan Sect. Here's the thing about Qianyuan, and it took me a while to get the full shape of it. They are not a kingdom that has cultivators. They are a kingdom that has luck. Their dynasty accumulates it. Every official inside their borders, a county magistrate, a garrison captain, a tax clerk, can borrow the fortune of the dynasty itself in an emergency and rise a full realm for a short time on it. A clerk can fight an elder for 11 minutes. That's the whole reason a kingdom of mortals has been able to sit next to sects like this one for 2 centuries without being stepped on. And their reigning sovereign was, at that moment, condensing a golden dragon. The ship put down, and a young man came off it, and I want to record his panel because it was the first one I had ever read that made me put my sword away and pay attention. Name, Wu Lei. 18th Prince of Qianyuan. Realm, Meridian opening. 6th stage. Innate luck, child of the earth, blue. Earth spirit, blue. Descendant of the human king, blue. 3 blues. He walked to the middle of the platform, took something out of his sleeve, and dropped it on the stone. A pearl. Milk white. Equality of all beings, he said. It levels everyone inside its range to a single tier. Nobody can claim advantage of realm. He looked around at the Sect's young generation with an expression of enormous good manners. Now it's fair. Please. Sulo went out first, and she went out angry, and she opened with the Firebird. It was a real divine ability. A phoenix in flame, 40 feet across, and the crowd came up onto its feet. Wu Lei raised one hand and something came up out of the platform, a dragon made of the mountain itself, stone and soil, unhurried, and took the bird out of the air and put Suluo off the edge of the platform in one movement. Thank you, he said, helping her up personally, and meaning it. You warmed me up. It's a pity you're a little weak. Nobody on that dais said a word. That's what Yang Jun had told me to watch for, and he was right, and I have never forgotten the sight. A row of Taishuan elders with 300 years of pride between them, watching a foreign prince put their finest young cultivator on the ground, and smiling. I walked out, the pearl pressed down on me the same as everyone, Meridian opening first stage and him at sixth, and both of us flattened to the same tier, which he thought was fairness, and which was actually the single most generous thing anyone did for me that year, because what the pearl equalizes is realm, and what it cannot touch is what my eyes can see. Every flow of spiritual energy has flaws in it, little cracks where the current has to turn. I could see his, 11 of them, when we started. I put the sword into the first one, and he adjusted, and there were 7, and I put the sword into the third of those, and he adjusted again, and I stopped counting because it did not matter, because they moved, and I could see them move. On the elder's dais, an old man called Liang Heng came out of his chair. That's not possible, he said out loud, to a silent platform. The flaws shift. They shift constantly. Nobody can read a flow at that speed. Wu Lei took the pearl back. He said it out loud first, which was courteous of him. I'm ending the fairness now. Sixth stage returned to him like a coat going back on, and then it kept going, and I watched the fortune of an entire dynasty come up through a young man standing on a stone platform. Ninth stage, borrowed, wearing him like a glove. The pressure took the crowd down to its knees. His uncle stood up on the visitor's terrace at the same moment. Wu Kun, Divine Bridge, fifth stage, coming down to make sure the family's afternoon went well, and I decided I was tired. There's no call, I said, for elders to involve themselves in children's quarrels, and I threw the river, not at the prince, past him, at the terrace, at the man coming down off it, the whole Kang River in one palm, and I want to be clear that I did not expect it to work. I expected it to be noticed. Wu Kun stopped where he was. Behind him, on the elder's dais, 4 stone chairs came apart into gravel. There was a very long silence on that mountain. Then Wu Kun put a hand on his nephew's shoulder and said in the voice of a man closing a ledger, "That's enough, Tuo." He looked at me for a while. "Come and serve the throne," he said. "Name the terms. Any terms." "No. Think about it." "I have." Wu Lei, being helped upright, laughed out of one side of his mouth. "Next time," he said, "I'll beat you." "All right," I said, and meant it, and I liked him, which was inconvenient for both of us later. First place, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones paid as 10 medium, 22nd rank chi gathering pills of top quality, and 2 techniques from the second floor of the technique hall, my choice. And down in the outer sect, a fat bookmaker named Huang paid out 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to a servant girl with a very straight face, plus the separate winnings of Bai Yan and Bai Xia, who had between them put on 120 medium-grade stones without telling me. Bai Yan found me afterward and hugged me hard enough to crack something. "I have never in my life," he said, "made money by being loyal. It's an incredible feeling. I recommend it." 3 days after the examination, the immortal of Taishuan came down to the outer courtyards and waited outside my gate. In the open, in the middle of the afternoon, where several hundred people could see her standing there. "May I come in?" I looked at her for a moment, because here is what I knew by then, and it had taken me 2 months of listening to gossip in tea houses to assemble. Xuan Yi was betrothed, not casually, formally, sect to sect, to a young man named Wang Yu of Heavenly Sword Mountain, who possessed something called a mystic Yang constitution, and who was, by all accounts, the most promising cultivator of his generation within 1,000 miles. And she was standing at an outer disciple's gate in daylight, asking to be let in. "No," I said, at a volume the entire courtyard could hear. A man and a woman alone behind a closed door is how rumors start. I'd rather not give anyone the material. Her face did something complicated. "Is that what you think of me?" "Xuan Yi," I said. "Are you trying to set me up?" She left without answering, which was an answer. I stood at my own gate afterward and thought a very cold thought, and I am going to record it exactly as it arrived, because I do not think I was a good person that afternoon, and I do not intend to tidy it up. She cannot be allowed to live. Not out of rage, not because she'd insulted my father's memory, though she had. Because she had just tried to use me as a weapon against her own engagement, and she had done it in public, and a person who will spend you once will spend you again, and I was an outer disciple, and she was Spirit C second stage, which meant the answer was not vengeance. The answer was strength, and everything else could wait for it. That was the week I moved to Tianzhu Peak. First place in the general examination comes with a residence, and the residence they gave me had 4 courtyards and a garden and a view down the rift, and Yu Qing walked through it twice without touching anything, and then asked, very seriously, whether we were allowed to sit on the furniture. It also came with an invitation to the Treasure Pavilion auction, and that is where I met Chen Lang. He was a captain of the law enforcement hall, and he stopped me on the steps in front of about 40 people. Chen Hai, you'll come with me. There are questions outstanding regarding the death of the disciple Yang Jun. Do you have evidence? Find some, I said, and then come and find me, and walked past him into the auction. He came in and sat 4 rows behind me, and I want you to appreciate what happened next, because it is my favorite thing that ever happened at an auction. Lot 19 was dragon vein grass, 5 stalks, reserve 2,000. I bid, he bid, I bid, he bid. He was not bidding because he wanted it. He was bidding because I wanted it, and by the time we passed 4,000, the entire hall understood that, and by 4,500, he was bidding at nobody but me. I stopped, just stopped, put my paddle down and folded my hands. 4,500. Going once. I watched the back of that man's neck change color. Going twice. Sold. To Captain Chen Lang of the Law Enforcement Hall. Payment now, please. He did not have 4,500 spirit stones. He had somewhere around 3,000 and a great deal of pride, and the Treasure Pavilion has a standard penalty for a collapsed sale, and they applied it in front of everyone, itemized, out loud. The grass went back up. I took it for 2,500 on the re-entry, and an intermediate spirit gathering array for 3,000 while I was there. Chen Lang was waiting outside. Chen Hai. I'll remember this. Everyone says that, I said. Nobody ever does anything about it, which was unkind and untrue, and which he did in fact prove wrong later. I ate all 5 stalks that night. The gold in my blood, the particles that had come with the double pupils, they did not increase. They multiplied. It came up through me like something catching fire in a dry field, and by dawn there was more gold moving in me than there was anything else. Heaven-defying transformation complete. New innate luck obtained. Human emperor bloodline, purple. I had been expecting white. New entries had always come in white. Outstanding soul had come in white and had cost me a boneyard and a tree the size of a mountain. This one arrived purple. So I tested it, in my own room, at 2 in the morning, like an idiot. I took the arrow with the triple restriction on it, Yang Jun's arrow, a piece of gear that had no business being in an outer disciple's ring, and dragged the head of it up the inside of my own forearm. Nothing. No mark. The skin didn't part. I turned the arrow over and drove it into the floorboards, and it went through them like they were bean curd. So I put the point against my palm and pushed with actual force, on purpose, and it went in, and 1 drop came out with gold sparks turning over in it, and I watched the hole close while I was still looking at it, edge to edge, and leave nothing behind at all. I sat on the floor for a while. Every physician who examines me writes down abnormal recovery, I thought. They're going to need a bigger word. The sect leader summoned me the following week. Liang Heng, Divine Bridge, 7th stage, the man who had come out of his chair on the dais during the prince's fight. Up close, he was tired in a way that people at that level usually aren't. 2 things, he said. First, this, a talisman, folded, in yellowed paper. Minor teleportation. When your life is genuinely in danger, it activates on its own and puts you several thousand miles away, in a direction neither of us chooses. 1 use. Do not spend it proving a point. Second, he put a piece of white bone on the table, about the length of my hand, patterned all over with something that was not carving. I have had that for 40 years, he said. I have understood one small part of it. That understanding gives me half again my normal speed. The rest of it, I will not live long enough to read. He pushed it across. You read flaws in a spiritual flow at the speed of a sword thrust. Take it. Perhaps it does something for you. Sect chief. Why? He looked at me for a while. Because a prince of Chen Yuan stood on my examination platform and beat my disciples, he said, and I sat in my chair and smiled. Take the bone, Chen Hai. Then I asked him for one more thing, which was that Liang Feng be admitted to the inner sect without waiting 3 years. On what grounds? He's comprehended sword intent. Liang Heng sat absolutely still for about 4 seconds. He's what? The second floor of the technique hall is 1 room with about 200 jade slips in it, and old Gao Ling follows you around it like a man watching someone handle his grandchildren. I took 2. The first was Heavenly Fire, an archery technique because I had a bow with a triple restriction and nothing to do with it. The second was a thing nobody had touched in 300 years. Star Visualization Diagram. That one, said Gao Ling, has defeated everyone who has ever tried it, including 4 Divine Bridge Elders. The instruction is to visualize the stars, and no one can, and there is a theory that the text is corrupt. Why can't they? He gave me the blank look of a man being asked why water is wet. Because there are no stars. And that is the moment I understood something about this world that I had been walking past for a year. The night sky here is black, completely black. There is a moon, and the moon is always full, always, every night, no cycle. And beyond that, there is nothing at all, not a single point of light. Nobody in this world has ever seen a star. There is no word for constellation. The character in that ancient title was one that scholars argued about. They had inherited a technique that required you to picture something that had been erased from their sky before their histories began. I had seen it 2 months earlier at a campfire through a pair of golden pupils. I sat down and visualized the stars, and it took me about an hour. And then I stopped because the diagram was wrong, not corrupt, incomplete. It described the positions and the relations and the turning of the whole apparatus beautifully, and it did not contain the 2 things that make an apparatus like that hold together at all. There was no gravity in it. There were no magnetic fields. I sat in a room on Tianju Peak with a 300-year-old jade slip and a physics education from a world that no longer existed, and I drew in what was missing. Every stick of furniture in that room came off the floor. Innate divine ability obtained. I would like to say I handled that with dignity. What actually happened is that I spent an afternoon learning to ride the magnetic lines like a man on a slope of loose gravel, and that I came off one at speed and went into a pile of boulders on the north face hard enough to rearrange them. Yu Qing arrived at a dead sprint with her sword out. Master, I climbed out of the rubble. A small experiment, I said. She looked at the boulders. She looked at me. She put the sword away with the expression of a woman revising her estimate of how her employment was going to end. By the end of that week, I could throw her sword, Ying Yue, out to a kilometer and bring it back, steering it the entire way, which is a thing that in this world requires a realm I would not reach for years. Nobody had it because nobody could have it. It was not a secret technique. It was a fact about the universe that I happened to know, and that had been scraped out of this one. Fang Shu called me up to his peak in the spring and gave me his life's work. I want to be careful with this part because it matters more than anything else in this whole account. Indestructible true body of 10,000 calamities, a body tempering art. The premise, which he explained sitting on his rock with his tea going cold, is that the body is not forged by medicine or by energy. It is forged by calamity, by taking the largest destructive forces the world contains and standing in them until you are the kind of thing that stands in them. The original was built around heavenly tribulation lightning, he said. That is what the ancients used. There is no heavenly tribulation in this era. There has not been for a very long time. He shrugged. So I rebuilt it on what we do have. Wind, thunder, sand, cold. It's inferior. It's what there is. Peak Master, this is your legacy. Yes, you have a personal disciple. I do, he said. Fang Yong, good boy, diligent. 200 years from now, he will be a competent Divine Bridge Elder, and this technique will die with him because he will practice it correctly and never once ask it a question. He looked at me over the cup. You will ask it questions. Then he mentioned something in passing, the way old men do. There was a companion art to it once, lost, before my master's master, the 8-9 arcane arts. I did not react. I want that on the record. I did not react, and it was the single hardest thing I have ever done with my face, because that name is not from this world. That name is from a story I read as a child in a country that no longer exists in any sky I can see, about a monkey and a mountain and a very long punishment. His personal disciple was standing by the door pouring tea, and the tea went over his own fingers. He did not flinch. He set the pot down and wiped his hand and smiled at me on the way out, and it was a perfectly good smile. I clocked it immediately, and then made the mistake of thinking I could manage it. Don't underestimate the old man, I said to myself on the path down, meaning Fang Shu. He's lived centuries. That mind is a mirror. I should have applied the same sentence to the boy with the tea. I told Fang Shu about the 3 years before I left the peak, not where I'd got it, just the content, the Chan Yuan royal house, the sects, level the mountains, and pull down the halls. 3 years, and a prince as the advance notice. He was quiet for a while. We knew, he said. We have known for some time that it was coming. We did not think it would be that soon. Then he drank his tea and looked out over 7 peaks that had been standing there for 1,000 years and said, in exactly the tone he'd used about the wine, well, we'd better get on with it then. Bai Yan brought me the job in the summer, and he brought it the way you bring a lottery ticket you're afraid to look at. An immortal's cave, he said. A real one. Ancient. The entrance takes a paired token. I've got one half, and the other half has been in the hands of a Sunset Sect disciple for 11 years, and neither half opens anything alone. Terms? 3 companions each side, maximum. Nobody above Meridian opening 5th stage. Both parties swear on their cultivation, he grimaced. Which they will break, obviously. Obviously. So I need somebody who is Meridian opening 5th stage on paper, said Bai Yan, and is not, in any sense that matters, Meridian opening 5th stage. When do we leave? They broke the agreement about 90 seconds after the door opened, which was faster than my estimate and slower than Bai Yan's. I want to skip the fight because it was not interesting and because what was inside that cave has stayed with me for the rest of my life. The walls were spirit stone, not veins in the rock, crystal, growing out of the stone in clusters the size of a man, more raw wealth in one chamber than the treasure pavilion moves in a decade. The ceiling had a fist-sized lump of purple jade set into it, and Bai Xia went white when she saw it. That's a boundary-setting stone. That's Chen Hai. That single stone is holding this entire space open. That is worth more than the personal fortune of a great cultivator. And at the back, sitting cross-legged, there was a skeleton in a golden robe. Behind it, growing out of a crack in the floor, was a small tree with 5 fruit on it. Bodhi fruit. They only grow where a monk of the Dharma aspect realm has died sitting up, and what they do is raise comprehension permanently in a way nothing else in this world does. The old monk's residual will spoke to us, not a ghost. A recording, worn thin, the last intention of somebody who had been dead a very long time and had left one errand behind. Carry my Sarira to Lanka Temple. In exchange, the fruit, the stone, the vein. Take all of it. And a warning in a voice like dry paper. Do not dig. Even with the stone, this space will not hold. Take what is here and go. We divided it at the entrance, and I want to record how that went, because it is the reason I have spent a great deal of money on the Bai family since. There were 5 fruit. Bai Yan gave me 3. Then he gave me the boundary setting stone. The whole thing. Brother Bai, you kept us alive in there and both of us know it. He put it in my hands and stepped back before I could give it back. Take it. Call it an investment. When you rise, and you will, we've all done the arithmetic. Remember there were 2 people from an eagle pen who backed you early. He ate one of his own fruit right there in front of us, and I watched his sheet change. Outstanding comprehension, green. The other one I couldn't use. That's the joke of it. I already had that entry, upgraded twice over, and a Bodhi fruit that raises comprehension does exactly nothing for a man with peerless intelligence coming. I sold them later for an amount of money I am still slightly embarrassed about. We stayed in that vein for 3 months. Cultivating inside a raw spirit stone vein is not the same activity as cultivating anywhere else. It is the difference between drinking from a cup and standing under a waterfall, and the reason nobody does it is that there are perhaps 4 such places in the region and every one of them is owned. I went Meridian opening 6th, then 7th, then 8th, then 9th, then 10th. 360 meridians, every one of them open. The absolute ceiling of the realm, the number the manuals give as theoretical, the way old textbooks give the theoretical maximum efficiency of an engine nobody has ever built. Bai Yan and Bai Xia both stuck at 6th and could not move. That is not a criticism of them. That is the wall. The vein pours energy in and your divine soul has to hold it, and theirs were ordinary, and ordinary is where almost everybody stops. They sat in a river of wealth for 3 months and could not drink it, and they did not complain once, and Bai Xia spent the last 3 weeks reorganizing our supplies alphabetically because she needed something to do with her hands. In the 11th week I found something in the wall, spirit vein jade marrow, the heart of the vein, the thing the vein grows around, which forms once in about 1,000 years and which most cultivators go their entire lives without seeing. I tore it out of the rock, and about 40 feet of wall came down with it, and I stood there in the dust holding something worth more than the mountain we were standing in. 2,000 strands went into the panel that season, from 3 months of the Bai cousins and the harvest I'd been sitting on. Innate wisdom root, blue. Upgrade to peerless intelligence, purple? Yes. Peerless intelligence. You will comprehend any technique at a glance. Epiphany is a trifle. Elder song. G had put a hand on my forehead a 1.5 years earlier and told me my spirit was ordinary. I sat in that cave and thought about her for a bit and then got on with my day. Elder Xiaojing of the Sunset Sect had been waiting outside the cave for 2 months. Divine Bridge, second stage. He had been sent when his sect's disciples stopped reporting, and he had worked out that whoever came out of that hole would be carrying the contents of it, and he had the patience of a man who has been alive for 300 years. We came out into the light, and there he was. I broke the spirit vein jade marrow in half, just snapped it in front of everyone, and put half of it into Bai Yan's hands. You gave me the boundary stone. Chen Hai, it's arithmetic, I said. You overinvested. I'm correcting the ledger. What a touching friendship, said Elder Xiaojing from 30 feet up. I'll be sure to send the 3 of you off together. And a voice came out of the sky above him, mildly. Xiaojing, I did not expect this of you. Preying on children. The elder of the Sunset Sect went the color of paper and pulled a void shuttle out of his sleeve, a genuine one, 7 restrictions on it, a treasure that crosses 1,000 miles in a heartbeat and which no one below Divine Bridge can catch. He threw it and went with it. Fang Shu reached out and caught it, bare-handed, out of the air. He turned it over, wiped the owner's mark off it with his thumb the way you'd rub a smudge off a coin, and put it in his pocket. Then he brought his palm down. There was nothing left of Elder Xiaojing to bury, and the ridge he had been standing over was about 6 feet shorter afterward. Fang Shu landed in front of me and dusted his hands. Did you see that? I saw it. That, he said, with enormous satisfaction, was the second stage of your technique. The second. While we were in that cave, our life tablets had gone dark. That's the system every sect uses. A jade tablet with your name on it, glowing while you live, and 3 months of darkness on 3 tablets belonging to the sect's most discussed young cultivator and 2 members of the Bai family produced the obvious conclusion, and then, because it was Taishuan, a rumor, Taishuan sect's fortune has fallen. That's why all our talents die young. And on the day the tablets went dark, 2 cousins named Chen Long and Chen Ling walked down to Tianzhu Peak to collect what they considered to be salvage. They came for Yu Qing, and on their way in, Chen Ling reached up and knocked my name tablet off the gatepost and dropped it on the flags and put his heel on it. Here is what he did not know, because nobody on that mountain had been paying attention to a servant girl for 8 months. Yu Qing was at meridian opening, 6th stage. She took his arm off with 1 cut. She did not say anything first. That's the part the witnesses all agreed on afterward. No warning, no speech, no cultivator's declaration. Her sword came out and went back, and Chen Ling was on the ground. Then Deacon Chu arrived, and that was a different matter. Meridian opening 9th stage, 120 years in the sect, demon subduing palm at full development. She met him with a river of sword energy that held for 2 full breaths and came apart. And Liang Fang came across the courtyard, meridian opening 4th stage, which is nothing, which is a child's rank against a man like that, and very nearly took the deacon's head off with Gan Chen, because sword intent does not care what rank you are. 2,000 feet up, an old man and a young one hung in the air and watched the whole thing. Shall we go down? Said Fang Shu. Not yet, I said. Let them make a bigger mistake. Fang Shu glanced sideways at me, and I found out years later what he thought at that exact moment, because he told the sect leader, and the sect leader told me at a funeral. The boy looks polite. He is not polite. He is going to let this run until it cannot be argued with, and then he is going to end it in 1 move. I like him enormously. The bigger mistake arrived in about 11 minutes, wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. Captain Yang came down with a squad and arrested Liang Fang and Yu Qing without asking a single question. Not one, not who started it, not why there was a smashed name tablet on the flagstones, because a deacon had been injured and the servants of a dead outer disciple were the tidiest available answer. I came down out of the sky and landed in the middle of the courtyard. 1 step, that's all it was. I landed, and the pressure of meridian opening 10th stage came off me in a ring, and the entire squad went into the flagstones up to their knees and stayed there. The courtyard made a sound. 10th, that's the 10th stage. Nobody reaches 10th. The manuals say 10th is theoretical. Helmsman Chen Hua of the law enforcement hall came off the wall at me with a binding art already forming, and she was Spirit C, 2nd stage, which is a realm above me and change. I hit her with my fist, and she went back over the wall she'd come from. She got up, which I respected, and she brought out an earth rank technique. Cold Dragon Sky Soar, and a dragon of ice, 30 meters long, came up out of the courtyard stones and came down the length of it at me. I walked into it. Not through a technique, not with a palm. I put my shoulder down and went into an ice dragon with nothing but the body Fang Shu's art had built, and I came out the other side of it, and the dragon did not. What was left of it fell in pieces around my feet, and the only casualty was my shirt, which was in ribbons. I put 2 fingers against her throat. Meridian opening, I said, into a silence you could have stood a coin on, has just beaten Spirit C. 2,000 feet up, Peak Master Fang Shu pulled a handful of his own beard out. Feng Tao arrived 20 minutes later, and the first thing he did was slap his own captain across the courtyard. I have finally understood, he said to his own hall in front of everybody, why this institution never improves. You believe you stand above your brothers. You do not. You are a broom. Then he sent for the mirror, and the mirror ran the afternoon backward, and the whole mountain watched a man in an inner sect robe knock a name tablet off a gatepost and grind it under his heel. Sentencing took a day. Chen Ling and Chen Long, Dantian destroyed, expelled from the sect. Deacon Chu, cultivation stripped. He was 120 years old and had been holding himself together with it, and he died about half an hour later, sitting down, of being 120. Chen Hua. 3 years in the ice cave. Chen Ling and Chen Long walked out of the gates as mortals at noon, and about an hour later, in a canyon 9 miles down the road, an arrow found each of them. There were 2 elders watching from a ridge. I knew they were there. I want to be precise about that. I knew, and I did it anyway, and they went back and wrote in their report that the disciple Chen Hai shows no mercy toward his own. The sect read that report and did nothing, and I have always thought that was the most informative thing Taishuan sect ever did. Feng Shu took me up to his rock that night and taught me the only lesson from that whole year that I still repeat to people. You beat Spirit C, he said. Good. Don't let it teach you the wrong thing. Peak Master, Spirit C is more energy. Divine Bridge is not more energy. He turned his cup over. At Divine Bridge, you stop borrowing the world's power and start replacing it. A domain, your own small world, laid over the real one for as far as you can hold it. Inside another man's domain, there is no spiritual energy for you to draw because it is not the world's air anymore, it is his. Your techniques do not fire. Your body does not obey you the way it did. So a Divine Bridge cultivator against a Spirit C cultivator is not a fight, said Feng Shu. It is an announcement. He set the cup down. If you meet one and you are not one, you run. You do not assess, you do not measure, you do not have a clever idea. You run immediately in the first half second and you feel nothing about it afterward. I have taken that advice exactly once and ignored it twice, and I am only alive because of the once. The sect leader came down personally that autumn to take Yu Qing as his personal disciple. Divine Bridge 7th stage, head of Taishuan sect. The single most valuable offer that institution had made to anybody in 40 years, and he made it standing in my courtyard, politely, with both hands out. She said no. Young lady, said Liang Heng, who had clearly not planned for this. Do you understand what is being offered? Yes. And? I go where my master goes, said Yu Qing, and that was the entire content of her position, and no further material was forthcoming. He took Liang Feng instead, which was the correct outcome anyway. A natural swordsman going to the man who runs the sect is how these things ought to work. And he left me 2 top-grade Qi Si pills and 500 medium-grade spirit stones as a consolation gift for the inconvenience of having employees with opinions. Yunxiao City sits on a snow peak, and it is the only city of cultivators in the region. Everything above a certain price is bought and sold there and nowhere else, and I went up with 2 Bodhi fruit in a ring and an appointment at the largest auction house on the continent. I got about 200 yards down the main street before somebody put a finger under my chin. I want to describe the panel first because I read it before I did anything else, and it changed my entire afternoon. Name, Wen Ning. Age, 28. Realm, Spirit C, 5th stage. Innate luck. Body of 6 harmonies, purple. Born demon cultivator, blue. Nation toppling beauty, blue. Saintess of a demon sect, 47th on the heavenly ranking, and she had reached out in the middle of a public street and gone to tilt my face up like a woman inspecting fruit at a market. I caught her wrist and pushed her away. She sat down in the snow. Ow, she said with enormous interest. That hurt. Somebody pick me up. I kept walking. Behind me, I heard her rummage in her sleeve and produce a hand mirror, and then, genuinely bewildered, to nobody. Have I got ugly? The street had opinions about this. The street had a great many opinions about it, and they were all directed at me, and they were all some version of the same one, delivered in the tone people use for the recently bereaved. That boy is finished. A demoness has taken an interest in him. I give him a week. The heavenly ranking, since it comes up, it's the list of everybody in the region under 50 years old, ranked, and it is not a popularity contest. It is maintained by people who go and check. Wang Yu of Heavenly Sword Mountain, Xuan Yi's betrothed, was 18th. Feng Tao was 26th. Wen Ning was 47th. Xuan Yi was 89th. I was not on it, which suited me perfectly, and which lasted another 11 months. The auction was the largest single financial event of my life, and I am going to give you the numbers, because the numbers are the story. I put in 2 Bodhi fruit. The house's opening estimate was 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, each. I want to put that in perspective. When I left Linan County, I had 63,000 taels of silver and considered myself rich beyond all reason. 1,000 taels buys 1 low-grade spirit stone. The fruit went for 200,000 stones apiece, which is to say each one of them was worth roughly 200 million taels of silver, which is to say the entire wealth of every clan in Dashan Prefecture put together, twice, for a piece of fruit that grew out of a crack in a floor. The 11th prince of Chunyuan fought a man named Situ Wang over them for 11 minutes. I bought 3 things with the proceeds: a yin-yang mother-son sword, 6 restrictions, which splits into 9 blades and comes back. 5 elements spirit fruit as a match set, 133,000, which was roughly double the honest price and which I paid without arguing because a match set is the whole point, and the yin-yang mysterious jade at 280,000, for which I had to pawn my own sword, and the sect leader's teleportation talisman in the middle of the room to make the payment in front of everybody, which I mentioned because it was the single most enjoyable humiliation I have ever volunteered for. Change. 25 top grade and 55 medium grade spirit stones, and a black and gold card from the auction house that gives 10% off everything forever. The woman who brought the jade out was called Xiaohua, Divine Bridge Realm, and she handed it over personally, and her fingers touched mine. She went very still. "That blood," she said. Then professionally, with the door already closing on whatever had just crossed her face, "A word of advice, young man, freely given. Be careful of witches." "Of what?" "Be careful," said Xiaohua, "of witches," and left. I broke into Spirit Sea 11 days later, and it took 4 days and everything I owned. The yin-yang mysterious jade came apart in my hands, and 2 dragons came out of it, 1 black and 1 white, and went into my stomach, and the jade fell as dust. The 5 fruit I ate in the generative cycle, in order, and each one produced a white entry, and then the 5 white entries did something I had never seen the panel do. They merged. 5 elements affinity, green. 100 strands, upgraded it to 5 elements, spirit body, blue. 2,000 more went into the oldest line on my sheet, the one I'd built on day 11 with 163 strands taken off an old man and a swordsman in a wrecked courtyard. Dragon tiger body, blue. Upgrade to dragon elephant tyrant body, purple. Yes, my heart, when it restarted, was audible in the courtyard. Yu Qing told me afterward that she'd been sitting outside the door with her hand flat on her own chest. Her heart had started keeping time with the drum coming through the wall, and she could not make it stop. She sat there for 2 hours matching the rhythm of something on the other side of a door. Then the Spirit Sea itself. Here is the standard. When you open your Spirit Sea, its size is set forever, and its size is the ceiling on everything you will ever do. An ordinary cultivator opens 2 zhang, a prodigy, a real one, the kind sects fight over, reaches 5. 9 zhang is the legendary limit, the number in the oldest texts, achieved perhaps 4 times in recorded history. I spent 2 top-grade Qi pills and half the spirit vein jade marrow, and I sat in it, and I pushed. 9 zhang, and it did not stop. 9 zhang, 9 Qi, which is not in any text, which no one had ever recorded, and which I have never told more than 3 people, because a number like that is not a boast. It is a description of exactly how much there is to take from you. Wen Ning caught up with me on the road out of Yunxiao City, riding a green falcon, and put it down across the path so I could not go around. "Come down," she said. "You owe me a conversation." Then she danced. I have to be accurate about this. The Heavenly Demon dance is not a performance, it is a technique, and what it does is put a thing in your head that you want more than you want to keep fighting. Hundreds of celestial figures came up out of the snow around her, and there were bells, and the world narrowed to one warm point, and everything outside of it stopped being interesting. Yu Qing went down inside 3 seconds. She was meridian opening, 10th stage, and she went down like a girl falling asleep at a table. I have golden pupils that once looked at a sky full of dead stars, and the entire illusion went past me like a draft under a door. "You dance well," I said. "Unfortunately, I have somewhere to be." Then I threw the river at her. She got the Crimson Lotus umbrella up. 8 restrictions, a genuine treasure, the sort of thing a Spirit Sea cultivator builds a career around. I took it out of her hands on the second exchange and put my fist into her stomach, and after that, I had 2 fingers on her throat in the snow. And here I made the only decision from that year that I am completely sure was correct. Her master was Dharma Aspect Realm, not Divine Bridge. Dharma Aspect, which is the realm above it, which is the realm where people stop having a location and start having a presence, and if I killed a Dharma Aspect cultivator's personal disciple in the snow outside Yunxiao City, then no talisman in the world was going to matter. So I didn't kill her, I put a drop of my own essence into her heart instead. Gold particles, going in through the sternum, settling in, and taking hold. It does not hurt, it does not show, it simply means that from that afternoon forward, her life was a thing I was holding, and she felt it happen, and she knew exactly what it was before I finished. "You dance well," I said again, and let her up. "You'll come with me and dance for a few days. You, call me master." There was a pause you could have driven a cart through. Yes, said the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, 47th on the heavenly ranking. Master. That took 10 days off your sentence in the wrong direction. 11 days. What? 12. You can't just… 14. She got it to 16 before we reached the bottom of the mountain, and I want to state for the record that every single increment was earned. Liang Hung came out of his hall 2 days later, saw a demon saintess standing behind me holding a parasol, heard her address me, and stopped walking. Master, he said, what in the world is going on down here? Wang Yu came to see me that month. 18th on the heavenly ranking, heavenly sword mountain, mystic Yang constitution, and betrothed to Xuan Yi, and he came to demand that I make peace with her publicly, because the rumor from that afternoon at my gate had traveled and it had reached his mountain in a shape he did not enjoy. He was extremely polite about it, and it was extremely clear that politeness was a door he could close. He got about 4 sentences in before Wen Ning pulled her veil down. Wang Yu, she said sweetly, you, of all people, want to talk about face? He left in a state. And on his way out, I said something I had been turning over since he arrived because I'd been looking at him the whole time, and there was something on him that was not on anybody else in that hall. You don't cultivate the demonic path, do you? He stopped in the doorway. There's demonic energy on you, I said. Quite a lot of it. I'd have it looked at. He did not answer, and he did not turn around, and he walked out into the snow. Because of you, Wang Yu has unlocked his potential and entered the demonic path. 233 strands of power of luck obtained. A medium-grade seed of luck obtained. I read that notification twice. Then I sat down and thought about it for a long time, and I want to be honest about what I felt, which was not guilt. It was arithmetic. I had said 9 words to a man in a doorway, and the world had paid me 233 strands and a seed for changing the direction of his life. It had not asked whether the change was good. It had not asked whether he was better off. Fate altered, said the panel, and paid out, which told me, plainly, that this thing on my eyes did not have a moral position, and that if I ever started using it as one, it would go extremely badly for a great many people. The Sunset Sect finally came for me over the vein. That's how these things actually get settled between sects, not war, a match. The Spirit Stone vein under the border ridge was worth an obscene amount and had been in dispute for 11 years, and the arrangement was that each sect put forward one young cultivator, and the winner's sect took 30% of the yield for 15 years. They put forward a man named Hebo, 23 years old, publicly Meridian opening 10th stage, privately, and this was the part they had been sitting on for 4 months, already through into Spirit C first stage. And Elder Songjur gave him an instruction along with the appointment, and it was not win, drive the soul-slaying needle into Chen Hai and destroy his divine soul. Liang Hung spent an evening teaching me a breath concealment technique and then gave me an order, which he had never done before. Do not come out. Whatever happens in there, whoever he kills, you stay hidden until the last day. He is stronger than you are supposed to be able to handle, and I would rather have the vein than the disciple. Understood, Sect Chief. I did not follow that order, but I did follow the first half of it, which I count as compliance. The contest happens inside a cave heaven orb, a sealed pocket world about the size of a province, stocked with beasts, with a fixed exit and a fixed clock. I spent the first 11 days concealed, which is to say I spent the first 11 days riding a white tiger. That happened by accident. I came over a ridge and found a spirit tiger the size of a cart, and I was already moving when it lay down flat with its ears back and made a noise I can only describe as pleading. Honored strong one, it said, spirit beasts of that grade can talk, and this one talked like a man trying to get out of a parking ticket. My instincts tell me that you are not somebody I should joke with. Get up, you're a horse now. Yes, honored strong one. That tiger and I killed a python that had been eating everything in the eastern valleys. Its gallbladder is worth 20% cultivation progress if you eat it fresh. I ate it fresh, and the tiger sat and watched me do it with an expression of such profound personal satisfaction that I asked, He's been eating my range for 6 months, said the tiger. 6 months. I want you to know that I have thought about this day a great deal. Meanwhile, Hebo was hunting Taishuan disciples. He got 8. He did it thoroughly, and he did it loudly, and by the 10th day he was standing on high ground shouting my name across the valleys. Jiang Yuan, come out! Or has Taishuan's great genius decided he'd rather be a turtle? So I came out. He'd planned it well. I want to give him that. He came in with a straightforward exchange, and about 4 seconds into it, his left hand flicked and the soul-slaying needle came at my temple from an angle nobody watching could have seen. I took it out of the air. He looked at his own empty hand, and then at the needle between my fingers, and then at my face. A distraction. Then the needle, I said. It's a good idea. It's a genuinely good idea. Then I drew the yin-yang mother-son sword, and it came apart into 9 blades in the air. 1 pass. Hebo was still standing when it finished. There was simply nothing in the middle of him anymore, a clean gap where his heart had been, and he was upright and looking down at it with a puzzled expression. I surrender, he said. And the Cave Heaven Orb, which is an artifact and not a judge, registered a valid surrender and did what it does. It removed him from the contest. It put him outside, in front of both sects, on the observation platform, at the feet of his own master. He had about 9 seconds. Elder Song Ji caught him as he came down and held him, and every disciple of the Sunset Sect watched their finest young talent die in her arms in the open air, and I have thought about the timing of that a great deal since, and I cannot make myself sorry about it. His last words were not to me, and were not about the vein. Master, he said, never avenge me. I can't afford him. Promise me. The vein went to Taishuan Sect. 30% of the yield for 15 years, which the sect immediately monetized at a discount, and the payment came to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 18 months earlier, I had crushed one of them under my boot in a courtyard to make a point. The Sunset Sect's response was to go and price a contract. Tiansha Pavilion takes commissions on people. It is old, it is professional, it does not negotiate, and it charges by the target. The first time they went, I was Spirit C 4th stage, and the price was 100 top-grade spirit stones. The second time they went, 4 months later, I was 5th, and the price was 150. Their envoy, a man named Song Rui, came out of that building and stood in the street doing arithmetic out loud like a man who has just been quoted for a roof. 150 top grade, that's 1.5 million low grade. That is an absurd amount of money for one outer sect. He stopped. And by the time we've raised it, he said to nobody, he'll have gone up again. They never did place that contract. It is, I think, the most flattering thing anyone has ever failed to do to me. The medium-grade seed bloomed that winter. Tiote's stomach, purple. Tiote's stomach. Any object may be eaten and digested into the energy you require. I sat and looked at that for a while, because the phrasing was doing something the panel usually doesn't. Any object, not any medicine, not any treasure. So I tested it, which is a sentence that has preceded most of the interesting parts of my life. I bit a medium-grade spirit stone in half. It tasted like nothing at all, and it went down like a hard candy, and my absorption was 100%, not 98, which is what my body had been running at, and which was already the best figure anybody at that sect had ever measured. 100. No residue, no waste, nothing left over to cook out in a barrel. Then, because I could not leave it alone, I walked down to the pond, picked up an ordinary gray pebble, and swallowed it. I got a grain of energy out of it. A grain. Not a useful amount. Not 1,000th of what a spirit stone gives. But it was not 0, and a rock is not supposed to give you anything at all, and I stood at the edge of that pond for about 5 minutes rearranging my understanding of what food is. And then a thought arrived that I want on the record because everything in the last part of this story comes out of it. What happens, I thought, if I roast one of the Yao race? 2,000 strands went into the soul that same season. Divine Soul Condensation, blue. Upgrade to Divine Soul Fetal Breath, purple? Yes. Divine Soul. Fetal breath. The soul rests in a cocoon and grows of its own accord continuously at 30% of the rate of active visualization. 30% all day, every day, forever. While I fight, while I eat, while I sleep. Elder Song. Jai's hand on my forehead. Ordinary. The sect leader came to me himself in the spring, and he was not composed. Han Wang is dead. Han Wang was his personal disciple. 20 years together, purple-grade innocent heart, the nearest thing that man had to a son, and he had been sent to Shanxi County because entire villages had begun disappearing overnight. The pattern was the thing that had them beaten. A Divine Bridge elder goes to Shanxi County. Nothing happens. Nothing is found. The county is quiet as a church. The elder leaves. A village goes overnight. It knows when we're there, said Liang Heng. It knows precisely when we're there. I took 15 days first, because I was not going to go and meet a thing that had eaten a Divine Bridge cultivator's disciple at Spirit C 5th stage. I ate top-grade spirit stones whole, which is an obscene way to cultivate, and which Taudi's stomach made merely expensive, and I came out at 6th. Then I went and sat in a village in Shanxi County and waited with my eyes open. It came through the ground, not tunneling. Through it, 3 zhang down, moving through solid earth the way a fish moves through water, and there is a whole family of arts that do that, and this one was the best I have ever seen. It came up under the house I was sitting in, and it was already inside the room before the floor knew. Shadow Serpent. A python of the Yao race. Condensing pill 8th stage, which on the human ladder is Spirit C 8th. 2 realms above me. I put a 5 elements fist through its mouth and took its fangs out at the root and came out the other side. Then it ran, and the next 40 minutes were the most useful education of my life. It went into the earth and I tore its earth escape apart with the 5 elements. It surfaced and ran, and I bound it with the 5-colored divine rings. It broke those, which I had not expected, and I put heavenly fire archery into it 3 times at range. And then it did the thing that told me exactly what I was dealing with, which was that it pulled out a minor teleportation talisman, the same class of item the sect leader had given me, rare enough that Tai Xuan owned 4. I froze the space around it with the golden pupils, and the talisman activated into a room with no doors and did nothing at all. And I watched a creature that had eaten villages for 2 years understand that it was not going to leave, so it detonated its own spirit treasure. That is a thing you do exactly once. The blast would have taken the county, not the village, the county, and I had about a second and a half to decide between chasing a fleeing python and putting out an explosion large enough to erase 40,000 people. I put out the explosion, golden pupils, 5 elements, and everything my divine soul had, all at once, folded down onto a point. It took 11 seconds, and it hurt more than the lightning ever had, and when the light went out of it, there was something lying in the crater. A mirror. Small, dark, patterned around the rim in a script I could not read. A replica of the ancient heavenly secret mirror. What it does, it hides its holder from every form of divination in this world. It shows every living thing within 1,000 lie, and it freezes space. The market floor on an item like that is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and there is no ceiling because they do not come up for sale. The python's voice came back across the valley from a very long way off, and it was not a threat, and it was not a curse. Liju Grotto Heaven, it said. I'll be there. Will you? I stood in a crater with a mirror in my hand and did not answer him, and I want to note carefully that I never once promised to kill that creature. I promised myself something smaller and more satisfying, and I paid it in full, and we'll get there. Yu Qing reached Meridian Opening 10th stage that year and forged her lifebound sword. I need to explain what a lifebound sword is because the sect's own manuals are coy about the price. You take a blade and you put a piece of your soul into it, not metaphorically. The sword becomes an extension of you, it grows as you grow, and it cannot be taken from you by anyone. You cannot get that piece back. Whatever you put in is gone from you. Most cultivators put in a fragment and consider themselves brave. She melted her soul into Yingyue, and then, without telling me, she added a drop of my own essence, one that she had kept from the medicine hall 2 years earlier, in a stoppered vial, for reasons she had apparently been sitting on the entire time, which meant that the sword answered to me as well. Why? I said, when I found out, which was after it was done and could not be undone. So, I don't become a burden, she said, cleaning the blade, not looking up. If something happens to me, Master can still use it. It would be wasteful otherwise. I did the arithmetic on what she had spent. It was not a fragment. It was not a portion. I said nothing at all, and she went on cleaning the sword, and that is the closest I have ever come to being unable to speak. Wen Ning's master came to look at me around that time, which I did not enjoy. Hong Xuan. She put 2 fingers on my chest, over the heart, and stood there for a while. Human emperor bloodline, she said. Original, not diluted the way the G-clans is. Then to her disciple, over her shoulder, do not erase this one's will, that would be a waste. He is your chance to improve your own blood, and you will not get another, which is, I think, the most alarming compliment I have ever received. 2,000 strands went into the 5 elements that spring. 5 elements spirit body, blue. Upgrade to 5 elements saint body, purple, yes. And with peerless intelligence sitting on the other end of it, I did not learn the 5 elements. I understood them. One epiphany, about 4 minutes long. Afterward, I could stand in a courtyard and pull metal up out of the ground into a bar in my hand and run a vine up a wall by asking it to. It was not a technique. There was no incantation. I could not have taught it to anybody. And then the panel opened a door it had never mentioned. Total power of luck accumulated, over 10,000 strands. New function unlocked, active search for opportunity. I had been waiting for the panel to hand me things for 2 years. It turned out I could ask. I tested it with 200 strands, cheaply, on a whim. 300-year-old vermilion fruit behind the waterfall on the north face. There were 18 of them. They were worth about 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they took 3 months off my next breakthrough, and I had bought them for 200 strands, which at that point in my life was a day and a half of casual income. I sat behind that waterfall with my hands full of fruit and understood that I had stopped being a man who finds opportunities and become a man who orders them. Fang Shu came back over the border wounded that autumn. I don't know what he was doing out there. He never said, and I never asked, and he came back gray and slower and with something in his side that had not closed, and the first thing he did, before the physicians, before his own peak, was hand me a jar. Wind and thunder sand, he said, from the deep waste. 4 months to gather that much. It's the closest thing this era has to tribulation lightning. Then, professionally. Take it in pinches, a pinch a week. Anything more and it will take you apart, and I mean that as a description and not as a warning. I drank the whole jar. No. He got most of a syllable out. What happened next lasted about 40 minutes, and I am not going to describe it, because there are 2 or 3 things in this account I have decided to keep, and that is one of them. When it was done, I was lying on my back on his rock with steam coming off me. Indestructible true body of 10,000 calamities. First level. Fang Shu tested it himself, because he did not believe it. He took Yang Jun's arrow, the one with 3 restrictions, the one that had gone through my floorboards like bean curd, and he drove it into my forearm with a divine bridge cultivator's strength behind it. The arrow came apart. My arm did not. The old man sat back on his heels and laughed until he had to hold his side. 40 years, he said. I gave this technique 40 years, and I built it around what this era has. You've had it 11 months, and you drank 4 months of sand in one go like a farmhand at a wedding. Peak master. Don't apologize. Don't you dare apologize. He wiped his eyes. Do you know what I thought when I chose you? I thought, he will ask it questions. I did not think the first question would be, what if I just drink all of it? He was dying, and we both knew it, and neither of us said it, and I sat on that rock and looked at an old man with a wound that would not close and made a decision in my own head that I did not announce and did not promise and did not put into words for anybody. There is a fruit in Liju Grotto Heaven. I am going to go and get it. Liju Grotto Heaven opens once in a very long time, and it had been announced 11 months in advance, which meant that when I arrived, so had everybody. The island in front of the entrance held every power in the region, and about 4 that had come from outside it. I stood on a rock at the top of the beach and quietly reached out across 300 zhang and took a day's wisp off every young cultivator inside that radius, all at once, which took perhaps 4 seconds, and which I want to record as the single most profitable 4 seconds of my life to that date. Nobody noticed. Nobody ever notices. Then I looked up because the sky had gone dark on the eastern side. The demons of the eastern sea came in on black cloud, and 3 of the shapes at the front of it were Dharma aspect realm, and they put their Dharma images up over the water as they came, because that is what you do when you arrive somewhere and want it understood. A sword, 40 zhang tall, a blade standing behind the second one like a wall, and a Buddha, which I liked least of the 3. Every human sect on that beach took a step back at the same time, and then something came down out of the upper air, and every one of those 3 shut their mouths. Long Kai, of Taiyan Blessed Land, Dharma Aspect 9th Stage, Born Tao Child, Purple, and a name on the supreme ranking, which is not the heavenly ranking, which is not a list of promising young people, which is a list of about 40 individuals in the known world. He landed on the beach and looked at the eastern sky, once with mild distaste. The great demon at the front of it went down on one knee and coughed. Put the dragon aura away, said Long Kai. Insult these waters again, and I will finish it here. They put the dragon aura away. Wending's master arrived shortly after, and I read her panel out of habit and then had to stand still for a moment. Name, Hongshuan, Immortal Venerable Reincarnation, Gold, Heavenly Demon Avatar, Purple, Avatar, Dharma Aspect, 8th Stage, on a projection, on a copy. Somewhere else in this world, the original of that woman was standing somewhere doing something, and what she had sent to Liju Grotto Heaven was an offcut that outranked every human sect leader on the island. She spotted me in the crowd and smiled, and then, because that is what people at that level do for entertainment, she pointed one of her disciples at me. Wang Wei, Spirit Sea 9th Stage, a serious young man with a serious blade. I did not get to answer, because Yu Qing walked out in front of me. She did not announce herself. She has never once announced herself. Wang Wei's blade came apart on the second exchange, and the third cut opened his defense and stopped about an inch short of splitting his spirit sea, and she stood there with Ying Yue level and waited to be told whether to finish it. The island made a noise. That's his servant. That's a servant? A servant? Hong Xuan laughed out loud, which was worse than the alternative. And then the sea itself changed color, and the Chen Yuan imperial family arrived. They came on a flying ship, and the ship was under tow, and the tow was 8 dragons. 8 of them, in harness, hauling a royal vessel across the sky in front of the assembled demons of the Eastern Sea, which was not transport, it was a sentence, spoken in the only language everybody present read fluently. I looked at the people on that deck, and I got the last piece of the puzzle Yang Jun had handed me 2 years earlier with a broken wrist. Wu Jian, first on the heavenly ranking. Descendant of the demon race, Wu Jun, 11th prince, the man who had bid 200,000 for my Bodhi fruit, descendant of the demon race, the royal house of the Qianyuan kingdom, the dynasty that was going to level every sect in this region inside 2 years, was half demon and had been for generations, and standing behind them, a young woman in white with no entourage at all. Princess Wu Ling, destined empress, purple, which is humanity's answer, arriving late, in the same bloodline as the problem. I put all of that away in the back of my head and went to stand in the entrance queue, and I have spent a great deal of the time since trying to work out whether anyone else on that beach could see what I had just seen, and I am fairly sure the answer is no. The entrance to Lizu Grotto Heaven does not let you bring in anything that is not yours. I found that out at the threshold when the space itself reached into my collar, took Fang Shu's jade pendant, 10 drops of a divine bridge cultivator's essence, 30 years old, made for a dead man, and threw it back over my shoulder onto the beach. No borrowed strength, that's the rule. Whatever you are when you step through is what you have. It also tears a party apart on entry and scatters them across a province, which is the reason most groups go in and never find each other again. I held the space open, alone, at the threshold, with the golden pupils and everything the 5 elements had given me, for about 11 seconds, and I walked 6 people through it into a single point, together, on the same hillside. I found out later that 4 Divine Bridge elders had watched me do that from the beach, and that not one of them said anything, and that at least 2 of them wrote it down. 243 strands spent on the first day bought me the thing Wang Yu had come for. That is not a figure of speech. He had mapped it 10 years earlier as a boy, and had been waiting a decade for the door to open. A 100-year deposit of earth milk at the bottom of a fissure, accumulating drop by drop for 800 years. I got there 4 hours ahead of him because I'd asked a panel and he had used a map. He arrived while I was still packing it, and he was not the young man who had come to my hall about a rumor. He was Divine Bridge, first stage, and he came down the fissure at me without a single word. I shot him through the mountain. Flood Dragon Bow. And I'll come back to how I got that, with the heavenly fire drawn all the way, straight through 900 feet of solid rock, and it came out the far side and took his sword apart in his hands. And in the last instant before it landed, his arms went black to the elbow, and something came off him like smoke off wet coal, and he was gone up the fissure faster than anything at his realm should move. Xuan Yi was left standing at the bottom. She had come with him. Of course she had come with him, the sect-to-sect engagement, the immortal of Taishuan, and the pride of Heavenly Sword Mountain, and he had gone up that fissure without looking back at her once. The 5-colored divine rings closed on her throat, her wrists and her ankles before she finished turning around. I want to write down what she did next accurately, because it took her about 90 seconds to go through every tool she had. First, she was calm. Sect law, formal channels, the elders will know, there are witnesses. Then she bargained. The Frost Moon body is a rare constitution, and she could offer things nobody else could, and she named several of them, and the numbers she quoted were enormous, and I believe most of them were true. Then she offered me her master's protection, which was not hers to offer. Then she lied, flatly, and well, and at length, about my father. About what had happened 20 years ago at Manhua Escort Agency, and what she had felt, and what she had told her master, and how she had wept for a decade. I let her finish. There's no need, I said. Go in peace. The rings closed, and I put one finger between her eyebrows, and the divine soul of the immortal of Taishuan went out like a lamp. Afterward, I lowered her into the ground and closed it over her, which took about a minute with the 5 elements. Consider that a burial, I said. I have never told anybody the thought I actually had, standing over that patch of soil, and I am going to put it here and then leave it alone. Chen Wenhua kept a book on a plain shelf for 20 years because a thing you're waiting on, you don't lock away. She was not worth it. The Flood Dragon Bow came to me on the 4th day, from 4 men who did not have to die. Yu Qing had gone into a hollow inside a mountain to push into Spirit Sea, which is the most vulnerable a cultivator ever is, and the phenomenon of it was visible for 11 miles, and 4 strangers came up the slope to collect whatever was making it. I stood on the path. One more step and you die. I said it once, clearly, in the open, with no ambiguity available to anybody. I have thought about that a great deal since, and I am satisfied that I did the thing correctly. They took the step. 2 breaths. The bow was on the back of the 3rd one, and I did not know what it was until I had it in my hands. Flood Dragon Bow. A low-grade spirit weapon, an actual spirit weapon, which is a category above everything I owned. The string is sinew from the great demon Qing Jiao. The stave is his bone. And you can pour the strength of your own essence into it, which is a property perhaps one weapon in 10,000 has, and which is completely useless to a cultivator whose essence is ordinary. Mine was gold. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones at the floor, 1 million at auction, if anyone were mad enough to sell. That's convenient, I said out loud, to an empty hillside, like a pillow arriving for a man who wants to sleep. Yu Qing came out of the mountain at Spirit Sea first stage 6 hours later, and I gave her a jade bracelet I'd bought in Yunxiao City on a whim. 15 cubic meters of storage. Unremarkable. The sort of thing I hand out. She held it in both hands and did not say anything for a while, and then thanked me 4 separate times over the following 2 days, and I sat with that for a long evening and did not enjoy myself at all, because I had spent 2 years buying spirit fruit at 130,000, and jade at 280,000, and a vein at 1 million, and the person standing next to me the entire time had received a bracelet and had reacted to it as though I had done something enormous. I have not been that careless since. That is the only apology I am equipped to make. On the 6th day, the whole world found out what was actually in Liju Grotto heaven, because the sky told it. A tree at the center of the grotto had begun to fruit. One tree, one fruiting, and then it dies. That is how that species works, and there is no second harvest, and there never has been. A longevity fruit adds 100 years to the life of whoever eats it, not a cultivator. Whoever. A farmer, an elder, a dying man on a rock with a wound that will not close. Every person inside that space turned toward the center at the same moment, and I did too, and I want to be honest that my first thought was not noble and was not about the old man. My first thought was, 100 years is nothing to me. I have 10,000. 100 years is a rounding error on my sheet. I am the only person in this grotto for whom that fruit is genuinely, mathematically worthless. And the second thought came in right behind it, and it was the one I kept, which is exactly why I should be the one holding it. 2,000 strands went into the bow line on the way to the center. Sharpshooter, blue, upgrade to path of chasing the sun. Purple, yes. There is a valley about 40 miles short of the center, and in that valley there were 3 demons of the Yao race sitting on the only road. A spinning turtle, condensing pill, 7th stage. 2 crayfish, 6th. I want to be completely transparent about what happened next, because I have been accused of a great many things in my life, and this is one of the few where the accusation is accurate. I provoked them, deliberately, efficiently. I walked into that valley and said 4 sentences designed to make 3 proud creatures come off their rock, and they came off their rock because I had been thinking about a question for 11 months and I wanted an excuse. The first crayfish went down to 1 lesser 5 elements divine fist. The second I put into the ground with a heel, and it stayed there. The turtle sealed itself in its own shell, which is the correct move and which has worked for that species for a very long time, and I put the raw pressure of my divine soul through the shell without touching it, and the shell was fine and the thing inside it was not. Then I gathered wood and lit a fire. I want to describe the next half hour from the point of view of the hillside, because there were perhaps 60 people watching by then from a safe distance, all of them the finest young cultivators of a dozen sects, and I have collected several independent accounts. They saw a young man in a plain robe spit 2 crayfish of 3 zhang each on a pole over a fire. They saw him crack the turtle's shell into a bowl, prop it on stones, fill it with water, and make soup in it, and add berries from a bush on the slope, and taste it, and adjust the seasoning. They saw him eat an entire 3 zhang crayfish in about 30 minutes. The smell went a very long way. Brother Ju is on excellent terms with everyone, somebody said on the slope. Brother Ju, go and ask him for a portion. Nobody went. 60 of the finest young cultivators in the region sat on a hillside upwind of a soup and swallowed and did not move, and one of them said, in a small voice that carried further than he intended, "Does that man have a taoti in his blood?" Yu Qing sat down next to me with a bowl. "Master, everyone is staring. They're welcome to a bowl. They're too frightened to come. That's their business." I passed her the ladle. "Try the shell soup, it came out well." She tried the shell soup, then carefully, with her eyes on the fire. "How did you know the pressure would go through the shell?" "I didn't." "I got lucky," I said. She put the ladle down and looked at me with an expression I had not earned. "Master always says that, because it's always true. Elder Tang writes that he says it too, now," she said. "In his letters, he says the whole county comes to the agency to hear how he taught the young master everything he knows. He says he tells them the honest truth every time, and the honest truth, he says, is that he was simply there. Being there at the right moment is the greatest skill an old man has." I ate my soup. "He also says," she added, "that he has not paid for his own wine in 2 years. "Good," I said. "Let him." His Highness Wang came for me an hour later. Sea patrolling yaksha, condensing pill, 9th stage, royal blood of the Eastern Sea, blue skin, red hair, tusks, a spear you could have used as a bridge, and the entire eastern sky behind him going dark as he came. He arrived over the valley at speed, ready to erase a hillside, and then he saw the fire, and he saw what was in the shell. Yu Xuan, I found out afterward, was the name of the turtle. She had been in his service for 200 years, and he had come to avenge her, and he arrived to find her being served as soup with berries in it. The hillside went. Not scattered, went, at once, several hundred li, in about 4 seconds, 60 of the finest young cultivators in the region choosing life with impressive unanimity. Somebody shouted back over their shoulder, from already very far away, "Brother Jiang, run!" "Thank you," I called. "That's kind, not necessary." I picked up the flood dragon bow. "You are Chen Hai," said the Yaksha prince. "That's right. Then I will show you," he said, and drew a breath big enough to move the trees, "what it means to wish for your own death. You're loud." I put my own essence into the string. The arrow went red, not glowing, red, all the way down, the way iron looks about a second before it stops being iron. 1 shot. His spear came apart first, and then he did, and afterward there was nothing above that valley except some settling dust, and drifting down out of it, the shattered pieces of a royal storage ring. I lowered the bow. The whole thing had cost me 1/10 of my essence. And I stood there in a valley with a fire still burning and a bowl of soup going cold, and I had the flattest, strangest feeling of my entire life, and I remember thinking, with genuine irritation, am I too strong or was he too weak? I still have not found anything to measure myself against. 2 years, and I have not once found the wall. So I sat down and broke through, right there, in the open, in front of whoever was still watching. I want to explain how insane that is, even by my standards. Advancing a stage of Spirit C is the most defenseless a cultivator ever gets. You are inside your own head with the doors open, and the standard practice is a sealed chamber, a guarded mountain, and 3 people you would trust with your life standing outside it. I did it on a hillside in a contested grotto 40 miles from a fruit that every power in the world wanted. 2 of them tried, of course. 2 men came down off the ridge about 8 minutes in with everything they had. I did not open my eyes. The 5-colored divine rings went around both their throats from the ground up and closed, and after that there was a noise, and after that nobody else came down off the ridge for the rest of the afternoon. Inside, my Spirit C went from 80 Jang to 90 to 99, and stopped. 99 Jang, 9 Chi, which is not a number in any manual either, which is, as far as I have ever been able to determine, the actual ceiling, not the ceiling of a realm, the ceiling of what heaven and earth will hold in one person at that stage. I sat there full to the brim of everything the world had to give and did not feel finished, so I closed my eyes and stopped trying. That's all it was. That's the whole secret, and I am aware of how unsatisfying it is. I had spent 2 years pushing on the world, and I sat down on a hillside with a cold bowl of soup beside me, and I stopped pushing, and I let it come the other way. I heard birds 1,000 Jang out, individually, as separate opinions. There was an anthill about 6 feet from my knee, and I counted it. 238,753, and I knew what all of them were doing. I felt the fire go out. I felt the water table under the valley. I felt Yu Qing 20 feet away holding her breath, and I felt the exact moment she decided not to interrupt me, and my own breathing stopped existing. Not stopped, stopped existing. For anyone outside. Divine sense went over me like water going over a stone and found nothing there, because there was no longer any edge where I ended and the valley began. I opened my eyes. That's it, I said, out loud, to nobody. That's all it was. I was holding on to the shape too hard. Unity of heaven and man, which is not a realm. It is the thing you have to understand before you can cross into divine bridge. Cultivators sit at the top of Spirit C for 80 years waiting for it. Elders write treatises about approaching it. And the honest sum of it is that you have to be willing to stop being a specific object for a while. Divine Bridge was, from that afternoon, available to me whenever I decided to go and take it. There was a peach tree on the slope, wild, out of season, bare. I looked at it and thought about it blooming. It bloomed. All of it, at once, in about 4 seconds, and then went through the whole business, petals down, fruit setting, fruit swelling, and finished, and a peach dropped into the grass. Yu Qing came and stood next to me and looked at the tree, and then at the peach, and then at the tree again. Master, she said, I want to do that. You will. When? Sooner than I did, I said, and I was not being kind. I have seen her sheet. I have known since a music house on Wutong Street exactly how this ends, and it does not end with me at the top. 2 years earlier, a man had put his fist through my father's gate, and I had stood on a training platform holding a practice sword that had suddenly felt like a toothpick, and the arithmetic of my entire life had been 3 numbers on a ladder and a cliff with a picnic table at the bottom. That afternoon, 60 of the finest young cultivators in the region ran several hundred li in 4 seconds because I lit a cooking fire, and I made a tree bloom by looking at it, and I still could not find anything in this world large enough to tell me how big I had become. I want to end there, I genuinely do. But there was a sound in the sky over the valley, and it was coming from the direction of the center, and it was moving. I looked up, name, Wang Yu, and then, underneath it, where a name is supposed to go, Sorceress Way, Realm, Divine Bridge, First Stage, Innate Luck, Demonic Path Legacy. He had gone into that grotto 18th on the heavenly ranking with a demonic energy problem, and he had come out with somebody else's name under his own. I got the rest of it later, and it is the only part of this account that still makes me put the cup down. There was a demon lord sealed under Liju Grotto Heaven. 1100 years of memory. And Wang Yu did not steal it, and did not break the seal, and did not win it. It was handed to him, freely, laughing. There, said the thing under the mountain, as it poured 11 centuries into a young man's head. Now that is a true heir of the demonic path. He betrays his own master, 1100 years of memory, against his 30. And I stood in that valley doing the only arithmetic that has ever genuinely frightened me, which is not about realms, and not about ranking, and not about who would win. 1100 years in there. 30 years of Wang Yu. Which one of them is flying that body right now? He went over the valley without slowing down, 4 li in a single breath, heading for the center of the grotto, and I stood there long enough to measure him properly, because that is what I do. 4 li a breath, about 10% slower than I can cross the ground. I picked up the flood dragon bow. Ching, bring the soup, we'll eat on the way. The thing about crossing 40 miles of contested grotto at speed is that everybody else is doing it too, and the road to the center had become the single most dangerous stretch of ground in the world. We got 11 miles, then the ground under my left foot stopped being ground. 3 jang down, moving through solid rock the way a fish moves through water, coming up under me with everything it had. The best earth escape I have ever seen, from the only creature I have ever met who could use it that well. I did not move. The shadow serpent came out of the earth in front of me with his mouth open, and the fangs I had taken out at the root 2 years earlier had grown back, and he had been waiting 11 months for this exact second. I said I'd be here, he said. You did. And I held up the mirror. I want you to understand what that meant to him, and I want you to understand that this was the entire point, and that I had carried 1,000 top-grade spirit stone treasure through a continent partly for this. He had detonated his own spirit treasure in Shanxi County. That is a thing you do once and never see again. He had done it certain of 2 outcomes, that the blast would take the county, and that whatever was in it would be gone forever. And here it was, in my hand, uncracked, in the light. I watched a creature 2 realms above me look at a small dark disk and do the arithmetic. It hides its holder from every form of divination in this world, which meant that in 11 months of preparation, of casting, of asking every oracle the Yao race has, he had never once found me. Not because I was hiding, because I was standing in front of a hole in the world, and he had been searching an empty map and calling it caution, and it would keep being true. Tomorrow, next year, in 300 years. He would never, for the rest of his life, be able to look for me and find me. He would only ever find out where I was by being there. You, he said. You didn't. I never promised to kill you, I said. Go and check. I promised myself something smaller. He went into the earth so fast the hole clapped shut behind him. I put the mirror away. Master, said Yu Qing after a moment. You let him go, again. He killed a man who mattered to somebody who has been good to me, and there is nobody left alive who can avenge him properly, and I am not going to pretend that killing a python fixes that. I started walking. But he is going to spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, and he is going to be right too, and there is no realm in this world that makes that stop. She thought about it. That's worse, she decided. Yes. The center of Liju Grotto Heaven is a bowl a mile across with a tree in the middle of it, and by the time we came over the rim, there were about 400 people down there, and not one of them was fighting the tree. They were fighting each other in 3 rings at 3 altitudes. The demons of the eastern sea had the high air. Long Kai of Taiyan Blessed Land had the upper slope and was not moving, and nothing was going near him. The Qianyuan imperial family had the eastern approach and 8 dragons in harness above it, and Wu Lei was somewhere in the middle of the second ring being extremely good at his job, and Wang Yu, Sorceress Wei, whichever of them was flying that body, was already at the tree, Divine Bridge, first stage, a domain over him, 40 jang of a small private world laid over the real one, and every spirit sea cultivator who came inside it simply stopped working. No energy to draw, no technique that fired. Feng Shu's description had been exactly right, and I had not appreciated how ugly it would look until I watched 11 people at the peak of my own realm arrive inside that circle and become ordinary. I stood on the rim and did not go down. I want to say this clearly because it is the one piece of advice in this entire account that I would give to anybody. Feng Shu told me, if you meet a divine bridge and you are not one, you run in the first half second and you feel nothing about it afterward. I had ignored that twice. I was not going to ignore it a third time with 100 years of an old man's life sitting on a branch a mile away, so I did not fight him for it. I did arithmetic instead. There are 2 facts about that fruit that everybody in the bowl knew and nobody had put together, because putting them together requires an education from a world that got erased. Fact 1, the fruit was ripe. Ripe fruit is attached by a stem that is already failing. That is what ripeness is. Fact 2, everything in this world has weight, and weight is not a property of the thing. Weight is a conversation between the thing and the world underneath it, and if you can get into that conversation, you can change the terms. Nobody in this world has ever been able to get into that conversation because the diagram that describes it was written before the histories and had 2 pages missing, and the man who filled them in was sitting on a hillside 300 years later with a stolen jade slip and a physics education. I sat down on the rim of the bowl a mile away and closed my eyes. Unity of heaven and man is a stupid name for it. All it actually means is that you can stop being a specific object for a while, and that when you do, the distance between here and a mile away stops being a fact about you and becomes a fact about the valley. I found the tree. I found the branch. I found the stem, and the little failing fibers in it, and the fruit hanging off it with 100 years in it, and I asked the world to let go of it in one direction and hold it in another. The fruit came off the branch and went sideways, not fast. That's the part I'm proudest of. It did not shoot. It did not flash, it did not put out light. A ripe fruit came off a stem and drifted out of a domain at about the speed of a leaf, at knee height, over the heads of 400 people who were all looking up. Wang Yu felt it about 2 seconds later, and the noise he made went across the whole bowl and up the slopes, and every single person in that valley turned around at once to look at the tree, which was, of course, when they discovered that the tree had nothing on it. I have been told by 4 separate witnesses that the fighting stopped for approximately 11 seconds. All 3 rings, the demons of the Eastern Sea, the Qianyuan imperial family, and a supreme-ranking cultivator from Taiyan Blessed Land, all hanging in the air over a bowl a mile across, staring at an empty branch. And then 400 people started accusing each other simultaneously, which took the rest of the afternoon, and which was extremely loud, and which I listened to from a long way up the eastern ridge with a peach in one hand and a longevity fruit in the other. Master, said Yuqing, they're going to work it out. Eventually. How long is eventually? Long enough, I said, to walk out. Fang Shu was on his rock when I got back, because of course he was. He had not been anywhere else in 11 months. He was worse. I could see it from the path. He was gray through, and his breathing had a catch in it, and the wound in his side had stopped being a wound and started being a schedule. He looked up and saw what was in my hand. And the strongest man in Taishuan Sect, Divine Bridge 9th Stage, a man who had wrung a sky out like a cloth to answer a question I asked out of curiosity, said, "Absolutely not. Peak Master. Do you know what that is worth? Do you have any idea what 400 people just did to each other over that thing?" He was actually angry, which I had never seen. "Sell it. Sell it to Qianyuan, they'll pay in provinces. Sell it to the Eastern Sea. You are 20 years old, boy, and 100 years buys you nothing you don't already have. It buys me you." He stopped. "You're dying," I said, and it came out flatter than I intended, and I let it stand because the alternative was dressing it up. "You have got, what, a year? Less. You gave me your life's work because your own disciple would practice it correctly and never ask it a question, and then you went over the border and came back with a jar of sand for me and something in your side that you have not once mentioned. So, no, I'm not selling it. Chen Hai, 100 years is nothing to me," I said. "That's not humility. That's my sheet. I have 10,000. It is the one thing in this world I can hand somebody that costs me literally nothing and gives them everything, and if I sold it, I'd have to spend the next 10,000 years knowing I did that." He sat there on his rock and looked at the fruit. "Late bloomer," I said. "That's your entry, isn't it? The older you get, the higher your talent climbs." "How do you know that?" "I got lucky," I said. "Eat the fruit." He ate the fruit. And I watched 100 years go into an old man on a rock, the gray going out of him from the middle outward, the catch coming out of his breathing, the thing in his side closing over a span of about 4 minutes while he sat there with his eyes shut and his hands on his knees, saying nothing at all. When he opened them, he did not thank me. I want to record that because it is the finest thing he ever did for me. He said, "Right, then we have a great deal of work to do and considerably more time to do it in," and got up off the rock and went to find the sect leader, and Taishuan Sect began preparing for a war 2 years out with a Divine Bridge 9th on its feet instead of a funeral in the spring. That is the whole story of my first 2 years in this world, and I want to put the 2 ends of it next to each other because I have never been able to stop doing that. At the start, a man kicked in my father's gate, and I stood on a training platform holding a practice sword that had turned into a toothpick in the space of one breath. My whole life was 3 numbers on a ladder and a cliff with a picnic table at the bottom. At the end, 400 of the strongest people alive fought each other for an entire afternoon over a fruit that was already on a ridge a mile away in the hand of a man they had not thought about once. The gate is rebuilt, by the way. Elder Tang had it done in the first spring, and he had it made narrower, on the theory that the old one was too wide, and he tells anybody who asks that this was a strategic decision, so that's the arc. That part is finished, and it stays finished. Here is the part that isn't. In 2 years, the Qianyuan kingdom is going to come for every sect in this region. I know that. I know their royal house is half demon. I know their answer to it is a girl in white on the back deck of a ship with destined empress written over her head. I have not decided what any of that makes me. There is a python in the earth somewhere who will never be able to find me and will never be able to stop looking. There is a monk Sarira in my ring that I have promised to a temple I have never seen. And somewhere over the eastern sea, right now, there is a young man of 30 called Wang Yu, flying a body that also contains 1100 years of a dead demon lord, who handed it over freely, laughing, because betraying your master is the qualification. 30 years of him, 1100 of it. I have a panel that has told me what everyone I have ever met is worth, from a bandit at my father's gate to a supreme-ranking cultivator on a beach, and I have built a life out of never once being surprised by a person, and when that thing came over the valley, the panel gave me a realm, and an entry, and a name, and then, underneath the name, it gave me a second one. I have not found the wall in this world yet. I have looked. I have gone out of my way to look, and I have provoked things I did not need to provoke, and I have stood in a valley with a bowl of soup going cold, and complained out loud that nothing here is big enough to measure me. I think I might have just been introduced.